FDMG!
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Umar Johnson. I am a certified school psychologist.
Hi, Dr. Umar. I'm so happy that you're my principal. I love FDMG. Can you tell me about the school?
We are going to make history. We are going to shock the world. We are going to transform the entire community, one black boy at a time. In this school, you don't have to worry about special education. In this school, you don't have to worry about ADHD diagnoses. In this school, you will never get a phone call from a teacher or an administrator telling you that your child needs dangerous psychiatric medication in order to get an education.
All right, Cookie Crush Chat, thank you all so much for tuning on in. I appreciate it. We've got quite a bit to get into this evening. I want to thank you all so much for tuning on in. Cookie Crush Chat is undefeated as always. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG it's coming. 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 Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right, thank you all again for tuning on in. Everyone inside the Cookie Crush Chat. Appreciate y'all's presence. Thank you for your patience as well. Had some things come up, but we're good to go now. And I want to encourage people, if you have not seen the interview that we did yesterday with Mary Ann Laurent, I want to encourage you to do so. I did take it down because I wanted to touch base with her to make sure that she was fine with it, because I just want to make sure. I want to protect our guests. That's one of the ways that I do that, and she was fine with it. She took a look, a second look at it. She says, "No, let's go." And so it's back up. I want to encourage everyone to take the time to take a look at that. I mean, it's riveting. You know, people sometimes ask, "Lenon, why do you do Umar Johnson?" Because there's different reasons, but I think Lanae, interviewing Lanae and interviewing Mary Ann, I think that is one of the most important reasons why I do what I do here on YouTube. And if people can't figure that out at this point, that's not on me, that's on you. He's a predator. He's dangerous. He's taking advantage of women around the world, but in particular, Black women over here in the United States of America. And it needs to be called out for different reasons. And one of the most important reasons is as a man, as men, we're supposed to protect women. And Umar's a predator, so it's part of my responsibility to keep women safe from men like Umar. And this is my way of doing it. So I want to encourage everyone, if you have not watch the interview, take some time to watch it. It's definitely worth it's going to be worth your time for sure. I want to thank our guest, Mary Ann Laurent, for coming on yesterday. Very courageous on her part. Lanae, of course, thank you so much. There's been other people who have reached out to me and shared stories. If you are someone who has dealt with Umar, whether you're male or female, maybe in a business a situation, having him come out to speak, and there's something went left, you can reach me at LenonHonor@yahoo.com if you want to come and share your story, or if you just want to share your story with me. I won't share people's story unless they give me permission to. And if they want to come on and share their story, they're welcome to do so. Or if you've been sexually exploited by Umar and you would like to share your story, you can email me at LenonHonor@yahoo.com, and you can either share it with me privately. You don't necessarily have to give me permission to share it with anyone else. But if you want me to share it, I can do it that way. Or if you want to come on and share your story, the Cookie Crush Chat is very, very supportive, and I'm here to keep to protect our guests as well. I said this before. I think I said it last week. I'm not here to interrogate my guests. That's not my job. Okay. And anyone who has a problem with that, well, then you can get to stepping. This is my show. I'm gonna run it how I want to run it. And if you got a problem with that, you can get the hell on. Real talk. Okay. I want to thank everyone for tuning on in again. We're going to get into the video. We started it, but I think it'd be apropos to actually start from the beginning. I'm going to limit my commentary on the beginning parts, because I've already given some commentary. I think last week. And this is the video that Umar, this is his response to Lanae coming out and spilling the beans on Umar. I mean, this it's been incredible. This whole year has been something else. But over the last, I don't know, maybe month or so, it's just, I mean, it's been crazy. Okay. So we're going to watch that video today. This is the one where Umar, he's threatening to sue me, to sue Lanae. I'm going to start it from the beginning. We're going to play that, and we're going to get through the whole video today for sure. And then there's a second video that he did right after that, where he's actually inside of the abandoned buildings, and we'll watch that. It's a short video. I'm interested to see what he says. I don't watch these videos in advance. I just don't do that. I don't have time. So again, thank you so much, everyone inside the Cookie Crush Chat. We had a couple of new members join. Sully became a new member. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We've got hundreds of videos of Umar videos here archived on my YouTube page that are not accessible to everyone else. Also, TJ became a member. Thank you so much, TJ. I appreciate it. And Irie Vibes. By the way, there was a brother that he became a member. I think he became a member today. And I want people to understand something else. Just because you become a member, it doesn't give you leeway to disrespect me. Okay, I just want people to be clear about that. It's not like it's a fast track way to communicate with me either. That's not how that works. Okay, if you sign up to become a member, you gain access to a whole lot of extra content. Plus, we get together every once in a while, as you know, and I do member videos. Sometimes I do member videos too that are separate from sharing it with everyone here on YouTube. But I want people to get that twisted, because there was someone they had made some comments, and I just blocked them. I know you just became a subscriber, but I'm not playing no games. So the way I look at this is that if no one, in my opinion, no one has done as much research into Umar than I have. Okay, this is not a statement of arrogance. I'm just laying it out for everyone. No one has put the amount of time that I have put into covering Umar. Okay, statement of fact, not a statement of arrogance. No one has made more sacrifices to do this work on YouTube dealing with Umar than I have. Okay, what I'm saying here is that people, you're going to have to respect that. If you don't, I ain't got no time for it. All right, real talk. If there's anyone, if you've done more research than I have, and you want to talk, okay, good, well, get with me. Okay, otherwise, I really don't want to hear it. Okay. So I don't want to make that plain to people, because I think people get it twisted. People get too comfortable, think they can say whatever they want to. No, this is my YouTube page. I'm going to talk about what I want to talk about, how I want to talk about it. I'm going to conduct my YouTube live streams the way that I want to. When I have guests on, I'm going to do it the way that I want to. And if you don't like it, well, you know what to do. Okay. All right. Respectfully. Okay, let's get into this if you guys don't mind. All right. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. There is a poll question as well. If you have not answered the poll question, make sure you take some time during this live stream to answer the poll question. And I don't have it up right now. Let me pull it up if you guys don't mind. And for some reason, it's not giving me the option here to do that. Yeah, they've changed it, the interface again here. Oh, here it is right here. They've changed it again on StreamYard. Okay, here it is right here. All right, let me just open this up real quick. And this is good because I need to be in this chat room too for later. So the poll question is, will Umar Johnson respond to Mary Ann Laurent's expose, okay, which was yesterday? We have already 402 votes already. 64% say yes, and 36% say no. We'll come back to this a little bit later on, and also I'll answer this for myself based upon what I think and based upon what I know about Umar. So if you have not gotten your vote in, make sure you get it in during the live stream. And if at any time you're enjoying the show, go on and hit that like button. Okay, I'd appreciate that as well. Okay, we really, I'm telling you, the numbers have been crazy. The likes have been crazy. The subscribers have been going up. The number of people coming into these lives, we broke records last week. I just want to thank everyone. I'm appreciative. I didn't mean to get on here to kind of I just got on here initially to set the record straight. I just want to be clear about that because we've got a lot of new people coming over. I just want people to understand the guidelines. I don't play games. All right. And if people can't come to me with intellect and intelligence and logic and reason, and they're throwing stuff out there, I don't have time for that. Okay. It has to come from here, not from an emotional space. We were trying to defend Umar Johnson. Okay. That ship has sailed a long time ago. Umar's out here predatory. He's scamming on the school scam. He rarely even talks about what he's doing up at the abandoned buildings. He's traveling over the world, supposed to be the primary caretaker for his mama. He's over here dealing with with women and running through these women all over the world. I don't want to hear no emotionalism. That ship has sailed. We got to deal with this right here at this point. Okay, so that's why I want to set the ground rules early. But that being said, do not get it twisted. I'm very appreciative of the Cookie Crush chat. I just want to make that clear. Thank you guys so much. All right, there was a couple of super chats real quick. Deron, what's up, Deron? Tillman says he thought his personality be twerking is twerking. Oh, Lenon Richie singing, bro. Yeah, I don't know where I came up with that lyric. All right, the be twerking. I don't know where I got that from. And if y'all don't know who Lionel Richie is, he's one of the most important songwriters. He's a great singer too, but his songwriting skills, it's up there. He's up there. I wouldn't say on the actual level of a Stevie Wonder, but he's up there. And he's an incredible musician, singer, piano player, but also songwriter. I think that's his strength. He's written some wonderful songs, classics. Okay, so that's Lionel Richie, one of my favorite all time. All right, thanks, Deron Tillman. A lot of people don't know who you're talking about. Yeah. And then CJ, what's up? CJ says, I got to visit the Lord of the Rings set in New Zealand. Wow. Immediately thought about your Sauron references. Glad to be part of your fellowship. Was Umar there? Umar was up there, had a ring on too. That precious. I was watching the Hobbit Desolation of Smaug earlier today. Sometimes I'll just put it on while I'm working on stuff. Yeah, that's one of my favorites of the Lord of the Rings. I'm into sci-fi mainly, but I fit the fantasy sci-fi in there. It's all the same to me. All right on, man. Well, that's awesome. I wish I could visit the Lord of the Rings set. Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks, CJ, for the super chat as well. Okay, let's get right on into it, everyone, shall we? All right, shout out to the Cookie Crush Chats Undefeated. How's it going, Hassa? Thank you so much for tuning on in. Dr. Umar, put some respect on. Yeah, thanks, Tina. What's up, Blackwell? Let me give some shout outs because I really appreciate y'all, the humble ones in the building as well. And I am Malcolm and Southern Nappiness. We will send you to the block party if you're disrespectful. Yeah. All right. Ken says, who's donated to King Kong's legal fund? I'm not, that's for sure. Thank you so much, MNJ. Let's see here. Lanae, how's it going, Lanae? Lanae's in the building as well. Shout out to Lanae. Thank you so much for tuning on in. I appreciate you. We was emailing earlier today. Okay, Bougie Barbie is here as well. Yeah. Lionel Richie sang with Kenny Rogers and with his own group, the Commodores. Yeah, before he went solo, he probably spelled it wrong. And he wrote one of the songs, Kenny Rogers' song that was really popular. I can't remember which one it was right now. It's not coming to mind, but he wrote that song. Kenny Rogers paid him $1 million to write. He's like, yeah, I'll write it. What's up, Craig? Thanks for tuning on in. And Chris, thank you so much. Okay, let's get on into this, ladies and gentlemen. I'll give some more shout outs a little bit later on. User 225 says, funny how the only time Umar Johnson doesn't get sidetracked by Cookie Crush talk in his rants is when he's ranting to slander people like you, Lanae, or his daughter. Yeah, but there's always sexual references even when he's trying to slander people. Always. He's calling me all types of names. He's been doing that for a very long time. But that's what Umar does. And that's what I mean. But I think it's a pattern of behavior that's become more and more acceptable. And it's unfortunate, especially with Umar Johnson followers, because if you really want to get the truth of that, you have the truth of Umar. You can't think like Umar and you can't behave like Umar. This makes sense? In other words, if you really want to see Sauron for who Sauron is, the great deceiver of our time, you can't engage in the type of behaviors as Umar, and even the thought processes that Umar he runs through. Umar is perfectly predictable. He's a creature of habit. Okay. But if you think like him and you behave like him and you repeat what he says verbatim, you have a problem. You're never going to see the truth dealing with Umar. So part of what I'm getting at is that you'll find that his followers do the same thing. Okay, they'll slander, or they'll call you gay, or they'll make all these sexualized references. I get a lot of that, especially more recently. Now these numbers have picked up. We're doing numbers like we've never done before. What it is that more and more people are hearing and are hearing about this channel. They're coming over. Some of them already know about Umar being a skank and a skeezer and a scam artist. Others don't know. They kind of have a sense, but then you have his followers too. Okay, yeah, but the thing about you followers, if you behave like Umar, you repeat verbatim what he says. Okay, that's what we're getting to the cult dynamic of this. You got to start thinking critically, ask critical questions. We don't want to hear no red herrings, ad hominem, none of that stuff. Okay, we stick with the facts, we stick with the receipts, we use logic and reason, we ask critical questions, we go from step A to step B, C, D, and we go straight to get to the truth. Okay, and you won't do that if you're behaving like Umar, you're repeating things that Umar told you that aren't true, you're trying to chastise people who are speaking the truth about Umar, all that kind of stuff. Okay, real talk. All right. Thank you, user 225. And then TJ says, I joined after seeing your video with Mary yesterday. My wife and I thank you for all of your efforts exposing Umar. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you so much, TJ. Yeah, it was riveting. There's more too that she did not get a chance to talk about that we talked about offline, because I talked with her offline. And then there's things that she shared during the interview that she didn't share with me when we spoke offline. When I say offline, it wasn't live. Okay, we did talk over the internet, but it just wasn't live for everyone to hear. Yeah, I just want to encourage everyone to take the time to watch the whole thing from the beginning to end, because how she sets it up. Okay. And then she gets to I'm telling you, it's incredible. It was really incredible. All right. So if you happen to see this video and you haven't watched that particular video, that was from yesterday. Umar Johnson follows it. Even if you don't finish this video, okay, maybe you just hear because you're upset at me, whatever. Okay, I get it. All right. Okay, that's emotionalism. At the very least, be kind to yourself and go watch that video. It's another first-hand account of someone who's dealt with Umar and not only was manipulated by Umar, but what Umar did or attempted to do to her speaks volumes as to Umar's predatory ways. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, TJ, for the super chat. I appreciate it. And welcome, you and your wife. Okay. All right. Matt said Umar has all of this drama in no school to show for it. Yeah. That's what makes all of this worse. No school. He talks about everything but the school. You're absolutely right about that. I was kind of alluding to that earlier. He doesn't even really talk about the school, not consistently. You know, he's always in some mess. See, people think about that. If someone that you follow is always in some mess, you can only make excuses for that mess for a certain period of time, because there's always a common denominator. That's what I mean by common denominator is that in all of the mess, who's the person that's always in the mess? It's Umar. Women, if you got a man who's always in some mess, who's the common denominator? It's him. And he can get out of the relationship with you, and then he get into another relationship, and he's still inside some mess. And he can get out of that one, get into another, there's still some mess. So that's Umar. And I'm not just talking about relationships or intimate relationships. I'm talking about even in business, he's messy. See? That's why Mary Ann, her story is important, because it's business. And there's people who've dealt with Umar business wise. Same thing with the young brother down in Atlanta who has a school, King Randall. That was a business a relationship, and Umar scammed him out of, I think, $3,000 something, if memory serves me correctly. So who's the common denominator? Is it everyone else? Is it Lanae? Is it Mary Ann? Is it King Randall? Who's the common denominator? Is it Tariq Nasheed? Is it Boyce Watkins? Who's the common denominator? Is it Seti? Is it Zora? Anaya. Anaya X. Is it Anaya? Is it Michi X, for that matter? Who's the common denominator? It's Umar. Okay, he's always in some mess. And when you have that amount of mess because you live in foul, that's why he's always in mess, you're not going to have the focus needed to open up a school. That's why this has been going on now. He conceptualized this back in 2004. He said he started this project in 2005. He said the school was in 2010. He said the school's going to open September 11, 2013. We're in 2025. Then he said it's going to open 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and then 2026. You guys see a pattern? Okay, he doesn't have the focus. You have to be able to focus, but he's always in some mess, and he's creating mess. He's always creating mess, and so the mess comes back. I mean, I don't get it. Okay, that's not the way to live. All right, you have to have focus. I have to say, even on my YouTube page, I don't get caught up in all this other extra stuff. I'm here for the Cookie Crush chat. We get busy, we handle the business, and then we'll be back tomorrow. Okay. I'm not getting all caught. I'm not just focus. You got to focus. And that's how you have levels of success in life. You have to have focus. Umar lacks that. And part of the problem is he lacks the focus. But the other part is he's so busy in mess, he don't even have time to focus on anything that is of relevance or consequence. Meanwhile, he's collected millions of dollars. He's telling people in 2025 that he has not collected even $1 million. And yet, if you simply look at his IRS filings from 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024, it's $1.7 million. He's so messy. Thank you, Matt. Shout out to Chipper Jones. And what was the other guy's name? Andrew something. He used to strike out a lot, but he said a lot of home runs. And Gary Pendleton. All right. Thanks, Matt. And Justice, whatever his name, David Justice. All right. Thanks, user 225. To clarify, I find it ironic how in his last crash out about you, Lanae, not once did he go, where my peanut butter fudge queen sat. He stayed on topic. I don't know, because I haven't watched the whole video. We're about to get into it right now. Let me do these last super chats, and then we're going to get going here. We already got 1,300 people in the building. Thank you guys so much for tuning on, and I appreciate you. Even if you're new here, just take some time and get through one of these videos, okay? At least try. Thank you, user 225, for the super chat. Well, how's it going, Barry? Thank you so much for being here. It says Umar's future is dependent on 3 factors: the ability to keep donors, the willingness for podcasters to engage with him, but most importantly, his health. If that fails, it's game over. Yeah, I've thought about this too with Umar. I'm not getting any younger. Umar's not getting any younger. He lives a very self-destructive lifestyle on different levels, and I'm not just talking about his eating habits and the turning of the heat down. I'm just talking about the rigors at his age to be doing all of this traveling. He doesn't have a place to stay that he can call his own. He's been homeless since 2019. And then all of the mess too, it devolves the quality of a person's life. I like peace. I really do. I just find peace to be, it's cool with me. That's what I like. I don't like being around a whole bunch of mess. People try to start mess with me. I just ignore them. I ain't got time for all of that. All right. I got enough that I have to deal with on the daily with the large family to be trying to get into some mess online. Okay. Y'all can miss me on that. I ain't got time for it. But if you put all these factors together for Umar, that is a serious issue that he already should be, because he should have been considering this a long time ago. But see, Umar, he's not thinking into the future. What Umar, he's in the present all the time, and he's a creature of habit. He does the same routine over and over and over again. Okay, let me give it to you guys. Right? He goes up to these abandoned buildings. He begs for money. He acts like he's doing something, but he's not doing anything. He begs for money. He begs for money. Okay, that gives him money to travel. When he can, he travels. He doesn't have a place to stay, so he wants to travel so that they provide him with the hotel and motel room. If they can't provide it for him, he'll pay for it. With what? The donations that he begged for a school that does not exist. And then he goes and he travels. The more he travels, the more he has living arrangements that are taken. He has a place to stay, but then it also gains him access to more women to sexually exploit. Come to my hotel room. Come to my hotel room. Come to my hotel room. See? And he does that. He gets messy and messy and messy. More recently, a lot of this is coming out with different people speaking out about their intimate interaction with Umar, but also business relationship with Umar, and in some cases both, right? But this is a pattern of behavior with Umar. So he travels and travels, and he's doing all this dirt, and then ultimately he has to come back to Philadelphia and live with his mama inside her Section 8 housing, and then he's back up at these abandoned buildings that he calls FDMG, begging for money all over again. This is the routine that he runs. It's not healthy. Even the sexual aspect of this is not healthy. He got a problem. Umar got a problem. It's not healthy to be wanting to have sex with all these women and then trying to, you know how much energy that takes? Even because he be luring them. Right? You know how much energy that takes just to lure them, and then to do what you do? That don't even make no sense. Something wrong with him. Okay? So yeah, these are things that he needs to consider. He needs to consider his health. Of course, the podcasters that bring him on, they're complicit with this, Barry, at this point, because they know. Okay, the Breakfast Club, they know. art with the art of dialogue, he knows. Okay, but he brings views, right? And then of course the donors. I don't think Umar's getting the type of money that he got in the past, and I think his donors are waking up more and more because they're realizing he's not even talking about why am I sending this guy all this money, and he's not even doing anything with this so-called FDMG. It don't take this long. This is nuts. Right. So the donations, they're not coming like they used to. And another thing to think about, too, by the way, is that if you guys think about it, Umar on his IRS filings for 2024, he said he only collected $80,000. How you going to run a school collecting $80,000 a year? Which you ain't going to be able to pay 2 teachers with $80,000 a year. Oh, my wife, she made some enchiladas. $80,000 a year. See, it don't even make no sense. It's a lost cause. I already told people this long time ago, Bear, that it's a money pit, and it's not financially viable. What that means is that from a financial standpoint, you look at it as a business. I approach my YouTube page as a business. You look at it as a business, it's not viable. So more and more people are realizing that truth. They're not going to send him the money. That's why in the IRS, I guarantee he raised more than 80,000, but that's what he's just reporting to the IRS. Still, you're not going to be able to run a school on $80,000 a year. That's crazy. See? But Umar, he has to keep doing this because he's a creature of habit, and that's what sets him up. So the money comes in so he can travel. He's over in Africa right now. He sexually exploits these women. He gets some speaking engagements. That feeds his ego, too, because he feels like he's really doing something. But then ultimately, he has to come right back to his mama's Section 8 housing. And Umar's been homeless since 2019. What kind of man? Ain't nothing changed. It's the same routine. And that's it. That's all this comes down to. That's all this comes down to. Not one black child's been educated. He don't even like dealing with children. He ain't got no business being around children anyway, talking the way he be talking. Real talk. Not one black child's been educated. You, Umar Johnson, just ask the question out of the millions of dollars, $2.7 million is my best estimate. But I can prove conclusively just from the IRS filings, like I said, from 2020 to 2024. Yeah, 2020 to 2024. That Umar has raised $1.7 million, but he's telling people in 2025 that he hasn't raised $1 million. Well, listen, that's the IRS filings. We're not counting everything else. Why hasn't one black child been educated yet? I don't mean to go off on this, Barry. Why hasn't one black child been educated? Not one. So you send him the money because you want to help Black Power and all this stuff. He cons you all. And it sounds great. All that Black Power shit, I get it. I've been there. Back in 1994, I've been there, but don't let people use that to play you like a fool. That's what Umar's done. Not one black child been educated. So where's your money gone? It's gone to Umar mainly, and not a school inside. I'm gonna leave right there, Bear. I don't even go on. All right, thank you for the soup chat. So hit the PayPal. That's Umar. Thanks to everyone who sent me PayPal to in CashApps. I forgot to thank people yesterday. I've been getting a lot of those too recently. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, let me get to these final ones here, then we're going to get to the video. All right, we already got blowed up. What's up, Brian says, I just want to know, what was Umar doing in Sweden when there's less than 1% black people there, hunting snow rabbits like Elmer Fudd, perhaps? Now, again, Umar will take any opportunity to speak anywhere. Because on one hand, Brian, it feeds his ego, because he wants to believe that he's this great black leader. How you going to be a great black leader, but you've been homeless since 2019? You're supposed to be the primary caretaker for your mama, but you're not even there to take care of your mama. And then on top of that, you don't raise millions of dollars for a school that does not exist. You're scamming black people. See? But yeah, he'll go to Sweden. For Umar, why not? They got hotels and motels in Sweden. You see what I'm saying? Because he's homeless. See, that's all this comes down to. And then people say, well, why don't he just, well, he's a school psychologist. No, he's not. Go pull it up. Show me right now for 2025, 2024, 2023, 2022, 2021, 2020. Do I need to keep going? 2019, 2018, 2000. Go show me. Show me. All right. I don't care what anyone says. Show me receipts. You're not going to find them because he hasn't been working as a school psychologist since 2010, 2011. I even found a video yesterday where he says, you know, and he didn't use the word retire, but I resigned as a school psychologist. He's talking about back in the day when he was a school psychologist in Philadelphia. So no, it's not that he's working as a school psychologist anywhere. Where? He's not even certified to be a psychologist, and hasn't been for years now. Not nationally or locally in Pennsylvania. That's why you go on the databases, you're not going to find his name. See? So the point that I'm getting at is being homeless and really being a international hobo in essence. Umar, he'll go anywhere because they'll provide him with food. They'll provide him with a place to stay because he doesn't have his own place to stay. And of course, that gains him more access to more women to sexually exploit. Come to my hotel room. That's what he does. And that's the pattern, like I was saying with Barry, Brian, it's the pattern to Umar. That's what his life has come down. And he's been living like this for a long time. There's literally thousands of women out there that have been sexually exploited by Umar. Well, hundreds, if not thousands. Okay, just to be fair, right? Thanks, Brian. Again, real quick, if Umar had a job as a school psychologist, he would have to be at a location. He would have to have a residence, right? You guys understand what I'm saying? If he was a school psychologist, he'd be working in schools, right? Yeah, that's how that works. Okay. But how is Umar doing that when he's traveling all over the world? Well, because he's not a school psychologist. And he doesn't have his own residence. That's why he likes to travel, because they provide him with room and board. It's really that simple, right? All right, thanks, Brian. Valerie says, your work is very thorough and incredible. Thank you. Thank you so much, Valerie. I try to be, listen, I try to be as fair as possible. There's been a time where I've been incorrect because of research. I didn't go far back enough in the research. A real quick example. There was a time I thought that this all started with this FDMG school scam. I thought it started in 2014. Nope. As I researched more and more, I realized that it started, at least I thought, based upon the research, that it started in 2010. When Umar, it was January of 2010, he said the school was going to open September 11, 2013. But as I dug more and more and more, even more recently, I realized, because Umar, there's a video I can put up and play it for, where he says he conceptualized FDMG in 2004, and he started building this project in 2005, which correlates to his resignation at the UNIA in Philadelphia, where he was running a scam there, trying to get money for a renovation project. You guys see how this works with Umar? So the research has expanded. I've not once lied on this guy, not one time. Right. And I go with the research, I go with the receipts, and with the amount of time that I've spent in terms of the research at this point, I know this stuff. I know my stuff dealing with Umar. I got a whole timeline and everything. Finished one documentary already. I'm working on another one now. There's a whole lot of research and time that has gone into this. But I will say this, Valerie, I've always been fair with Umar, and I will continue to do that, because that's about integrity. See, I'm not going to lie on this guy. He's lying on me, but two rights don't make a wrong, right? Thank you, Valerie. I appreciate the super chat. What's up? Dion says, what's up, bro? Your emotional intelligence is remarkable. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that too. Emotions are important too. Intellectual processes are important too. But when it comes to emotions, it's important to be intelligent about it too. And I tend to feel emotions strongly. Okay, good or bad. If someone's suffering, like even yesterday when listening to Mary Ann tell her story, there were times where it hit me. It's just horrible how Umar did her. Just horrible, and he doesn't even care. It's not that it's a competition, but I think Umar and I, that's one of the things that we are in truly opposite. And that is that he has no emotions for anyone else. Me, I tend to feel emotions for other people, deep emotions, especially people who are taken advantage of, or if they're suffering. Umar doesn't give a shit. Okay. He just does not, it don't even register to him, because he don't see people as people or as human beings. He sees people as resources, like a narcissist would. Okay. So when I talk about intelligence and critical thinking, I'm not devaluing the importance of emotions. I'm just saying that emotions must be regulated for the proper intellectual process, but there's also something called emotional intelligence. We should develop empathy and sympathy for other people, because that allows us to be able to feel what they're feeling, so we can have a better understanding of what they're going through. And I think yesterday, it was moving. Okay, again, like I said, if you guys have not seen the interview with Mary Ann Lauren, please check that out as soon as you can. All right. Thank you, brother Dion. I appreciate you, bro. Peace be with you. Sent to the super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate the super sticker. Gizmatic says, every time you turn up the heat, he has some paint. He has someone paint a wall or a door. I can't believe people are still falling for this sham. Yeah, that's the pattern. He's a creature of habit. When he gets called out, and whether it is with his personal dealings or the financial dealings, or it's the business dealings, or when it's dealing with the school, he does something, to kind of get his followers riled up or get them excited again. See, he's used this card of FDMG and renovations so many times. Cookie Crush Chat hit the one. I mean, I've seen Umar do paint days outside. I've seen him do paint days inside, many different paint days on the inside, cleanup days, tours inside the dark. I mean, the list goes on and on. Shopping for shit, just randomly picking up shit for the, But his followers, they see, I go, yeah. You need to cut it out. He's such a manipulator. That's what he does that for. Whenever he get hemmed up, he has to pull something out. We got new doors. We got new doors. At some point, he's going to say, we got the floors, even though he said renovations were done back in 2023. Even that right there, I don't get it. If someone says that renovations were complete in 2023, why are they still renovating in 2025? Somebody told a lie, right? If I told you all that I was building a school and I said renovations are done today and we're in 2025, and then almost 3 years later, I'm saying we're still working on finishing these renovations, somebody lied. That makes sense? Well, it doesn't make sense to say that because it's a lie. But that's what Umar does. He's a creature of habit, and then his followers see that and they get excited, and then he strings them along. The analogy that I've always used is it's like a donkey chasing a carrot. They think that they're getting closer to the grand opening, and we're getting closer and closer, and Umar just strings them along, and every once in a while, he'll just take the carrot and put it a little bit closer to the donkey's nose, and then he puts it back. And it just starts over and over and over again. And in particular, just good observation that when Umar gets in trouble like he's in trouble right now, this is the primary time where he starts pulling stuff. Whatever he can come up with, he'll start, he'll figure something out. And if he can't do something with those abandoned buildings to get people excited again, he will act like he's been victimized. Okay, or he'll do both. He'll act like he's been victimized. The vandalism. See. That vandalism was 2 years old. We did the analysis. All right. Thank you for the super chat. Gizmatic. Did I get to everyone? Let me just check here real quick. Oh, Sal, how's it going? Sal says, Umar's life is a mess if his own mom called him derogatory names like Blackie. There goes Blackie, damn shit. Yeah, but I think, Sal, I think that she probably called him that. It's likely that she called him that when he was a child. And it's something that he's still grappling with to this day, dealing with his skin color. That's why he's a colorist to this day. I mean, it's sad, but it is what it is. By the time you're 50, you should, as a so-called great psychologist, you should have resolved these issues, Umar. The other thing, Sal, is that she also called him. I can't remember if she called him the devil or Satan, one of the two. That's very telling. If your own mama's calling, y'all remember what did he call her? Lanae. She was the one that said that it was either Satan or the devil. Okay, if your own mama's calling you that, yeah, his life is a mess. See, yeah, I mean that's telling. It was devil. Okay, yeah, it was devil. Thanks, Tori, and thanks, Lanae. Thanks for being here too. Yeah, so if your own mama's calling you, and she's a Christian, if she's calling you devil, that's no joke. See, ain't no telling, Sal. Ain't no telling what Umar has exposed his mother to over the years because he's messy. Okay. His mother also talked to, because we had him on his interview, Umar Johnson's nephew, and was telling the nephew how Umar, I think she said this, that Umar was having women come through there and having sex with him. Okay, that's his mama's residence. What kind of 50-year-old man does some shit like that? That's crazy. No respect. He takes the whole second floor and he bringing women through to run through him. She Christian, she ain't cool with that. But Umar is a creature of habit, see, and he lives a very, very messy life. I don't think at this point I don't think he's going to change. He's so used to it. He's a creature of habit. Yeah, Kimmy, it's so sad, because even if maybe she wasn't the best, and I don't know this to be the case. I'm just throwing this out there. Even if she wasn't the best mother to Umar, that is still not right for her in her elderly years to have to suffer the way that she's suffering. And Umar's supposed to be the primary caretaker. Ain't no telling what he's put her through. There's no telling. Thanks, Sal, for the super chat. She's the victim. Umar's not the victim. I did a video to talk about that. She ain't no victim. I mean, Umar's no victim. Okay, Umar's the victimizer. He don't like women. Period. He'll sexually exploit you, but he don't like you. He definitely don't love you. Thanks, Sal. James says Umar know he will settle with hospice wives. Listen, if they had hospice come through Umar, he'll be trying to run through them too. Let me stop. I shouldn't have said that. Thanks, James. I shouldn't do that. Let me be nice today, okay? Thanks, James. It's true though. Another James. How's it going, James Smith? Someone play R. Kelly, Come to My Hotel. No. Yeah, Umar, he look at you women and black women. He say, y'all, you remind me of my Jeep. I said, oh no, that's a horrible lyrics. Okay, thanks, James. Hey, how's it going? Mr. Monica says, I'm building a school for HVAC techs. I don't know anything about HVAC. Been collecting money since 2017, but I still need more money. Get on, hit the PayPal. Yeah. Umar, he's thoroughly inept. He doesn't know what he's doing. But at this point, Mr. Monica, he doesn't care. It's not about opening up a school. It's about getting as much money as he can before he shuts this scam down and moves on to the next. He don't care. When was the last time, real quick, this is even for you, Umar Johnson Falls. When was the last time Umar gave a full-fledged update on FDMG? And I'm asking everyone, okay, in Cook Fresh Chat. Y'all let me know. I'm talking about a full-fledged, you remember he used to do these updates back in the day. Okay, he acquired his abandoned buildings in February of 2019. He used to do updates and be sitting out there and talking, and sometimes he'd be on the inside, just walking around, looking out. It looked like I don't know, a haunted house. But at least he would get up there and give give some updates. Yeah, the last time was in around 1984. Somewhere around there, okay? No, the point is that he doesn't even bother giving any type of update anymore because that's not his focus, because he don't get the type of money that he used to get. $8,000, that's what or $80,000 a year, that's what he's reporting to the IRS. Let me get out my calculator. I mean, that's got to be the lowest he's ever gotten, at least that he's reported. And I know that for a fact that he's reported. 80,000 divided by 12, that's $6,666. Let's just round that up. $6,700 a month. You're going to run a school on $6,700 a month? That's why he don't even bother giving updates anymore, because the money done ran dry. And again, I guarantee you, Umar collected more than that, but that's just what he's reporting to the IRS. But even that, considering that, there's no way. So, Mr. Monica, but Umar, he knows that he at this point, he knows and he's known it for years. It's not going to work. He's not even invested in it. He doesn't indicate to anyone that he's serious about being, because opening up a school, so he would be there every single day, right? Rarely is he there, especially these days. Last year too. Okay, 2019, he used to be up there a lot. 2020, 2021, and even in 2022. By 2023, you start to see a trickle down. 2024, trickle down. 2025, very rarely, right? That's because the money has gotten less and less and less. And at this point, he only bringing in, let's just say $7,000 a month. Damn. I don't even mean to go here, but I'm not even going to say it. That's boy, I tell you. And he's still going with it. All right. But again, he don't got a job, so I guess, right? Thanks, Mr. Monica, for the super chat. And keep working on the HVAC tech school. Let me know. I might enroll myself. Kiasia, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Kiasia, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate it. All right. Crystal, thank you. Yeah, he's a hot mess. He's been that way for a very long time. None of this is new. The thing is that now more people are coming out to speak against Umar and sharing their story. And I'm going to encourage anyone out there. Okay, quick for chat. We take care of our guests, and I've been doing my best to make sure we manage the chat room, to make sure that people are on their best behavior. And if there's anyone out there who would like to speak with me, or even if you don't want to come on live, you want to speak with me about your experience with Umar, you can email me at LenonHonor@yahoo.com. There's other people that sent me stuff. I just have to ask them whether or not it'd be okay for me to share it. Some of them actually they want to come back on, come on to the show, but I haven't heard back from them, or come on to the show. Thank you, Crystal, for being a member for 43 months. I appreciate it. And Iceman Vamp says floors and doors, lean or floors and doors. That's what Umar's been saying for, I don't know, it's 2023, right? It's about to be 3 years ago. No, it's about to be. I always got to be fair. It will be exactly 2 years next month. Yeah, next July, August. Yeah, August. I think I would have to go back and look, but I think in next month it'll be 2 years since he made that announcement that the renovations were complete. That was back in 2023. Actually, I think it's almost 3 years. Yeah, it's almost 3 years. That's what it is. Thank you, Iceman Vamp, for the super chat. Okay, let's get going. How's it going, James? Appreciate you, sir. Okay, let's get into it. Thanks for all the super chats, everyone who sent in the super chat. I appreciate you all, including Iceman Vamp, of course, and everyone else. All right, let's get going with the video now. We're going to watch the whole thing today, and I'm going to limit my commentary to start because we kind of covered maybe the first third of this video. We covered it the last time we did a live stream specifically doing reactions to Umar. So I'll limit my commentary to start. I'll just stop it every once in a while. And then we get to the part where we stop. That's when I'll pick up my commentary. Okay, that's the plan. Thank you all again. Cooker Sets Undefeated. Yeah, if y'all hit that like button, I appreciate it. If you're enjoying the show, we got 1,600 people here in the building. Thank you guys so much. Everyone who's taking the time to watch this show. I really do appreciate it. Okay. All right, here we go.
Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism.
And this video is from July 9th, 2025. And this is Umar's response to the first interview. Was it the first interview or the second interview? I think it's the second interview. I could be wrong. The second interview that we did with Lanae. Shout out to Lanae. Here we go.
Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. This is your big brother, Dr. Umar Ifatunde Oguntade, a.k.a. Nana Payena, a.k.a. Dr. Jermaine Shoemake, the Prince of Pan Africanism, King Kong Consciousness, RB Jesus, Intercontinental Ifatunde. I want to wish everybody a beautiful Thursday. A beautiful Wednesday. July the 9th. I just wanted to go live because I haven't been live in, I don't know, about a month now, I guess it's been.
No, you're going live because you shook anyway.
So much has happened since I have last went live. I'm going to try to keep this to about 30 minutes. I'm going to try to keep this until about 30 minutes. It's 12:50 p.m. So I'm going to try to end this at about 1:15. Brothers and sisters, I want to address two situations. Normally, I ignore nonsense, but this is a time where I think I need to address the nonsense for the sake of my true and sincere supporters and FDMG donors. And those words are synonymous because
okay, again, this is the rallying cry. Anytime Umar gets hemmed up, someone had mentioned this earlier. I can't remember if it was it Barry or Brian? I think it was no. I think I can't remember who it was. I apologize, but it might have been Matt. But what Umar does is that when he gets in trouble, he always goes to his supporters to appeal to them to get their sympathy and get them to support him. And normally, what he does is he's a creature of habit. This ties to what Barry had brought up. He's a creature of habit. What he does is he tries to turn whatever the scenario is, he tries to turn it into an opportunity to get more money out of his followers. Okay, so he plays a victim, and then okay, all right, never mind. Listen, never mind. Let's go.
If you are a supporter, you donate. And if you are a donator, you are a supporter. You can't be a supporter who doesn't donate. You can't be a donor who doesn't support. So this is for my loyal FDMG Academy donors, Dr. Umar supporters. Hit your PayPal.
Here we go.
PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. Hit your PayPal. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. Hit your PayPal. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy.
I'm trying not to pause it.
Brothers and sisters, we need to choose the campus name.
What?
For FDMG Delaware. We need to choose the campus name for FDMG Delaware. I'm thinking about naming it after one of the grandmothers of black nationalism.
What's up, Seth? Why are you trying to name it Umar after 6 years, almost 6.5 years? That's crazy.
That's me in the middle, brother. That's the Honorable Jean-Jacques Dessalines, first emperor of Haiti. Next to him is the Prophet Nat Turner. Next to him is the great and honorable Frederick Douglass. And next to him is the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. Now, let me give you a quick history. The Haitian Revolution began on August the 21st, 1791. The Nat Turner Revolution began 40 years later on the same day, August the 21st, 1831.
I heard about that.
I was born August the 21st, right?
So what, Umar? Umar, you always do this. Yeah, and on August 21st, that's when the first space shuttle got its first engine to work. So Umar, cut it out.
Frederick Douglass, who I'm related to by blood.
No, you're not.
Okay? We are both descendants of Isaac and Betsy Bailey by
No, you're
blood.
not.
Frederick Douglass escaped from slavery out of Baltimore through Wilmington, Delaware.
By the way, the Mona Lisa was stolen on August 21st, just so that you guys know, 1911. All right. I just think it's so important because it just proves how important Umar is. By the way, it was on August 21st. Usain Bolt, he retired as a Jamaican sprinter, widely regarded as the greatest sprinter of all time. That was August 21st of 1986. Okay, just to prove how important Umar is. All right. One other one I'll give you guys. August 21st, found in 2014, Brazilian Blowout Day. We're going to end that one right there. I'm not going to go any further on that. I said, what the P. Diddy is going on, family? All right. I got to find that video. Ooh, I was mad because he said they kept showing him bad schools. He tried, I can't find the school because they keep showing me these bad schools. He said, they showing me schools all broke down, got the back all blown out. I said, what the P Diddy they doing to these schools? Anyway, all right, let's stay focused. Here we go.
It's good to see you, brother.
It's good to see you, my beautiful African queens. How y'all doing?
That's right. You know I fucks with you.
I appreciate that. Stay with me. Keep me in your prayers because you know they hating. Oh man, where's that at?
Right here, around the corner.
Literally around the corner.
Okay. Put my number in your phone. You got your phone? Put my number in there. Text me so I can lock you, queen. Don't go nowhere. I want to finish that lesson. I ain't going to take too much of your time. In case you might got to tell it to somebody if I'm not here.
Oh yeah.
Let me know when you're ready, queen. 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858. Shoot me a text. All right, ladies. Appreciate y'all. I'm going to see you at the grand opening. Sister Sharice. All right, ladies. One love. So, Marcus Garvey, right? And I'm a Garveyite, former Minister of Education for the UNIA. Marcus Garvey's Black Star Line Steamship Company was incorporated from Wilmington, Delaware. You feel me? So that's the connection.
This guy over here, I don't mean to be this way, but don't this guy, he sound like a goat. Listen to him, how he respond to Umar.
So on my right side is the August 21st connection. On my left side is the Wilmington, Delaware connection. Now I'm going to give you one more. And I was tempted to put her on here, but I said, let me just do the fellas. I was going to put these two queens who almost went up there. One of them is Queen Mother Harriet Tubman.
Okay.
And another one is Queen Mother Mary Ann Shadd. Have you ever heard of Mary Ann Shadd?
I ain't heard of her.
She's from Wilmington, Delaware. Check this out. She's the first female newspaper publisher on the North American continent. Feel me?
I believe that.
First,
goosebumps.
you feel me? She was born here. Her mother.
Why are you getting goosebumps?
And father were Underground Railroad station masters. Yes, she opened up a school in Wilmington, another one in Chester, and then another one somewhere in PA. She's one of the grandmothers of black nationalism. Her newspaper, which was called the Provincial Freeman, she published it out of Canada because her parents moved to Canada because during the Underground Railroad, as you know, the fugitive slave law allowed you to track a runaway slave anywhere. So you wasn't safe unless you moved to Canada. So she moved to Canada and started a newspaper, and the motto on her newspaper was, self-determination is the road to independence. Pan Africanism from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. That's where I went to high school, Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. So Mary Ann Shadd almost went up here because I'm building the school. She built the school. You feel me? Harriet Tubman was the other one. Even though Harriet Tubman was from Bucktown, Maryland, she spent a lot of time in Wilmington. Why? Because her main financial supporter was a man named Thomas Garrett, white guy, Thomas Garrett. He's the one who gave Harriet Tubman the horse and carriage she used to free her mother and father. Wow. Guess what day Thomas Garrett was born on? August the 21st. You feel me?
See this guy? He even take a white man to try to make himself seem important. That's that narcissism. And this guy back here, wah, wah. Boy, I might need to get this guy. Let me stop.
So I'm gonna do another mural. I'm gonna do another mural with the queens. I'm gonna put Anna Douglas, wife of Frederick Douglass, because you know they keep talking about the white lady he married when he was an old man. Nobody gives.
No, see, Umar doesn't want to address that. Her name is what was her name? Something Butts, I think. I thought it was something like that. Yeah, Frederick Douglass, based upon Umar's own words, he would be considered to be a snow bunny hopper. But whenever people bring it up, Umar, he deflects. He'll start talking about, well, what about his real blue, black, chocolate, purple, black, chocolate wife and blah, blah, blah. No, okay, deal with the facts, Umar. Let's see, Frederick Douglass, and it was Pitts or something like that. Frederick Douglass, second wife. Helen Pitts Douglass. That's what her name was. Yeah.
Respect to the black woman he was married to for 50 years and gave him all 5 of his children. You feel me? So I got to do Anna Douglas. I'm going to do Amy Jakes Garvey, Marcus Garvey's widow, right? Oh, yeah. I'm going to do Harriet Tubman and Mary Ann Shadd. And of course, you know, Bob Marley
there you go.
Used to spend time in Wilmington, a few blocks away.
There's plenty of people that spend time in Wilmington. Some of you people in this chat room right now, you spend time in Wilmington. Some of you that going to watch this video at a later time, you spend time in Wilmington. I've never spent time in Wilmington. But maybe you have. Some of y'all have, right? Some of y'all live in Wilmington. Some of you got cousins that live in Wilmington. Some of y'all grandmama lived in Wilmington. Some of y'all great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaddy lived in Wilmington. Okay.
So Garvey got a Wilmington connection, and then Bob Marley got a Wilmington connection.
There's a lot that people don't
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Have so much history.
And let me go education. You familiar with the Brown versus Board of Education Supreme Court decision 1954, right? Mm-hmm. When they overturned school desegregation. Well, that case was a composite of lower, smaller cases. Did you know that one of the cases in the Brown versus Board of Education Supreme Court case that overturned segregation in 54 was Newcastle County, Delaware? Yes, sir. Newcastle County, Delaware was one of the main cases in the Brown versus Board of Education decision. So I'm saying all that to say this, brother. We've been through hell and high water to get this school up. You feel me? And we ain't out the clear. But I'm giving you this history because what I just told you is what keeps me believing in making this school come true. You feel?
Yeah, that's delusional thinking. Delusional thinking. He did this video at a time wherein he knew that he had reported the IRS that he only raised about $80,000 in a year. Okay, but this is what keeps him believing? All this fantasy delusional thinking? No, what keeps Umar doing this is the money. That's it. If the money stopped today, we wouldn't see Umar up there ever again. He would have no reason. He'd just move on to the next grift. That's what he does. He's been doing this for such a long time. Right? See, real quick, a lot of people don't realize that it's just iterations. The current iteration of FDMG is in Wilmington, Delaware. The previous iteration of FDMG was St. Paul's College. But in between St. Paul's College and Wilmington, Delaware, you have all these side quests. Right? The school in New York, Mount Vernon, New York. I couldn't remember the other day, last week. Mount Vernon, New York, the school in Florida, the school down in Atlanta. Right? And I can pull up videos where Umar, he's walking through different schools. There's one video, so one of the weirdest videos I should pull up and show you guys, where he's walking through this abandoned building, and it looks more like a daycare, but he's acting as if this is a potential school site, and it's only him. No one's showing him the property or anything. He's walking through. He don't even say anything. Weird. Okay. So what I'm getting at is that no, it's not just Wilmington. It's all the other school scams. The one in Detroit, that was a crazy one too. He actually did a video on that and came up with this whole narrative about how they were trying to sell that building, and it was black owned. No, none of that is true. Right? But that's what Umar, he's been doing this for such a long time. The point is that once the Wilmington school scam runs its course, Umar will move on to another grift, right? That's what he does. Another scam. Man should just summon Beat it. Might as well. I used to love that first movie because I had a little crush on, I think her name was Renona Ryder, because of she was kind of emo back then. You got what I'm talking about? She was emo before emo. But I had a little crush on her, and then her mama in that film, I had a little crush on her for a little while too. And but with Winona Ryder, that was more of an extended one, maybe about 4 or 5 months. Okay, all right. Thanks, CJ. The young lady I really had a crush on, there was this movie. It was a vampire movie called Lost Boys, and there was a woman and a young lady in that one, and she was so fine to me. She really was. I said, I wish she'd bite my neck. I said, I wish you would. My milk of magnolia queen. I said, go right on ahead and bite that neck. Anyway, thanks, CJ. You got me. Okay, I'm going to pause it after that, okay? Thanks, James. How's it going, Holly B? But was it a black Mona Lisa? Yeah, it was a black Mona Lisa. I love y'all. Hashtag quick protest. Meeting with my hand surgeon next week, so I'm enjoying tonight's laugh. Okay. All right. Hope everything goes well with your hand surgeon. And I hope if they do perform surgery, that everything turns out all good. Make sure you keep us updated. Okay. Thank you, Holly B, for being a member for 42 months. I appreciate you. Let me do these others real quick. We're getting back to the video. Black Wolf says, been on this block for 6 years and didn't know the social services was right around the corner. Yeah. That's telling in and of itself. Why wouldn't he know that? Umar, he has no inroads, no grassroots connection to any of those people after 6 years and almost 6.5 years now, right? Black Wolf, next month it'll be 6.5 years. Wow, can you believe this? Damn. Things change in 6. I got a gut, hair all gray, taking my time, getting up the stairs now. Sometimes before I go up, I look up and I'll say, okay, here we go. I got to tell myself, are you ready? Here we go. He don't even know that the social services, and shouldn't he know that as a community activist? Yeah, but it just goes to show you, he ain't serious about opening up a school or none of that stuff. You don't even know them people up over there. Not like that. Yeah, Umar is a great community. Yeah. He's not a community activist. He's not even known in that community. He spends most of his time traveling. He even threatened to call the police. And in fact, he did. He called the police on the kids that was up there. Y'all remember that? That was last week or the week before. Called the police on them. He's a community activist. And them kids, he was like, I'm gonna call the police. He said, call the police. I don't give You know, them kids, they don't care. They say, who is this guy? They probably thought he was just a dope fiend walking through. I'm gonna call the police. Call the every police. I don't get my little kid. 6.5 years later, almost 6.5 years later. Okay, thanks, Black Wolf. Umar's not a community activist. He's a social media influencer. If he didn't have the internet, no one would know him. Real talk, man. And he's so goofy and all over the top. That's people that find entertainment value. Then he'd be running his mouth. They like listening to him run his mouth. Thanks, Black Wolf. He's 2-5. I think this is called claiming false association. Yeah, he's been doing that for a long time with the Frederick Douglass thing. And also he says that he's a descendant of Pharaoh Ramses. He also said that he's a descendant of, I always want to say Mahalia Jackson. Underground Railroad. He just said it a little earlier. I just see, here we go. I'm getting too old. I don't forgot already. But that's what he does. And Frederick Douglass, of course, he's not related to Frederick Douglass. His daddy took a DNA test. There's no blood relationship, no genetic relationship, but he still runs with the line. Last time I checked, his daddy was running with the line. That's crazy. Yeah, Harriet Tubman. I'm sorry. I always forget. I don't know why I do that every single time. Umar, I could pull it up. He said he's a descendant of Harriet Tubman. No, you're not. Cut it out. Next thing you know, he's gonna say he's a descendant of Black Anonymous and Malcolm McFly. He said, I'm a descendant of Malcolm McFly. I said, what are you talking about? Who else? James? Yeah, James. Yeah, Brian. He's a descendant of Brian, Black Mario. All right. No, he did. He said Pharaoh. No, I'm serious. He said Pharaoh Ramses. That's what he said. Boy, he just be lying so much. It's ridiculous. It's not even reasonable. How did they get the? Never mind. I'm just gonna leave it right there because Umar, he's something else. Someone said, do Umar own them buildings in Delaware? Yeah, based upon the paperwork that I've seen. Now, there is a situation that I've thought about, but I haven't looked into it. So I'm just throwing this out there as something to consider. And I got to go back because someone had sent this to me too. The IRS filings. I should do it right now, but we got to get going here. I just have to remember to do this. Matter of fact, let me set this aside because I'm gonna look into this first. I'm just bringing this up now because of the tax situation and how he hadn't paid taxes, property taxes for a long time. They had accumulated. He's because he didn't have nonprofit status in 2019 when he acquired these abandoned buildings, and in 2020 he had to pay property tax. His donors had to pay the property tax. So overall, for both properties, there's two parcels. It was over $100,000. So that's $100,000 that's coming out of the Black community from donors that is wasted. All Umar needed to do was have his paperwork in order before he purchased these abandoned buildings in 2019. But he don't handle business. The point that I'm bringing up here is that those taxes, based upon the last time I looked, they were paid. And I'm wondering, how did Umar pay those taxes? If he paid, and they would have been paid in 2024. Well, if that's the case, then we should see on the 2024 tax filing, a change in terms of the amount of money that Umar has. We're in roughly $120,000 was spent to pay off the back taxes. That would be an expense, right? But that's what I'm saying. I'm getting ahead of myself. I got to go and look at that paperwork again and see. And what I was thinking is that it's possible that someone paid those taxes on his behalf, but perhaps in that there's some sort of a side deal. I'm totally speculating here, but that's something I wouldn't put past Umar. Okay? But again, I got to look at the tax filings first and crunch some numbers. Okay? But I'll be doing that. So I just got to remind myself. Thanks, Prime Time. Again, that's speculation. Just want to say that. Umar, he's teaching the first and last class at FDMG and not inside the school as a fully functional school. It's just crazy at this point. 6 years and 5 months later, he doesn't even have one classroom done. He doesn't even have a nice hat too, by the way. He don't even have an office done. How's that possible? That's not manly. If you've raised since 2020, we should say 2019 because that would be carryover the $500,000. 2019, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24, $1.7 million. You would think that Umar would at least have an office set up at this point after 6 years and 5 months. Why do people take him serious on this? Is there anyone here who takes Umar seriously on this? Hit the one. If you take Umar seriously, hit the one. If you don't, hit the two. Why would anyone take him seriously? Because that should be done that could be done in the first week back in February of 2019. There's no excuse for that. And he's still trying to collect money from people. Last year, $80,000. Gonna try to run a school on $80,000. Yes, crazy. Thanks, Reveal. See Gilmer for the super chat. Prime Time. Okay, I got that one. Thank you so much. Let's see. TB says no shade to Delaware, but it's the eastern shore of Maryland. Yeah, but he says that Umar will say that he'll say the eastern shore of Maryland. I'm not familiar with the geography like that. I didn't even know where. I remember when he first purchased these trap banners, I had to go and look where Delaware was at because it's small. It's really small. In fact, that's Joe Biden's home state. So Umar, you need to talk about that too when you talk about the importance of getting these trap banners in Delaware. That this is where Joe Biden, this his mama lived here. That's where he was born. That's what you need to say too. Make it special. Thanks, TB. FDMG fat dude, Mike. Okay, I don't want to do him like that. Okay, I don't want to do it like that. Thank you for the super chat. You play the guitar? All right. Shout out to Quiet Storm. Thanks for the super chat. Black Wolf gifted a membership. Thank you so much for gifting that membership. And whoever received that membership, make sure you thank Black Wolf. Thank you so much. Another one too. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Aminokal, I think. FDMG, forever delayed money gone. Yeah. Yeah, the classic one is FDMG, family, the money gone. This one comes in a close second. I'm just playing. That's me. Quiet Storm, that's mean. Okay, we don't want to do Umar like that. It's true, though. No, I'm just playing. FDMG, forever delayed money gone. The classic one is FDMG, family, the money gone. Right, but this fits too. Yeah. There's not one black child has been educated. It's still going on to this day. It's crazy. He's gonna be back up there soon because his speaking game. He's gonna have to come back over here to the United States of America, and he ain't got nothing based on the schedule. He ain't got much going on except a wedding. So he's gonna be back up there either in those abandoned buildings begging for money or in front of them, or he's gonna be inside the mama closet. Y'all notice he ain't been inside the mama closet in a while because we've been calling him out on that. And since I played that video where he flipped that phone when he was in his mama closet. See? Yeah. Thanks for the super chat. And then Laurie says, FDMG financially drained, morals gone. Yeah, Umar has no morals, that's for sure. I don't think he ever had morals in a traditional sense because you wouldn't engage in so much mess and shady behavior. And it's not just with FDMG, it's even in his personal life, the shady behavior. When he talks about and how he's talked about his baby mamas, how he's talked about his daughters, the narrative that he tried to paint in terms of what when he was in college and he was meeting his first baby mama, all this stuff, you can tell even back then he was never a man of character. He never was. Shout out to Information Man. Information Man said this yesterday. He was never a man of character, and he's still not a man of character to this day. His daughter is really struggling right now. He's nowhere to be found. He's over in Africa, living in hotels and motels, chilling. No care. He doesn't care at all. What kind of man, what kind of father? Well, you can't say that he has morals. See? That's crazy. Sexually exploiting black women. You can't say that he has morals. Trying to financially exploit black women like he did with the interview guest yesterday. I mean, it's crazy what he attempted yesterday. Guys, make sure you check it out if you haven't checked it out yet. My goodness. Thanks, Laurie, for the super chat. And then James says, so Goonie Goons means grannies from his nephew. No, Goonie Goons is different. Goon Goons is what they call, Goon Goon is what they call the grandma. Goonie Goons is Umar's fanciful thug army that he said he was going to have pull up. He called them a pull-up team. And back in the day, he would threaten his critics, including me and others. And he would say, we're going to get the pull-up team. And we're going to come to you and we're going to blah, blah, blah. Umar was real reckless back then. But these days, no, he ain't trying to talk like that, all big and bad. He don't do that. Okay. He was a marshmallow then. He's marshmallow now. The difference is that enough people have stood up to Umar that he knows that he can't just punk people like he thought that he could. And I'm not the one. Real talk. Thank you, sir, James, for the super chat. And then Lori says, FDMG finna deploy my goons. Yeah, it's the pull-up team. FDMG Goonie Goons. That's what you call it. You're going to deploy the goons. I have a video where he was in Chicago. He said, I got about 20 goons ready to something. I could pull it up. It's so ridiculous. He's sitting inside a rental car. What kind of school psychologist, black leader talk about? Anyway, thanks, Laurie. And then Smitty Boy says, what's up, Uncle Leonard? And Cooker said, I'm late to the party. I dozed off on the couch after dinner. I'm getting old. Yeah, that happens. Hope everyone is good. Yeah, thank you so much for tuning on in. Let's get back to the video, everyone. So we got to get through the whole thing today for sure, because we got to get caught up. There's other videos he's done we got to cover too. Thank you, Smitty Boy, for being a member for 2 months, and thank you for your support. User 225 said FDMG, F Lenon, this my what? What are you talking about? All right. Well, you be going too far. Okay, thank you for the super chat. Okay, let's get going. We're going to get going here. We got to make some headway. Here we go.
There's too much history, too many connections to me personally. You feel me? Yeah. So I just feel like it's not a coincidence that God brought me to this school. It's not a coincidence that God brought me to Wilmington, Delaware. You feel me? So that's what it is, bro. That's what it is. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's definitely what's up.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad I stopped in eggs. I'm really glad I stopped in eggs.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and there's the mirror right there. I'll be right back. I'll give me something to drink.
Definitely. Like I said, I'm gonna have to look more into this.
No doubt.
I didn't know Wilmington had this much.
Oh man. Oh man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How do I?
Well, take my number so you have it. Number one. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm always here.
Okay.
But once we open up and we do the grand opening, which I'm hoping will be before this year ends. Okay. You feel me? Yeah. The only thing left for us to do is to get the tiles put on the floor. and we got to get our classroom doors rekeyed. You feel me? New keys, because we ain't got the old keys to the classrooms, right? So once we get the classroom doors rekeyed and the tile on the floor, we apply for our certificate of occupancy, and now it's in the city of Wilmington hands. You feel me? So this has been 6.5 years, brother. We got to school February 7th, 2019. So it's been 6.5 years. It's been hell, brother. It's been hell and high water.
Wow. Why doesn't Umar have keys to the classroom doors after 6 years and 5 months? That's crazy.
It's been hell and high water, brother. Hell and high water.
It's coming together.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Everything's working out.
Everything's working out, brother. It's 6.5, but we didn't have to get this far. It could have took us 12.5. You feel me?
Yeah.
So I'm grateful. I'm grateful to the Almighty for where we at, bro. And we just gonna keep on pushing. And FDMG
Wait a
don't.
minute. What do you mean? Did he say? What did he say? It could have taken us 12.5.
Well, take my number so you have it. Number one. Don't worry. I'm always here.
Okay.
But once we
That's a lie right there. He over in Africa right now.
open up and we do the grand opening, which I'm hoping will be before this year ends. You feel me? The only thing left for us to do is to get the tiles put on the floor. And we got to get our classroom doors rekeyed. You feel me? New keys, because we ain't got the old keys to the classrooms, right? So once we get the classroom doors rekeyed and the tile on the floor, we apply for our certificate of occupancy, and now it's in the city of Wilmington hands. You feel me? So this has been 6.5 years, brother. We got to school February 7th, 2019. So it's been 6.5 years. It's been hell, brother. It's been hell and high water. It's been hell and high water, brother. Hell and high water.
It's coming.
Just lying.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Everything's working out.
Everything's working out, brother. It's 6.5, but we didn't have to get this far. It could have took us 12.5. You feel me?
What? What are you talking? That's crazy. I'm spitting 12.5 years. That's nuts.
So I'm grateful. I'm grateful to the Almighty for where we at, bro. And we just gonna keep on pushing.
I'm helping tell my daughter because every
For
time
sure.
I walk her past it,
Yes,
she's
sir.
always asking questions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So now I can finally get
Yes,
her
sir.
answer.
Yes, sir. For
So I
sure. For
definitely
sure.
give her an answer.
No doubt, brother.
Umar trying to get this guy to get on. That's what he's trying to do. What's up? MHB Television says 1 minute he can't psychologize the goons. The next minute he's praising their violent nature. I should see if I can find that video. Let me see real quick. I know it's so true. Umar, he's such a poser. Let me see. Goon. I think I have it under goons. Yeah, here it is right here. It popped up right away. Here it is right here. Wait, no, I got two of them. There's two of them that pulled up. Okay, this is the Chicago school scam right here. Maybe it's the same video, but just since you brought this up, MHB Television, I'm gonna show it to y'all real quick. Watch this.
Peace and love, black family. It's the Prince of Pan Africanism, Dr. Umar Johnson. I'm coming to you live and direct, Chi-Town. I'm in the building. We are in the Windy City. First visit in almost a year. I was here in Black History Month. But I'm driving to the Culture Connection, about to meet up with the security teams, Culture Connection. And soon when I turn the corner, I run into an available school for sale. Soon when I turn the corner, available school. So my question to Chicago.
How does he know that it's for sale? He just turned the corner and saw it.
All my family in Chicago, you know I love you. But I want to know why y'all ain't been sending me no schools. Because Hicko one right now.
See how much of a con man? Because he's in Chicago, he does this. He driving around, he just look for a random school that's dilapidated. This isn't too bad, but that's vacant. And he goes right into the spiel about he's trying to find a school in Chicago. And he's blaming Chicagoans, if you will, because y'all ain't sending him enough schools.
I turn the corner and I see a sign that says school available. You feel me? And
you see a sign that says school available? That's nuts.
I'm look like it's in pretty good shape. You know what I mean? Right here in Chicago. You know, so I'm like, it wasn't on.
Now, if he shows the sign, I'll correct myself. Let's see.
On LoopNet. You know, I'm not a realtor, so I've been doing the LoopNet thing. It's not on LoopNet, but it's a nice little property. Actually, it's not that small, so I don't know what they're going to charge me for it, but I don't know if they leasing it or selling it. Just got a couple schools in St. Louis, so I got to go to St. Louis.
All right, I don't feel like watching this whole thing. Let me skip through. This is the part right here where he starts talking crazy. How long is it though? Hold on. Because I got a short version. Here, let me play this right here.
10 in Black America ain't been the same since. So I had the Dawa interviews in Harlem. People start buying them up with all the other DVDs. Don't get me wrong. All the other DVDs is fire too. But the Dawa interview was new. It was recent. It wasn't that long. And it was super hot. So it was Chicago and New York. Chicago and New York. Because if it wasn't for the interview.
Yeah, rest in peace to Brother Dawa too. Here's a shorter version. Here it is.
Forward to seeing all my brothers who ride with me, my Goonie goons who ride with me from Chi. The brothers in Chi ride hard. They hit me up. They say, Doc, if you have any problem, call this number. We not playing. You understand? We will do time for you. We will die for you. If you ever have a problem when you come to the city, you hit me up. So I got like 50 goons.
Exactly 50. Hey, not 49, not 48, not 35 or 36, not 10 or 12 or 5 or 4. It's exactly 50. Ridiculous. Thank you, MHB Television. It's ridiculous. OJ says one deep pull-up team. Yeah. Umar's pull-up team is him, except he's marshmallow. He ain't gonna do shit. That's his pull-up team. He's so goofy. But that was all an acts of intimidation, and he used to do that a lot. That's what he tried to do that with Lanae. It didn't work. When women come out and expose him, he tries to intimidate them. He did that with a conscious stripper. Will he respond? The poll question is: will Umar respond to Mary Ann Lorient's expose? And make sure you get your vote in. We'll wait and see. Man, I'll give you guys my opinion on that towards the end of this live stream. We got some time. But again, Umar, he's a one-man show. Okay? He doesn't have an army. None of that stuff. He doesn't have no team. It's just him. So he will run his mouth and try to act big and bad and act like he got all of these ghetto thugs in his corner. But this is the same guy that proposed that the thugs on the corner that they needed to be exterminated, right? For good, as he stated. Thanks, old James, for the super chat. James, he says, now you get a drink. You had Cookie Crush chat going yesterday. Yeah, I know. We had a good time though. That was, I mean, it was riveting. You know, you guys make sure you check out the live from yesterday if you haven't checked it already. Incredible. And we want to thank the sister for coming on to share her story. Like I said, if there's anyone out there, if you want to have a story that you would like to share dealing with Umar, you can email me at LenonHonor@yahoo.com. Right? Thank you, sir. Antoine says, Umar Johnson brings shame to the legacies of Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey. If both of them were alive, they wouldn't approve of his shenanigans. Yeah, I totally agree. In fact, Frederick Douglass's real family members, descendants, they've called Umar out many times in the past, and they issued an official statement on their a website. It's the family website. And Umar, I remember he did a video where he was saying, no, they never put out any official statement. No, they totally did. Okay. Umar, he's a con man, and anything that can make him feel better about himself is self-aggrandizement. And he wants people to see him in a particular way. He'll use whatever he can, you know, including that he's a descendant of Frederick Douglass. All these dates, and that was on my birthday, and Jesus was born on my birthday. He said that one time too. And I'm a descendant of Pharaoh Ramses and Harriet Tubman, etc. All that is part of the scheme that Umar runs. It's part of shaping and molding people's perceptions about who he is. And that's what we call a master manipulator. Okay, he's none of those things. He's not even a school psychologist, but people believe that he is. But that's because he's been lying about that for years now. Just like Antoine, he's still lying about being related to Frederick Douglass to this day. Yeah. Thank you for the super chat. But that's Umar. Con men, you know, it's about confidence. So he wants to get people's confidence. So he can say that he's related to Frederick Douglass, or he's trying to do what Marcus Garvey did. It's pulling at people's heartstrings. It's all emotionalism, but he knows how to manipulate people in that way. But when we talk about tangible things, we look at the facts, critical thinking. Umar is none of those things. Nothing that he claims that he is, including being a scholar. He's not a scholar either. Right? Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. What's up, Ike? Ike says, she says, who's that fat guy yelling at the sidewalk? No, she probably seen him online. He didn't really know her, I can tell, but you know, it's just he's just a homeboy sitting out on in front of these abandoned buildings. That's all. Not one child's been educated. And ain't no telling how many people have rolled through there, Ike, and seen Umar over the years. It's almost 6.5 years, just seen him just standing out there. Some people probably just think he's a transient. He ain't doing nothing out there. He didn't even know. Anyway, thank you for super chat. Jonathan says $1 for each of Umar's Swedish Africans. Yeah, I'm sure there's not a lot of Africans in Sweden. I'm sure there are a few. But again, at the end of the day, Umar will go anywhere, any place, as long as they provide him with room and board, because those are the two things that he does not have. He does not have a place to stay, and he doesn't have a job to buy himself food. And truth be told, he uses donation money for those things, right? Same thing with rental cars, donation money. I don't get it. I don't see why people don't understand. The guy doesn't have a job. Well, he's speaking. Listen, his speaking engagements are limited, and yes, Umar will speak for free. All right, thank you, Jonathan. As long as they provide him with room and board. Speedy Boy says he says anything to get his mind at ease. Yeah. I think a lot of times. Then we get back to a lot of times with Umar when he's lying, it's more like self-soothing. It's self-soothing behavior. You know, he's making up these fantasies to make himself feel better about himself. You know, Lanae exposed him. He's making up these fantasies to make him feel better about himself. And these narratives. His daughter comes out and exposes him as a deadbeat and as being physically abusive towards her mother. But Umar creates these whole fanciful narratives to make himself feel better about himself, but then also to manipulate his followers into thinking one way about the situation, which it's never an accurate representation of reality, because Umar is a pathological liar. Real talk. Thank you, Smitty Boy. Okay, let's get back to it, everyone. Thank you guys all. Super chat. Shout out to Cooker Rush Chat. Cooker Rush Chat's undefeated. Let's go.
Appreciate you, man.
All right, brother. You enjoy.
You too now. You too. No, nah, you good. You good. You good. You good. So let me get back to this. The first week of March, my travels took me to Sweden. I was in Sweden, Stockholm, Sweden. And as y'all know, while I was in Stockholm, Sweden, my daughter, baby Smurf, she decided to quote unquote expose me while I was in Stockholm, Sweden. While I was in Stockholm, Sweden, the woman who I contracted with to care for my mother turned out to be a demon in disguise and is now one of my top haters and detractors. So I just think it's very fortuitous that Stockholm, Sweden, and shout out to all my Stockholm, Sweden Africans. Thanks to all my Stockholm, Sweden Africans. I just find it interesting that my daughter and this Kansas City hood rat, that both of them were in the works against me at the same time.
Okay, it wasn't at the same time either, but again, he's trying to paint the narrative that Lanae and his daughter are somehow conspiring against him. He's really out there.
Now, I do care for my mother, who I love more than anything in this world.
See the body language, self-soothing? See what he did there? Look closely.
Interesting that my daughter and this Kansas City hood rat, that both of them were in the works against me at the same time. Now, I do care for my mother.
See that right there? Self-soothing. Now, you can also look at the thumb. Okay, because Lanae talked about how his mother was saying that she broke his thumb.
Who I love more than anything in this world. And for those of you who care for your parents, you understand where I'm coming from.
Right, this is to get sympathy. Again, he's over in Africa right now, not taking care of his mother.
This is information that I didn't want to share, but I think it is appropriate to the conversation. And if I don't...
She's now a member of Lenon. Yeah, Umar up here. Yeah, and the woman, now she's a member of LenonHonor. What is that? What does that mean? What does that mean? That's all I saw Umar would say. He ain't gonna say that though. He said she's now a member of LenonHonor. This is sad. Cue the violins, okay? Thanks, James. Your kid, how's it going? Your kids will see this says ultimate hood hustler pretending to uplift the community, always spewing the same old shizzle he has been talking about for years, ain't done nothing. Yeah, at the end of the day, if people ask the question, and I don't think that his followers like to even think about this question, but I think it's a fair question. What has Umar Johnson done that's tangible and real for Black people? If I ask him to give me 5 things, he hasn't opened up a school. I'm not talking about running his mouth. He hasn't opened up a school. What has he done? He's not a school psychologist. He's not a school principal. He's not a therapist. Never was a therapist, but he claims that he. What has he done that's tangible and real? Thrown some block parties? That's not tangible. Purchased some abandoned buildings, but no Black children have been educated. He purchased those abandoned buildings with other people's money. Give me 5 things, and you, Umar Johnson followers, you can't do it. So it's interesting because one of the top 10 excuses that Umar Johnson followers they make for Umar when he's being criticized is, well, what are you doing for the Black community? Or you're trying to tear a Black man down. Well, let's deal with the second one there. When he's talking, he's mainly degrading Black people. Listen carefully. Like Black people ain't shit. So who's tearing down who? Right? And then what are you doing for my sons? They acting up downstairs. What are you doing for the Black community? Okay. That's what you call a red herring. It's a deflection because they can't give me or you in the cookie chat. Umar Johnson followers can't give you 10 things that Umar has done that's tangible and real for Black people. Traveling around, sexually exploiting Black women, financially exploiting Black women. That's not tangible and real. That's not positive. You can't give me 10 things. You can't give me 5. Just something to think about, right? Thanks, your kids. We'll see this. Kel's Lab says, super chat because I know he's a looky-loo. Big back TV having, TMNT, sheep sleeping, goon hiding, child neglecting, scammer self is pissed when you get paid. He sure is. But I'll be putting in work though, real talk. And it's not just the live streams. I'll be putting together things. Even yesterday's live stream, I put together questions. I had 4 pages of questions and I had them organized and everything. We didn't get to all the questions. I'll put time in, right? But for whatever reason, there are, and it's not just Umar, but there are people that get upset because I'm compensated here on YouTube, and I'm compensated very well, and I'm very appreciative. So I always thank people. Hi. Can you tell? Can you put the lasagna back in the fridge before you go out? Yeah. Thank you, baby. Yeah. So yeah. The thing is with Umar, he is upset about that, and then also the money doesn't come in like it used to either. You know, I'm talking about for his school scam, and I and other people who've been his critics, consistent critics, we have a lot to do with that. So on one hand, his money is funny, and it's always going to be funny because he's shady. But then on the other hand, one of his major critics, makes decent money here on YouTube part-time, and I'm thankful. I'm so thankful. I'm so grateful. My family is too. I don't take it for granted. So I always take the time to thank people. Okay, y'all don't have to do that. I don't ask. Okay, but if you want to bless, you can bless. I will accept the blessings. Okay, so that's real talk. Thank you so much, Kel's Lab. Umar's a looky-loo. He is. He probably watching this right now. He probably watching right now. He probably watched on the big back TV. Let me stop. With his Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle told, how you 50 years old got a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle comforter? Cut it out. He do. Well, you 50. That's like me having I'm almost 50. I have a Transformer G.I. Joe. That's crazy. Let me stop. My daughter laughing. Thanks, Kales, for a super chat. Antoine said Umar Johnson isn't even qualified to be a school janitor. qualifications, Umar talks about credentials, but in terms of qualifications, he's never been qualified to be a teacher. He's never been qualified. He's never taught as a teacher, and yet he wants to open up a school. See, Umar used to even tell, I kid you not, he used to tell these stories how he would work with school superintendents because they would come to him to ask him questions on how to organize and get things on track in these schools and stuff. Superintendents. He's delusional. But that's part of what Umar does. He wants to present himself as if he's something that he's not. See? Now, my daughter comes in, I greet her. We talk real quick because I'm a father and just, hey, how you doing, baby? Okay, am I getting up here acting like I'm not a father? No, I am a father every single day. Right? But Umar, he wants to present himself like he's all these things, but he's none of those things. Okay, he's a looky-loo. He's a black conscious scammer. He's a financial rapist of the black community. That was powerful. You guys make sure you check out yesterday's interview. That right there, that in and of itself, I said, wow. You guys should see my face when she dropped that gem. Let me see who's texting me. Oh, what is this? Oh, okay. Yeah, they talking about. Oh, okay. I got to read this. Okay, let me stay focused. Umar's not qualified for a lot of the things that he says he's going to do. Real quick, one last point I want to make. We get to the video. We're doing good on time too. We're gonna get the whole thing today. But even the idea of having an all-black school, it's against the law. So even there, we could just start right there. It's just not tenable. Okay. Again, Umar claims to have raised $80,000, only $80,000, not to be like that, for 2024. Well, if you only, and I'm sure he raised more, but that's what he reported to the IRS. Well, if you only raise $80,000, how are you going to open up a whole school and be able to have operating expenses? There's literally millions of dollars worth of renovation work that still needs to go into these abandoned buildings. And he only raised $80,000 last year. It's a scam. Okay. He's not even qualified. He could probably be a school janitor. He don't like to clean up though. That's the thing. He's a hoarder, so that's not going to work. I highly doubt. Well, I guess it's possible, but I highly doubt someone who's a hoarder that they could be someone who cleans up stuff real good. Umar, he just ain't got it in him. Right. Thanks, Antoine, for the super chat. I appreciate it. And then GIC money, something to that effect. Hey, then would you fight Umar in a box? If it was for charity, yeah, I would. If it was for charity, all right, because then I could train and I would actually. One of my sons, he boxes, so he can actually train me, and we can do it as like a whole big thing, and I get my weight down and put the muscle on, a little more muscle because I got so much of it already. Because I got all this, I just got to add a little more to it. You know what I'm saying? Get the cardio. You know what I'm saying? I just bought a treadmill, and so I got to put it together tomorrow. The box was like 215 pounds. I said, what in the world are y'all doing? Anyway, it came a couple of days ago, but I had it sitting outside because I didn't want to bring it up. I was like, all right. Anyway, I'd do it. I'd watch some tutorials. It'd be fun. Would you all pay for it? Hit the one. Listen, even you Umar Johnson files, would you pay for that? You know what I'm saying? We could donate all the money. All the money go to Q Butter, right? Q Butter and King Randall, they split the proceeds half and half. Would y'all pay to see that? Let me know in the chat room. I got a mean up. My hook, boy. My uppercut. I'm busy. Okay. All right. Thank you. That'd be wild, though. Yeah, information man was ref because he's fair. You know what I'm saying? He'd be the perfect ref. He really would. Yeah, information man with ref. Who would be in my corner? Probably KKC and Dion. And brother Dion be in my corner. Umar probably have it'd be SETI and Tiff to grip. All right. Well, that'd be wild. Okay, let's get back on track. Cookie Crush Chats undefeated. Let's go.
Finish this conversation now. I'll finish it later because we do have some things getting done today. So, I do not know if my firstborn is still with us in the flesh or not. People have been texting me that she may have unalived herself. God forbid. I'm going to hope for the best that no such thing has happened. And I'm going to speak to Baby Smurf situation in a minute. I'm going to
see that's sad in of itself. He's not even concerned whether or not she's alive or not. Why would you even get online and talk like that? Wouldn't you want to know that? He doesn't care. That's crazy.
Speak to that. But I just want to lay the groundwork by saying that all of this began while I was in Stockholm, Sweden.
Yeah. We get some trainers together. Brian, Nurse Alexis, she could be the cut man. Yeah, who else? Let's see. let me get it here. Drea be my spiritual advisor. She read a little word over me before I get to the boxing match. All right. Boy, I mean, I would pay to see that. Real talk. I would pay. I'm sorry. Let's stay focused. I'm tripping. Anyway, let's keep going. Here we go.
All of this began while I was in Stockholm, Sweden. All of this began while I was in Stockholm, Sweden. So I've been taking care of my mother for the past 7.5 years.
Yeah, see the self-soothing behavior here. Now his nephew said something a little bit different though. Okay, but it is what it is. We'll just say 7 years.
Spring of 2018. Many of y'all know that in January of 2018, after returning from my second trip to Japan and China, in January of 2018, after returning from my second trip to Japan and China, I had to stand trial with charges that were put upon me by the Pennsylvania State Board of Psychology that were motivated by YouTubian struggle streamers and Dr. Umar detractors. Y'all remember that? Well, shortly thereafter.
For every fan Looky Lou Tunde, for every fan Looky Lou Tunde has, there's 100 who were burned by him. Govern yourself accordingly. Yeah. Listen, there are thousands of people. In fact, there's tens of thousands because you donors, you've been burned by Umar too. You don't realize, some of y'all don't realize, some of y'all realize, because some of y'all in this chat room right now, you used to donate to Umar. I ain't going to actually hit the one, but you used to send him money because you believed in him. There's a lot of people that believed in. There's people who believed in Sauron's ass. Y'all go look at the Rings of Power. That elf, I mean, they was making rings and shit. Y'all see that? See, and he tried to make it seem like it was a noble cause. Yeah, we're gonna make these rings for the elves. And no. He made 3 of them for the elves. I think it was 10 of them for the humans and 7 for the what you call this? I always forget that the ones in the mountains, Gimli and them. But he made one master ring to rule them all. Yeah, that's the one that Gollum had, and then Frodo had. What's his name had it too for a while. Frodo's uncle. See, Sauron burnt a lot of people. All throughout Middle-earth. Well, that's Umar. There's all you donors, y'all got played. And it happens. We've all been fooled. I've been fooled too. Trust me, I know. I wasn't fooled by Umar, but I've been fooled plenty of time, thinking someone was one way, but they weren't who they said that they were. Trust me, I know. See, so real talk, Kels, hundreds who were burned by Umar. And really, it's tens of thousands because all you donors, y'all was burned by Umar. Not one black child has been educated. What's the point? What's the point of sending him all that money? What did you get out of it? See, some of you donors, you sent money not because you wanted to necessarily receive something in return, but you had an expectation based upon Umar's promise that he was going to do what? Open up a school for black boys. So what you wanted in essence was for black boys to be educated. That's what you wanted, right? Just think about this logically, with reason. You wanted to see this school come into fruition wherein it's going to be catering towards to black boys. Initially, it was going to be a boarding school for black boys and girls with the St. Paul's College. And it was going to have a particular curriculum that Umar has never fully outlined. He comes up with, the astrological science and the astronomical science and the science of the man and woman. And what are you talking about? Science, everything. But that was what you guys wanted. That's why you donated, right? Well, did you get what you donated for? I mean, really, just come to grips with this. It's a legitimate and critical question. You donors, did you get what you donated for? The promise was that he was going to open up school. First, it was going to be a boarding school for black boys and black girls. Then he downsizes it to where it's a school, just a regular old school for black boys. Did you guys get what you sent the money for? And the answer is no. Some of you sent money back in 2010. Some of you sent money in 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014. In some cases, it's not that you sent money back in 2010, but he had a lecture where he was talking about, I want to open up a school. And so you gave him some extra money, right? You donated. Or you said, I'm going to go ahead and buy a book to support him because I want him to have the money to open up a school. Well, even though you're getting a book, the reason why you're giving him that money is because what you wanted. You wanted a school. That's what you wanted. Did you get what you wanted? No, don't start with excuses. Well, this happened and this happened. That's Umar. Okay. There is not a real man on the planet. Let me say it this way. There's not a real black man on this planet who will take $1.7 million at a bare minimum that I can prove. $1.7 million that I can prove today, simply based on IRS filings, who would take $1.7 million and not produce something for the people who sent him all that money. So let's set the emotions aside. Emotions are important, but we're going to set that aside. The hopes and the dreams and, the spirituality. Let's set all of that aside. We're just thinking intellectually here, speaking with what is the reality of the situation. Did you get what you gave money for? The answer is no. And therefore, all of you who have donated, this is thousands of people. You guys got burned by Umar. And there's still no school, and he's still asking for money. I wonder, Kels, how much longer this can go on, because at a certain point, Umar's going to reach critical mass of burning so many people that enough people are going to realize what's been going on. And at a certain point, the word is going to get out far enough, around the world, I would hope, to when people realize this is not the individual to be sending money to. For what? See, let me say one other thing. Money is time, and time is money, but time is also life. So if you're going to give life, a part of your life, to something, you best believe that whatever it is that you're giving it to should be worth your time and should be worth an aspect of your life, which is time, right? You should get something back in return. Even with these live streams, maybe entertainment value, the camaraderie, the jokes. Whatever it may be for you. Okay, it makes sense because you're getting something in return. But if you didn't get anything, Umar, what's the point? Umar Johnson donors. And again, you can't say because he didn't have enough money. Bare minimum, $1.7 million. And in 2025, he's still telling people that he hasn't even raised $1 million. Where's the rest of this money gone? Y'all got burned. And that's okay, because it happens. Right? You just have to realize the truth, deal with the reality of the situation, and make different decisions next time around. He's going to be begging for money again, I guarantee you. Thanks, Kels. Good point, too. Really good point. Antoine says Umar Johnson isn't even qualified. Okay, I got that one earlier. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Information man says Umar is sick. If he really cares about his daughter, care for her life, he would not be in Africa or social media. He would be there for her. No character. Absolutely. Umar shouldn't even be on social media. His daughter's in crisis and has been for some time, right? And in fact, he's contributed to that because I heard her say that she had never been admitted to a mental institution until after her father, meaning Umar, went in on her because the impact that had on her. She was already hurt anyway, right? Abandoned by him, but for him to chastise and demean and disrespect her online, that should have never happened. Again, it shows no character, no care for his own child, but that it contributed to her destabilization further of her mental health. And then now he's up online talking about, I don't know if she's alive or not, but and then he's live streaming. Why would you even be online? He should be handling business. He should not be online. He should not be going over to Africa. And this has been going on months ago, right? He should have been focused on helping his daughter to get her back on track. But that's not what he does because he doesn't care. He has no character. He's a deadbeat. See? That in and of itself, I don't understand. Even people over in Africa having him come. Maybe they don't know. It's probable that they don't know. Okay, they don't know what they're dealing with. Just like the Sauron, people didn't know what they was dealing with. The master manipulators are like these shapeshifters. See, Umar, he'll go over there and talk this Africa talk, but then he come back over here living inside a mama closet. Don't take care of his kids, don't care. See, they must not know. But you would think even after this situation with his daughter, that would be enough for anyone to recoil from Umar Johnson. I mean, it's really deep. The analysis, in my opinion, is not deep. The psychology is not deep because Umar is a creature of habit. Okay, he's compulsive with it. What's deep to me is how all of this is out there, and yet people find some way to justify having Umar on their platform, bringing them out to speak, exposing more people to him, exposing their women to him. That, boy, I tell you, that's crazy to me. Because as men, one of our primary responsibilities is to provide a safety, protection, and security, right? So what does it say about these men who have Umar on their platforms, who have Umar to come out to speak, so forth and so on? What does it say about them? And we can't simply say that they don't know. Well, no, all the information is out here. They got to do their due diligence. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to vet people. You're supposed to research and get as much information as you can before you decide on having them come out, because you don't know who you're bringing in. You don't know what type of snake might be slithering around amongst your community by bringing him out. Real talk. Yeah, he has no character. Thank you, information man. None whatsoever. Thank you for super chat, sir. Kamara has become a member. Thank you so much, Kamara. I appreciate it. And then Andrea says, because he hasn't opened the school, can people demand their money back legally in a class action? This guy didn't even care if his child was alive or not. Do you think he's going to save black kids? Stop it. Yeah. And here's another thing. If he doesn't even care for his own child, why do people think that he's going to care about their child? Right? He doesn't even care about his own child, whether she's alive or dead. Well, why do people think, okay, I'm going to send my child to this guy? I mean, that's crazy right there. That's mind-boggling. Real talk. Now, in terms of people demanding or putting together class action shoot, they could. They could. Again, this is under donations. I don't think that anything will come out simply saying by going, anything will come to fruition simply say because I donated. It would have to, there's other things they would have to wrap up into that. I donated because he said he was going to use the money for this, and then prove that the money hasn't gone to that. And all they have to do is just pull the IRS filings. And again, in 2025, he's telling people that he hasn't raised $1 million, but his IRS filing shows that he has raised at least $1.7 million. So where's the rest of this money? Okay, now that you open it up, because now, okay, we need to subpoena all of his bank records. We need to subpoena the CashApp, all in discovery. CashApp, we got to subpoena the PayPal, the GoFundMe, the checks and money orders, all of that. Okay, Plum Fund. I'm missing other stuff too. CashApp, other stuff, and then when the numbers start being crunched, they'll realize very quickly that there's a whole lot of money missing. Okay, well that means that the money that they sent to him, based on what they expect and based upon what he promised to open up a school, that it wasn't being directed that way. Okay, now we got a problem. Okay? He has a problem, I should say. And now they have standing in terms of legally, because if Umar under a nonprofit organization is collecting this money saying he's doing these things, A, B, C, and D, but he's not doing those things. And the money's not adding up based upon what he's saying in 2025 in his IRS filing. That's fraud that's going on. Okay, now they got a case. And who knows where this will go. We don't have to wait and see. I never donated to the guy. Man. I'll donate to a donkey that's walking down the street shitting before I donate to Umar. I don't even know what the donkey gonna do with the money, but I'll donate to the monkey, to the donkey that got a monkey on his back before I try to donate to Umar, because I ain't wasting no money. Them monkeys are smart. They'll find a way to spend that money. Anyway, thank you, Andrea. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Let's keep going. I accidentally said monkey, so I had to make up something better, but the monkey know how to spend the money. All right, thank you for the super chat, Andrea. Hamobu says, maybe there'll never be FDMG, but the real FDMG is friends we made. I got you all that. Yeah. I got you all that. That's classic. It's about the friends we made along the way. It brought the Cookie Crush chat together. Yeah. All right. It's all worth it in the end. All right. Thanks, Hamobu. That was a good one. Okay, let's get back to it. Thank you all for the super chats. Let's get going, because now we're running up against the clock. I was trying to do this in 2 hours. We're already at 2 hours, and we got to get this video. I need to go wipe my head off because I'm hot. I turned the air conditioning off. Okay, here we go.
My mother was hospitalized. My mother has multiple sclerosis.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Multiple sclerosis. Okay, she's diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. We've always known that, but it didn't begin to affect.
Yeah, by the way, we got 1,800 people up in the building. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat, Undefeated. Make sure you guys hit that like button if you're enjoying the show. And if you haven't gotten your vote in, go ahead and make sure you vote for the poll that I have up there in the chat room. Okay, thank you all so much. Let's go.
Until more recently. So anyway, when my mother was hospitalized, I knew that I would be the child of 7 who would take it upon myself to step up and take care of my mother. And after 60 days away from home, my mother finally came home the day before Baby Smurf's birthday, 2018. And I've been caring for my mother for 7.5 years ever since. I have done a great job caring for my mother. When my mother came home, she was on all these meds. The doctor got her off of all the meds. When she came home, mom had different situations going on. She got off of all that. Medications no longer necessary. I'm not perfect, but in my 7.5 years, I have done a great job with my mother. And I can say that most of the time.
Yeah, he's lying. I mean, it's so sad this guy gets up here lying like this. And even the medication, why even bring that up? You know, I think Umar lobbied to get her off of medication because he's like that, right? ADHD and all this other stuff, you know, medication. He said something else too, though. He said that real quick, as the child of 7. Didn't he say 7, Cook Chat? And this is what I mean by the numbers and crunching numbers in the research. And this is something that I thought was true before, but ultimately I told people I'm going to hold back on that. Did he say 7 in the chat room? If she has 7 children, that would be 5 with Jamal, 1 outside of Jamal, which would be another son, and then an older daughter. Yeah, that would be 7 that Umar's talking about. And then Jamal has 3, and then 1, which would get up to 11. Yeah. So, because I've heard Umar say 10, and I've heard him say 11, that he has siblings. So the reason I'm bringing that up, and this is something that people, I don't even want to really want to, well, you know what? I'm not even going to go there because if Umar is the oldest male, but he has an older sister, and that means that his mama had a child before Umar. You guys crunch the numbers and you realize, but anyway, I'm going to leave it right there. I'll leave it right there. Let's keep going.
When my mother had a situation It was because of the aides and the caregivers. It was because of the aides and the caregivers. And so normally, and for those of y'all who care for your parent, you know how tough it is to find decent, professional, reliable.
This guy, he has 6 degrees talking about professional. All right. John says they can't even get child support from Umar. He has that donation money stored with the Swiss Africans and his Cayman Island. The reason why they can't get child support from Umar, real talk, I see what you're saying though, Jonathan. The reason why they can't get child support and it's hard to garnish his wages is because on paper, Umar doesn't have any wages. And yet he's collected $1.7 million, dealing with at bare minimum, $1.7 million for FDMG. Okay, I can pull up the filings. $425,000 for the school purchase. And then in 2020, he stated that he had $500,000 in a non-interest bearing account. Okay, that's like $925,000 right there. And then you add up what he collected in terms of what he's reported to the IRS for the year of 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. And it's over $1.7 million. But he's telling people in 2025 that he hasn't collected $1 million. I got to do a video on it. I already got the video where he states that. Shout out to James. He sent it to me 2 days ago. I really want to have that for the weekend and just drop that on people. It's more expansive in the documentary because I go back to when he first started reporting how much money he's collected. The last time Umar gave an update on how much money he raised was in 2020. That's the last time. Over half a decade ago. And he quoted $850,000 back in 2020. Okay, if you raised $850,000 back in 2020, why is it that you haven't reached $1 million over 5 years later? If you just take that $850,000 and you add the IRS filings, you're over $1 million right there. Way over $1 million. He's a con man. Okay. Thank you, Jonathan, for the super chat. The Cayman Island Africans. I will never go down there because I got them Cayman crocodiles, whatever they call them. The boy, no, you ain't gonna find me down there. I won't be playing with crocodiles. Thank you, Jonathan. What's up, HH Play says, but why doesn't he let his family see her? I think it's a control thing. I think that it's also financial. He sees her as a financial resource. It's also he wants to control things so that he can have a place to stay when all else fails. It's a control thing. And you know, there's also enmeshment issues. I've talked about that too. It's an unhealthy attachment to his mother. But I think some of that is sourced out, in my opinion, is sourced out of him being shipped away from his mother. He was a mama's boy. He was shipped away at the age of 13, I believe. I think it was in the 9th grade. I've heard him say 9th grade, or say 10th grade. And that was a decision that his father spearheaded. And for Umar, it was very traumatizing. So a lot of what we see with Umar is just him trying to hold on to pieces of his mother that goes back to a childhood when he was stripped away from her, right? So it's an enmeshment issues, but there's also these issues of control. He wants to control who she's talking to. He wants to control what she's doing, what she's eating. You know, he wants to control who's taking care of her, right? Meanwhile, he's traveling around the world. But at the end of the day, she's a financial resource, and she's also she provides stability for him in terms of her residence to come back to when he doesn't have a motel room because he's been homeless since 2019. I mean, it's a horrible, horrible situation. And Umar has not dealt with the reality of it all. He is totally delusional. He lives in a delusional world. You know, when he's out traveling, it's like he can pretend to be something that he's not, and then he doesn't have to deal with the reality. But ultimately, he has to come back to the reality that he's a homeless cyber bum that's living off of his mama, who's in Section 8 housing. What kind of man takes the whole second floor? The mama can't even go up there. There's only one bathroom upstairs. She can't even use it. Why put her in a situation where she has to use, you know, a toilet that's sitting next to her bed? And I get it if it's necessary, but this clown raised millions of dollars and got the mama living like that. There's no, and then wants to get up here and act like he's this great caretaker. Y'all see this? It's sick. You mean to tell me this guy couldn't get a 3-bedroom home, 1 bedroom for himself, 1 bedroom his office, and then a bedroom for his mama? It's all on the same floor so that she could use the bathroom and maybe even. Well, I tell you, that's some sad shit. Ain't no excuse for that. And he don't want the family to see because it's a control thing. He don't want them to come up on any of the SSI or any of the Section 8 housing situation. They don't, because there was someone was living in there before he was there. You see this? Ain't no real. I ain't even gonna go there. I'll say it. I'm just gonna say it as a hypothetical. Ain't no telling what's going on with her medication. Thanks, SH Play. Andre says a school represents being orderly in time. If Umar couldn't produce the school on time, how can he teach others? Yeah, absolutely. Again, he said the grand opening was supposed to be September 11, 2013. That's almost 12 years ago. He made that announcement He made the announcement in 2010? That's 15 years ago. You know, real quick, Andre, nothing, when it comes to this FDMG thing, what has been on time? Good question. Just thought, I never thought about this, Andre, but when specifically dealing with FDMG, what has been on time? Shockumentary, was this Shockumentary on time? It was supposed to premiere in the fall of 2014. The 2 books that he wrote, were they on time? No, he had been selling pre-orders way in advance, telling people it's going to be next month. It's going to be next month. The Rules of Romance, was that on time? He's collecting pre-orders for that back in 2021. What's been on time with this guy? The Block Party, supposed to be in 2019. Didn't happen. I mean, what's ever on time with this guy? I'm talking about specifically tangible things that he said he promised he's going to do for Black people. Nothing is ever on time. See? So how's he going to run a school? It's crazy. Now I think about it. Thanks, Andre. Kel says, MS off meds can worsen symptoms. Between this, the isolation, the squalid conditions, sounds like a punishment cycle too. Yeah, I mean, he's so dispassionate. He don't care. How can he? He's not taking care of his mama. He's not there. He's over in Africa right now. He was gone for a month. Remember, before he go to Africa, he was gone for about a month. He was here for a couple of weeks. Then he been going over to Africa. Yeah, it does. It sounds like punishment to have her living in filth. And then he says, I love her. It's really twisted. The enmeshment dynamics here and all, it's just really, it's just twisted and very dark too. I mean, the mama calls him the devil or whatever she called him, Satan or the devil, one of the two. If your own mama's calling you that, something ain't right. Something ain't going right? Ain't no telling what he's exposed her to. Remember, Lanae said that her nose started bleeding while she was inside of the mama's house, and she thought because it was low iron and she needed to take some iron pills. And I said, wait a minute, it may not even be that. It may be that you got exposed to some toxins that are inside of there. Because she talked about how that don't open up no windows. The shades are drawn. Because Umar, he's very paranoid, and the mama don't get to go outside. Ain't no telling what type of and so imagine what this mama's been going through for all these years, living in that filth. That's crazy. I mean, you have to be a sick individual to even have your mama living like that, collecting millions of dollars. Y'all understand what I'm saying? That's crazy. And he don't care. He over in Africa right now. Thanks, Kels. Yeah, Umar, he's just a sick individual. Okay, there's no way around it. And people cannot make excuses for that. Y'all can't make an excuse for that. You can try. Well, I'm talking about logic and reason. You can't make no excuse on that. Okay, let's get going here. Thank y'all so much for tuning on in. Here we go.
Confidential help, right? Decent, professional, reliable, comprehensive help, right? And so, let me see something here.
See, they're going in on him right here.
I'm going to turn off the comments, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, I told you Umar is a sociopath. He doesn't have natural feelings. He fakes feelings for others. Yeah, I agree. No, I totally agree with this. Yeah, he's sociopathic. He doesn't feel like normal human beings feel. Because I feel emotions strong, especially sadness. Okay, when people be getting excited, I'm like, okay, that's cool, but I don't be getting like, yeah. I'm just not like that. Okay, that's just me. I know that's just how I am. But if I see someone suffering, boy, I feel that deep. That's why I don't even like going to funerals, because even if I went to someone's funeral that I didn't even know and I see other people crying and they're suffering, I'll lose it. See? But Umar, he doesn't do that. He knows how to act like he does, but it's an attempt more than anything else. It doesn't come off as authentic. See, it's true. I believe that Umar, he's a sociopath. I think he has narcissistic personality traits. I'm not saying that he's a full-blown narcissist, but that he has narcissistic personality traits, right? Especially with the overinflated ego, where he thinks that he's all these great things, and there's nothing that would indicate that he's any of these things, but he lives in that fantasy land. And also him never wanting to take accountability for anything. All of his failures just always someone else's fault. And then his followers, they hear him and they go and they say the same shit. Well, why would y'all try to do? I don't mean to be going into today. I don't know why, but every time I say I go off. And Barry, I don't know why. But I don't understand how Umar Johnson followers could try to defend this guy. It doesn't make any sense. He's a grown ass man. You know, you got to hold him accountable. It's not everyone else's fault. You see, Umar's the common denominator. He's messy. His life is messy. All right. And if you keep making excuses, you're enabling his messiness. Okay, I'm done. I know. I just, anyway, I totally agree. He's a sociopath. He don't care about anybody else. What he sees is people. That's a narcissism too. He just sees people as a resource. How can I use this person to get this or to get that? That's all it is for Umar. Thank you for the super chat. King Nara says, what made you look into Umar? What was the turning point? You have really good information. Love the receipts. Yeah, I initially looked into Umar back in 2014. Someone on Facebook sent me a video, and it's the St. Paul's video where Umar's walking around, and I have it right here, and he's trying to sell this idea of purchasing St. Paul's College. What a lot of people don't realize about that is that Umar, in essence, the starting bid was $2.5 million. Umar was trying to raise at least just to put in a starting bid, $2.5 million in 2 months. Okay. Now, again, I didn't know all that back then, but this is what the research shows. But someone sent me that video, and they said, what do you think about this? And I looked at it, and I noticed a couple of things. He didn't have a team. It was just him. He's walking around. He wasn't giving any figures. He was saying, I need you, we want to raise this money. Yeah, but for what exactly? He doesn't say anything about what the starting bid is. It's just him. He doesn't have a board of directors. He doesn't even have a 501(c)(3). Is that how you say it? None of that stuff. So it just seems really shady to me. And the more and more I looked into Umar after that, what ended up happening, and that was in 2014. And so I told the person, I said, I wouldn't donate to that. I think it's a scam. But I said, you can do whatever you want. That's totally up to you. But in and around that time, I was studying narcissistic personality traits, reading books on it, watching videos on YouTube about it. And just from the video that I saw with Umar up at there at St. Paul's, this seems familiar. And what it was that even in that video, there were signs of like narcissistic personality traits. Okay. And then I started to look into Umar a little bit more, not deep. I didn't do a deep dive at all. But at a certain point, I recognized that he did have some narcissistic personality traits, overinflated ego. He thinks he's God's gift, a sense of entitlement to people's money, even though he hasn't produced anything. The list goes on and on, where he believes that he's all these great things, wherein it's nothing that he's done is commensurate to that. It's just it's like a fantasy land type of thing. And so I actually did a video to talk about narcissism, and I used Umar as an example. I think I used other people as an example too, but that was way back in 2014. And this was for members. It wasn't members. It was I had on my website. It was like premium videos or something like that. And so that was, and then I moved on. So it wasn't like I did any deep research into Umar. That was back in 2014. By the time we get to 2018, stuff really started getting out of control with Umar in particular, because he was still raising money, right? And that was strange. So I was saying to myself, okay, why is he still raising money when back in 2000, because I remember this guy in 2014. That's when I started to look deeper into Umar, so that by the time we get towards the end of 2018, I started to do videos on Umar consistently. And then into 2019, I've been, for the most part, I've been consistently doing videos on Umar. For those of y'all who don't know, and I've done extensive research too, this is the video that I was referring to back in 2014 that Umar he had produced. It's still up on YouTube. There's versions of it still up on YouTube.
My name is Dr. Umar Johnson, and I am a school psychologist and doctor.
Okay. Now, if you guys remember this, hit the 1, okay, because this is history stuff. Okay, this is from May of 2014.
Doctor of clinical psychology. In addition to that, I hold degrees in political science and education. I am here at the historic St. Paul's College. This beautiful campus, 135 acres of which I hope to make the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy for African Children. This college, St. Paul's, was opened on September the 24th, 1888 by a contemporary of the great Booker T. Washington.
Yeah,
that great ancestor's name was James Solomon Russell.
Umar also said that Booker T. Washington was his ancestor too, by the way. Well,
Father Russell opened this college with less than a dozen students. And by the time it reached its zenith, St. Paul's College owned more than 1,000 acres of land and housed.
Yeah, this was back in 2014. Crazy.
More than 1,000 African children. But unfortunately, last summer, June of 2013, the board of directors of this college graduated the last class of students from St. Paul's College. I'm hoping that.
See, notice he doesn't have a plan. It's just him. See, he don't have no money. Okay, you should secure financing before. You see what I'm saying?
You will help me keep this college in the hands of the African American.
Is that what Umar said? He said last summer. Umar, wow. Yeah, he got them Marcus Garvey gravy jeans on.
Community. I have a plan for this campus.
Yeah, what's up?
I want to turn this campus into the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy. There's a war in this country against black boys.
He did. He said Lauryn Hill wanted him, and she kissed him on the cheek and said, "Bye, cutie." Umar, he wow. That was one of the funniest stories.
I don't have to tell you. Only 1 out of every 4 African American boys will graduate from high school. I don't have to tell you that 2 out of every 4 African American boys.
This is all manipulation right here, because this ain't got shit to do with nothing he talking about with this school. He called for the murder of these thugs. That's what he said. The black boys, they need to be put to sleep for good. That's what he said. See, but even showing these images, I remember when I was saying that, I said this is manipulation. See, because I used to do a lot. I was a conspiracy theorist, but I did a lot of research into. Not only did I do research into conspiracy theories, but I did a lot of research into media manipulation and mind control. I used to have a show called Media Manipulation or Mind Control, Media Manipulation, something to that. I can't even remember. And I would look at what I would call media artifacts and just analyze them to look for manipulative tactics. Okay, one tactic is repetition. Umar does that a lot. You know, another thing is to give people just a little bit of information and then tell them what they're seeing. Right, this type of thing, very manipulative. Well, the thing is, while I was watching this, a lot of that was clicking in my mind because I can tell even him putting those specific images up, that's to tap into the emotions of black people. But this shouldn't be an emotional decision when you're going to send Umar money. It should be an intellectual decision. Does it make sense for me to send this money? Does he have a plan? Does he have a board of directors? Okay, what's his ultimate goal here? To acquire the St. Paul's College? Well, how much? See, these are the questions that I was thinking about even back then. Again, I didn't research into Umar deeply, and I barely knew about the guy. Okay, hadn't even seen Hidden Colors at that time, right? But over the years, my research, I've done extensive research into this guy. But even back then, this is all manipulation. What he's doing here.
At some point in his life, will be under the supervision of America's criminal justice system.
See, this is what you call fear mongering.
I don't have to tell you that there's a school to prison pipeline that runs.
Wow, the irony. He called the police on the children up there at these abandoned buildings in Wilmington that he calls the FDMG. He called the police on them about a month ago. Y'all remember? Hit the one.
Runs out the back door of the school into the front door of the prison.
Yeah,
I want to
no
stop that.
Mm-hmm.
And I want you to help Dr. Umar Johnson stop that by donating to my fundraiser, by helping me and our ancestors raise the money necessary to acquire St. Paul's campus. We need this 135 acres for our children. We have the dormitories. We have the gymnasium. We have the lecture halls. We have the cafe.
Look at this guy. And I was sitting like, why is he standing here? What is he talking? What is he see? It's a stage show.
Cafeteria. We have a beautiful student center.
See, another thing, I want to bring up a really important point about Umar in my analysis, and that's wherein he presents a hypothetical as a reality. Okay, this is one of his main manipulative techniques. Most people don't recognize it. In all of my research, this is one of the things that I've recognized over and over again. He'll present a hypothetical as if it is a reality. Okay, listen to what he does right here.
Lecture halls. We have the cafeteria.
We have. Okay, this is hypothetical because he doesn't have any of this shit.
We have a beautiful student center.
Okay, we have. Who's we? And what do you have? Listen to what he's doing here.
I want this school to be a blueprint, a role model to every other independent African school in the world.
See, this is hypothetical. I want this school. There is no school. Okay. This is what I coined this. I call this hypothetical reality. See, and if you look for this with Umar from now on, if you got to really listen because he does it a lot. It's manipulative. Okay? It's a form of mind control. You're going to tell someone that it's a reality, but it's not a reality. But if you tell them that's a reality, they're going to believe in it. And if you can cause someone to believe in something that is not real, then you also have the ability to get them to send you money for something that is not real. FDMG. He's been doing this shit for so long. He was doing this back in 2014. We have? That's a hypothetical reality that he presents. Now, from now on, look for that with Umar. One of the big reveals that I've discovered with this guy is so manipulative too. And there are people, they buy right into it. Matter of fact, he was on the Breakfast Club. He was talking as if the school was already up and running. Right. And then not DJ Envy, but Charlemagne's ass, he goes right on along with it. But it's not real. It's a hypothetical reality. You guys watch for that with Umar. And from now on, you'll see it. Okay, watch.
To show them that African children are not the intellectual inferiors of European Americans. To show them that our children want to learn as much as anyone else.
Even how he was dressed, I was like, wait a minute. It doesn't, back then, 2014, why does he have on a dress shirt and tie, but it's kind of saggy-ish? And then he got some jeans that look like Mahalia Jackson used to, let me stop. To me, just the optics of it. It's some ghetto shit. Really, they just threw this shit together. And in my mind, I'm like, wait a minute.
I'm tired of the phone calls from our mothers and fathers crying about what's being done to their children.
Okay, this is hypothetical reality because at this time, he was not working wherein parents are calling him. He was traveling around the world at this time. Parents were calling him, talking about what they're doing as if he's a school psychologist or counselor, what have you.
I'm tired of special education when it's not necessary. I'm tired of ADHD diagnoses and conduct disorder diagnoses, and oppositional defiance diagnoses, and learning disability diagnoses, and emotional disturbance diagnoses. I'm tired, and I want you to be tired with me of our children being forced to exist in a system.
See how he's saying our children?
That was not designed to educate them in the first place. I want to give them a heaven on earth. I want to give them a home away from home. And
this is cult talk right here.
I want St. Paul's College to be that place. Imagine a school where children don't have to be suspended.
Boy, that little boy, he look like my son. Boy, shit. He look like boy. Anyway.
Imagine a school where your child never gets expelled. Imagine a school where your child never gets.
See, this is hypothetical reality.
Misdiagnosed.
He's using terms like imagine. Okay, this is to tap into the subconscious mind. This is a mind control manipulation technique. And now I'm getting to the back in the day when I was into the conspiracy theory. But these are techniques that master manipulators use over and over again. Politicians use these types of techniques too. Car salesmen, they'll do that too. And can you imagine yourself in this car? I was trying to get that one over there. It's about $15,000 cheaper and it serves the purpose. But yeah, but can you imagine yourself in this car? Umar, he could have sold some cars, real talk. Now, this one right here, family, this one right here. I said, this car right here, family, if you get into this car will make you lunch, family. This car will make you breakfast, lunch, and dinner, family. This car right here will rub your toes. It will caress your feet. This car right here, it will massage your back. Also, can you imagine yourself in this car?
Put in special education. Imagine a school where you don't have to worry about the teachers trying to force you to put your son or daughter on dangerous psychiatric medication.
Okay, listen, teachers don't do that, Umar. See what I'm saying with this guy?
Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, community stakeholders of the African race, I implore you, I beg you, I summon you, and I petition you to donate to this cause. Donate to this fundraiser. Let us show the world that we care enough about our children and enough about our history and enough about our ancestors to keep St. Paul's College in the hands of the African American community and in the hands of Dr. Umar Johnson and in the interest of African children and under the skies of Almighty God and our ancestors. Help me keep this college alive and keep the dream of its founder, James Solomon Russell, alive for
Russell. Who's James Solomon Russell?
Forever.
Okay, again, notice there's no team, there's no board of directors, there's no plan. It's just collecting the money. He doesn't even say how much money he needs. He didn't tell people that the what do they call that? The starting bid, that's the minimum that you have to put down, is $2.5 million. He's going to raise $2.5 million in 2 months because that's when the auction was going to take place. Okay, the auction, the auction didn't close because it was extended, but that's the timeline. Does that make sense? This guy, he has no track record. He has no plan, no board of directors. He's up there, just looking goofy. But he sells this to people. And it's not just this video. He was doing other stuff too online. I can pull all that up and show it to you guys. I didn't research all that back then, but over the years, I've looked deeper and deeper into this guy to where I consider myself to be the foremost expert on Umar. Okay? And if he ever gets hemmed up because something goes down, and let's say it's on the news, and let's say there's a documentary that's done on this clown on Netflix, I'm sure they'll probably contact me to see what information I would have to provide. Okay? Right. So I knew back in 2014 that Umar was running a scam. I just didn't know who Umar was, and I know his backstory into that stuff. I didn't research that until more recently, relatively speaking. Okay. All right. He's such a con man. Can you guys believe that? That's back in 2014. We're in 2025. Some of us, we had kids, and the kids, they done grown up. Their kids got kids. We grandparents. I'm not a grandparent yet, but I'm just saying, some of us. Go back 2014 and think about it. Right. And what's crazy is he's still running this scam to this day. Thank you, King Nara, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Kel says, last super chat. Power of attorney gives access to her money. Yes, yes. It also gains access to her living arrangement. Umar's not supposed to be there. See, the thing is that if it could be the IRS, but it could also be the housing authority. If they looked into what Umar is actually doing, there's no way that he's going to justify that he earned $80,000 through his nonprofit, but then he's going to be living in Section 8 housing, or that in the previous year he said to the IRS that he had raised $200,000, right? And if you look at the averages, let's see, for since 2020 through 2024, 2020, 2021, 2022, 23, and 24, it's about $125,000. Okay, there's no way that they're going to be able to, Umar can justify him taking over the whole second floor of a Section 8 housing. Okay, again, on paperwork, it's showing that he's not earning any income because he's not, quote unquote, paying himself, but he does that on purpose so that he's not subject to taxation, personal taxation, but then also he's not subject to child support garnishment, what would be called wage garnishment for child support. Okay. So two things here that would cause problems for Umar, whether it is through the IRS or through the housing authority that's in charge of Section 8 housing. He shouldn't have the whole second floor. That's a violation, right? And then the money that she's receiving, SSI, what have you, okay, he's in control of all of that. I'll propose that that's the main reason why he wanted to take control, was the financial aspect and then the housing situation too. See, and if people do the research and put together the timeline, you realize how all this flows into each other. When we talk about Umar acquiring these abandoned buildings in February of 2019, Umar getting evicted towards the end of 2019, and then him living in and out of hotel rooms. But even back then, we were saying he's probably living inside these abandoned buildings because he used to be up there at weird hours, looking all disheveled and shit. Anybody remember this? Like, he ain't take no shower, nothing like that. Then he started to try to get different inside the gym and the smaller gym, get different rooms fixed up. It's like, what is he fixing this up for? Well, no, because he was planning on staying in there. See, but then at a certain point in 2020, you start seeing Umar live streaming inside of his mama's closet. See, it fits, the timeline fits step by step by step, week by week, month by month. And I've done all of this in terms of analysis, month by month and then year by year, where Umar is at today, where, yeah, this is what this is. It's about the security that Section 8 housing provides, but it's also where he's taken over the whole second floor, but it's also about controlling his mother and her as a financial resource as well. Thanks, Kales, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Little Boy Book says, why is Lanae not suing him for revenge porn? She could. See, that's another reason why he had threatened to sue her. But how is he going to sue her when he committed revenge porn against her? Okay, that's against the law. And we already looked it up. It's against the law in the state of Pennsylvania too. And that's on the social media page. Same thing with me. If you try to sue me, I said, okay, well, let's go back and listen to all the things that Umar Johnson has done as an act of intimidation. Doxing my personal information, my home address, telling his followers to come and do physical harm, threatening physical violence against me. Really? Okay. But just that right there, him engaging in revenge porn. What about him trying to contact her son? Talking about this will be dealt with one way or the other. That's a threat. So yeah, she could sue him and she would have a case because it's on his social media. Thanks, Little Boy Blue, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Did I get to everyone? Let me get these on real quick. We gotta get going. We don't run out of time. Andre says, Lenon, Umar is so silly. With $1 to $2 million he raised, he could have bought land and built the school from the ground up instead of buying bad buildings that you can't use. Absolutely. See, by the time he purchased these trap bandos for around $400,000, he says a little bit more, which is $425,000. After that, he didn't have no money left. There's about $1 million. He had $1 million in 2016, 2017, 18, 19. No, two more years. So really, there should have been about $800,000 left over. But he couldn't start renovations because the money was gone. Furthermore, just for people to think about this, in his IRS filings, he said he was sitting on $500,000 cash in a non-interest bearing account, $500,000 after the purchase of these trap bandos. Well, then why in 2019 he said we have very little money left. We don't have enough money to start renovations. There should have been at least $500,000 based on what he reported to the IRS. He's a scam artist. He's scamming them too. He didn't have that money. You guys understand what I'm saying? Hit the one. This is after he purchased these trap banners for $425,000. He still had over $500,000 left, which would mean that at least at that time he had raised $925,000. And yet he's telling, and so that would get us into 2019, bare minimum $925,000. And then he's telling people in 2025 that he hasn't raised $1 million. He's a con man. See, I have a video where he said it's going to cost, if memory serves me correctly, $350,000. And he said $250,000. But let's go with $350,000 to fully restore and renovate the small gym and the small school. Well, in the IRS filing, he said that he had $500,000 sitting in a non-interest bearing account. Why not use that to get the renovations done? You see what I'm saying? So there's different ways we can look at this. He's a con man. And yeah, he could have taken, at this point, bare minimum $1.7 million, and he could have just purchased some property and built on top of it. Or, real talk, Andre, what he could have done is just leased a building, a storefront, pay on a lease, pay $5,000 a year. Excuse me, $5,000 a month. $5,000 a month. Okay, let's do some math real quick. And it's already ready. All he has to do is get furniture. It's not like he has to do any renovation work. Lease a spot. It don't have to be big. A spot for $5,000 a month. We're going to multiply that by 12. That would be $60,000. And then we're going to multiply that by, let's see, 2019, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. We're going to multiply that by 6. Okay, $360,000. That's less than what he collected on GoFundMe alone. The real spinning in that mind a little bit. $360,000 for 6 years, 6-year lease at $60,000 a year for 6 years, $360,000. That's less than the amount that he acquired on GoFundMe alone. We're not talking about PayPal. We're not talking about CashApp. So we're not talking about checks and money orders. We're not talking about cash. See, there's no excuse. There's no excuse at this point. He's a con man. He could have done it, built it from the ground up. He could have just leased the building, gave proof of concept, get more donations as people seeing him doing what he should be doing, but he's too busy. Listen, Umar's too busy chasing coochie because he's messy. Umar's too busy chasing the cooch. He ain't worrying about no black boys. He's trying to get in them draws, real talk. I don't understand. People, let's be real about it. Is cooch great? Yeah. Ain't nothing like it in the world. But he chasing it at 50. Talk about he gonna open up a school for black boys. Y'all ever wonder why it is that Umar, especially these days, he spend more time talking about cooch than he does talking about educating black boys? Because his focus is on the cooch. Ain't no school family. He ain't serious. He just want the money. Because the money, it enables him to go and chase the coach. Come on back to my hotel room. It is. I don't get it. Thank you, Andre, for super chat. Sasha says, I bet them jeans stand up in the corner and wait for Big fucking hop in them. Yeah, he don't even put them. He just get on the ladder, just jump in them. They be standing straight up. Umar got them jeans when he was born. You know what I mean? Thanks, Sasha, for being a member. Antoine says, Umar Johnson is a master manipulator with false sense of entitlement and narcissistic behavior. Sounds like someone we know that's living in Washington. Yeah, people have drawn correlations. I don't really follow politics. I did cover the elections this year, but I don't really follow politics. One thing I can say about Umar, he has narcissistic personality traits. I've outlined many of those in the past, and he is definitely a master manipulator. It's always about manipulating people's perceptions and making them think a certain way or perceive things in a particular way, where he paints these narratives, and he's masterful at that. Okay. It doesn't work on me because I watched too much Star Wars, you know, and I learned when I was a child how they would the Jedi mind trick. I was always fascinated by them. I was like, wow, they can really just manipulate these people like that. I ain't gonna be manipulated like that. And so if you look for if you see the signs when Umar starts going into the imagination and he's talking, it's subconscious manipulation where he's saying things like our children are our school, or we have a school. None of that's true, but he presents a hypothetical as a reality. That's all manipulation, and that's a form of Jedi mind trick, right? These aren't the droids that we're looking for. No, those are the droids that we're looking for. What you talking about? You see what I'm saying? RTD2 and the other guy. The other one, the RTD and the golden one, Tupac, something, whatever his name is. C-3PO. What if C-3PO was named Tupac? You know what I'm saying? That would have been I would have loved that. Anyway, thanks, Antoine, for the super chat. Let me do this up. We got to get going here because we are now up against the clock, and I am not going to finish this live stream until we get done with this because I got to get some sleep. Okay. Thank you, Antoine. Jessica, how's it going, Jessica? Says, building castles in the air means unrealistic or impractical plans or hopes for the future. I also think he has Machiavellian personality traits. Yeah, I've looked that up, and I think you've mentioned that before. Let me look this up just so that I can have it archived in my brain. I'll read it to you guys. Machiavellianism is a personality trait. Is characterized by manipulation, cunning, and a focus on self-interest, often at the expense of others. That's Umar. Individuals with a high Machiavellianism are skilled at social manipulation. That's Umar. Prioritizing their own goals. That's Umar. And using whatever means necessary to achieve them. That's Umar, even if the means are unethical. That's Umar. Yeah. And then they have core traits, cunning and manipulation, lack of empathy. That's Umar. Focus on self-interest. That's Umar. It's always about him. Cynicism and suspiciousness, because that's Umar, because he's extremely paranoid. Amorality, that's Umar. Emotional detachment, that's Umar. Other traits, strategic thinking. I think when it comes to manipulating people, he's very strategic. Okay, in fact, Mary Ann talked about this yesterday. He sized her up for months before she realized, actually years before she realized who he really was. But he had accumulated so much information on her. There's a strategic thinking for manipulation. Charming and confident. Yeah, Umar, she talked about that. He can be very charming. He can pretend as if he's confident, but he's actually very much, he has very low self-esteem. Patient and calculated. I'm not sure about the patience part, but he is very calculated. Deception and exploitation. That's Umar. Prone to casual sex. That's definitely Umar. I was just talking about that. Some research shows that the individuals with high Machiavellianism may be more likely to engage in casual sexual encounters, according to research papers published by therapist.com. Okay. Yeah, so I got that in my mind. Yeah, I think that fits Umar for sure. Thank you, Jessica, for the super chat. Triple Lex says, imagine if Umar was serious about opening up a school. Yeah, but he's never been serious. He never had a plan. Real talk, I don't think Umar has a plan in 2025. For instance, Triple X, if you was able to sit down with Umar today and you said, okay, well, what's your plan to open up the FDMG? What he'll do is he'll say, well, first of all, and then he'll start talking in circles. He'll go back to, we found the school. I first saw the school back in 2017, but we couldn't afford what they were asking the asking price. But in 2019, I went to Cuba and the star was in Sirius and the donkey was on top of the roof. And what happened was he'll just start going like this and spinning, and he never answers the question directly. And the reason why, because he doesn't have a plan. He doesn't have a plan in 2025. Okay. I don't think he was ever serious about opening up a school. And real talk, I can't even imagine him being serious about opening up a school. Okay. Thanks, Triple X. Black Anonymous says Umar never placed a bid on St. Paul's College. Yeah, he never placed a bid because in order to place a bid, he would have had to have at least $2.5 million. Are we to believe that Umar raised $2.5 million back in 2014? See, the math ain't mathing, but that's because it was manipulation. He's trying to tell people that we may have won the bid, and then he says what? He says, keep donating. And people saw that, they got excited, and they kept donating. He's a master manipulator. Yep, I have that screenshot from his Facebook page. Yeah, he's something else. Thanks, Black Anonymous. Texas Diva sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much, Texas Diva. I appreciate the super sticker. And then King Nara says, do you think he initially cared about blacks in the beginning regarding the school, or he just wants money? He is very intelligent, but lacks integrity. I don't think he's ever cared about anyone. See, King Nara, it's hard for me. I'm just talking from a critical thinking standpoint, logic here. It's hard for me to believe that someone cares about blacks or opening up a school for black people or opening up a school for black children when this same person doesn't even take care of their own children. They don't even care about their own children. So why would I think that somehow they're going to care about somebody else's? It just doesn't work. It doesn't stand to reason. See, it doesn't stand to reason. I can't think of a scenario in my mind where someone clearly does not care about their children, but somehow cares about other people's children. It just doesn't work that way, you know? Yeah. If you care about your kids, you're going to treat them accordingly. And then it's more likely that you're going to care about other people's kids too. Right? That's why, like, when people, they get older and their children, they already done gone up out the house, you know, they see some kids, they be treating them like they at least they try to. Like, yeah, these are some, yeah, let's tell you, you hungry? You ain't my mama. Yeah, but you know, because you've already cared about your kids. You missed your kids not being, I fear this, by the way. You'll miss your children being there and all that stuff. So there's some other kids, obviously some grandkids, you treat them like they're your kids. Because why? Because you care about kids. Because you already care for your kids. You see what I'm saying? And you still care about your kids, but they grown. Umar's never presented that, and his record shows that he doesn't care about his own children. So just thinking logically here, if someone does not care about their own children, then it is highly unlikely that they care about someone else's. That's how I would phrase that. And Umar has never shown me, in all of my research, he's never shown me any indication that he actually cares about black children. Which is why the idea of him opening up a school, it's asinine. It makes no sense. See, it's about what? It's about the money. King Nara, if you go and watch, and then we're gonna get back to it. We're gonna start. I'll focus on this other video. We got to get to it today. If you go and you check out Umar's interview with Lord Jamar, he makes it very, very clear. I don't care about the people. I care about the donors. Okay, the people could be black people. The people could be the children, right? The people could be, the girls that are supposed to attend or the boys that are supposed to attend. He says, I don't care about the people. He said, I care about the donors. Okay, what are the donors to Umar? Their money. He cares about the money. That's been the case from the start. That hasn't changed. Okay. Thank you, King Nara. Now, if there was proof there was proof otherwise, that would be different. But I'm very rational in my thinking. I've always been fair with Umar. I have yet to see any indication in all of my research dealing with Umar that he cares about children, or even really that he cares about black people. Because if you cared about black people, that would include children, right? That would include black women, right? But he sexually exploits black women. He don't take care of his own kids. And because he doesn't take care, here we go again, he doesn't take care of his own kids, it's highly unlikely that he actually cares about anybody else's. See? All right. Thanks, King Nara. Antoine says, Umar too busy chasing after kids. Yeah, that's his main focus. It is what it is. See? He's 50. I don't get that. It's just too much mess. It's too much mess that goes along with that. Just, find you one good woman, settle down, and just because there's so much more, but Umar, he sees you women as a financial resource, or you just, it's kitty cat, real talk. Okay. That's crazy. Thanks, Antoine. User 225 says, Lenon watched Star Wars. Okay, imagine Umar Johnson wearing the Princess Leia. No, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. Well, I remember that scene real well. I said, man, I couldn't believe it, because back then that was over the top. Back then, nowadays they're like, oh, ain't nothing. But back then, in the 70s, early 80s, boy, I said, whoa, there, ma'am. I said the force is strong with this one. All right. And then when she was shooting that gun, when they went to the pit thing with the the Sarlacc or whatever it's called, and she got onto that and was shooting that. I said, man, all right. Okay. Thank you, user 225. And then Black Wolf says that the nephew said it. When you're tired of being the geek, you alternate your character to appeal to women. Now he can't help himself but to objectify women. Yeah, that was very fascinating. One of the things that his nephew was saying, that he never saw Umar with a woman, and that Umar was just all into the books. But that's something I told people a long time ago. I told people that Umar was a nerd. He was a nerd type. He didn't have no street in him. He was the one that used to get punked, you know. Later on, once he comes into fame, especially after Hidden Colors, okay, he was still living foul prior to that, but especially after Hidden Colors, when he blew up, all that went to his head, right? So now it's not about the books. It's not about intellectualism. Okay, it's not about the so-called movement. It ain't about none of that with Umar. It's about chasing coochie. Real talk. Right? And like I said, I was saying this to Barry earlier, he's a creature of habit. He just runs the same routine over. Watch this. Within the next week and a half, he'll be back up at these abandoned buildings begging for money, or inside of mama closet begging for money, right? Hotel, motel room, because as he lures the women to his hotel, motel room. That's the cycle that he runs over and over again. Okay, mark my words. Thanks, Black Wolf, for super chat. G Folks says, GoFundMe Tunde is a vicious cyber panhandler. Yeah, and he's been that way for a very long time. Where's this coming from? What's leaking up there? Yeah, huh? Okay, I'll be up there. Okay, if y'all don't mind, let me go, because there's a massive leak coming down here. If you guys don't mind, I'll be right back. Let me go ahead and play this, and I'll be right back.
This is the first live that I've ever turned off the comments, but I have to. There's just too much ignorance in my feed. This is the first live I've ever done where I had to turn off the comments. I just turned off the comments because I'm talking seriously, and we still got idiots. So this is going to be without any comments. You can text message me if you have a question or a comment. 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858. You can text message me at 215-989-9858. So whenever I don't have a dependable, responsible, reliable, confidential aide to care for my mom, I cancel events because my mother always comes first. My mother always comes first. I was supposed to keynote the Florida A&M University Black Psychology Conference a few months ago. I canceled it because I didn't have anyone that I would trust to care for mother available at that time. I had to cancel Congo last week, and y'all know how much I wanted to go to the Congo. I had been waiting for that. I had to cancel because mom comes first. When I went to Sweden, there was a young lady who I met because she invited me to Kansas City to speak at an event. So her and her son drove me from Omaha, Nebraska to Kansas City to speak. I believe the event was on December 3rd, 2023. I believe the event was on December 3rd, 2023.
Okay. Yeah, I'm back, everyone. Okay, we got to get going here. We only really have 30 minutes. Hope we can get to the whole thing. Here we go.
I believe the event was December 3rd, 2023. And we had the event. We stayed in contact through text message. And ultimately, at the top of this year, maybe late last year, but if I'm not mistaken, I saw her privately 3 times inside of the same Philadelphia hotel after hours for no more than 2 or 3 hours. I repeat, I saw her 3 times in a hotel after hours for only a few hours. 3 times. There's a small chance that it was 4 times.
See how the narrative he's spinning? And now it's almost 4 times.
There's no chance that it was 5 times. I'm going to repeat this. Did you need me, boss? Are you good? Okay. So I saw her 3 times inside of a Philadelphia hotel after hours for about 3 or 4 hours. That's it. The total private time she and I spent could not have exceeded 12, 15, 20 hours max. Total.
He said 12, 15. It goes all the way up to 20.
Time across these 3 visits, maybe 4, but I'm almost certain it was 3. No more than 12 to 15, maximum of 20 hours. When it was time for me to go to Sweden, this young lady told me that she would not mind coming to care for my mother. I assured her that I would pay her, and I did pay her. And this is going to be important when I bring up the attorney in a minute, because I consulted with an attorney in Kansas City who told me that if I can prove that I paid her to care for my mother, then she can be charged with HIPAA violations for discussing my mother's personal, sensitive.
Okay, by the way, we discussed this during the last live stream. We covered the part of this video, and it wouldn't apply to Lanae, because Lanae is not licensed. The other thing too is I have a video where Umar did a live Black Parent teleconference, and he was going over the IEP of this young girl, and the mother was sitting on the couch, and the little girl was holding the phone the whole time. It was like over almost an hour, and she's standing up holding the phone the whole time. It was a live stream. Y'all, anyone remember this? Hit number one, hit the one. The point that I'm bringing up is that Umar, that was a HIPAA violation. Going all her business. And see, you're the one who's supposed to be licensed, right? A licensed school psychologist, as it were. Okay, but you engaged in that there. So what I'm getting at is that in addition to Umar being wrong about his analysis of a HIPAA violation, he's engaged in HIPAA violations himself. Okay, and that video was crazy too. I could not believe that he had that little girl holding that phone, because they didn't have no tripod, and the mama is sitting on the couch with Umar and telling all the little girl's business. Okay, all right, let's go.
Medical information without permission. So this attorney said, if I can prove that I paid her, which means this was business, this was a business transaction, you paid her to care for your mother, and all.
Yeah, it was also, Umar, you were having sex with her too, though. Don't forget not to put that in there.
Although she included plenty of lies in her narrative, although she included plenty of exaggerations and fallacies and untruths in her narrative, the mere fact that she purported to discuss your mother's personal sensitive information makes her guilty of HIPAA.
What's up, Eric?
And if we can prove that she in fact violated HIPAA law by discussing my mother's business, she can be fined, and she can also be jailed, and she can also be prevented permanently from ever working in the human services field again. An attorney told me that. So I have to pay him, okay, the retainer fee, and he's going to pick it up from here. So she could go to jail for what she did against my mother, discussing her personal business. I thought parents were off limits. I thought parents were off limits. I thought parents were off limits. But I guess when you that trifling, when you that low down, when you're that deceptive and manipulative, nothing is off limits. So anyway, brothers and sisters,
talk about herself.
She said, I can care for your mother. She won my confidence. I said, let's do it. So she cared for my mother twice. The weekend I was in Eastern Michigan University, that was 3 nights. And she cared for my mother for the week that I was in Stockholm, Sweden. I believe that was 5 or 6 nights. Okay. Eastern Michigan University, Stockholm, Sweden. I paid her both times. She never spent time with me in my mother's house, because I don't spend time with women in my mother's house.
Okay, that's a lie too. In addition to Lanae saying that he does, the mama said that, told Lanae that he does, and the mama also told the nephew that he does. Okay, hit the one.
Business is business. Personal is personal. I got her a hotel.
No, you were having sex with her. That's personal. It's all personal, Umar. Cut it out.
I Ubered her over to the home. When she got to the home, I went over instructions with her. I went to the airport. When I got back,
seeing the cell suit and the rubbing him with the ear
from both trips, I Ubered her to a hotel, and then she flew out. I paid for her flight. I paid for her hotel. Business was business. Personal was personal. So After returning from Sweden, I was very disappointed in the care that my mother was given. After returning from Sweden, I was very disappointed in the care that my mother was given. I'm not going to go into detail over the egregious lack of regard and concern she displayed for my mother. I'm not going to go over that. That's too personal. But I was very disappointed and I was guilty. Whenever my mother isn't
You were guilty of what, Umar?
properly cared for, I take on that shame. I take on that blame. But I said to myself,
Notice how he says, I don't take responsibility, though. Wow, that's deep right there. Right? He doesn't take responsibility for it. He never holds himself accountable for anything.
you can never use this woman again to care for your mother.
Yeah, speaking of HIPAA, this is the video that I was referring to earlier. It's from September 20th of 2018.
Well, he's the one who has the phone, but it's not me.
Oh.
The only live. We on?
I
think we are. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
You good?
6 people just joined. Yep.
Okay. So we good. Good evening, brothers and sisters. This is Dr. Umar Johnson. I am live in South Jersey, and today I'm going to be conducting my very first live Black parent consultation. The reason we're doing this live is we want to give you guys an opportunity to learn about some of the issues that we're having in school, public, parochial, charter, and independent school, as it relates to protecting our children. Although most of the time we're talking about saving our sons, tonight we're going to be talking about saving one of our daughters, one of our beautiful Black princesses. So tonight's consult is going to focus on one of our young ladies. This is not a therapy session. That is not a psychological evaluation. And we want to thank the mom, the mother, our sister, the queen here, for being gracious enough to let you guys in her home to hear this conversation, in hopes that if there's some other Black parents out there going through the same thing that she's going through, you'll be able to learn about some strategies, some techniques, some laws, and some steps that you can take to help protect your children as she's learning to protect hers. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Good evening. How you doing today, young lady?
Good evening, Dr. Umar Johnson.
All right. All
Somebody
right.
said, please.
Now you can't be talking because you taping. Okay. Now tell me a little bit about what's going on.
Okay, and she's taping and standing this whole time. This video goes for 57 minutes and 12 seconds. And they're going through her paperwork. They're telling all the little girl's business. Talk about a HIPAA violation, Umar.
So I began to distance myself from this woman. So let me back up again. She saw me 3 times. Privately, she cared for my mother 2 other times. 5 total contacts. 3 of them were private. Brothers and sisters, without being too vulgar, those 3 private contacts basically consisted of her gummy bearing my Shango. She gummy beared the Shango. That's basically what she did. It was a jump off. Hood rat jump off. That's all it was. Fellatio. 3 fellatio sessions.
Boy, this guy, you 50. Why are you talking like this? But even still, why are you having these types of relations if it's just a jump off with the whatever gummy, whatever he says?
I came to visit. She wanted to please the Prince of Pan Africanism. So it happened. 3 fellatio sessions. I'm not proud to say that.
This guy, boy, he ain't got no shame.
And then, of course, quote unquote caregiver. I put caregiver in quotes because she did anything but care for my mother. Anyway, this was the first week of March, Sweden. I come back from Sweden. I'm disappointed. Can't work with this woman no more. Can't take care of my mother. I can't mess with you. I started to distance myself from her. On June the 25th, the last moon that we had, I do my Art of Dialogue interview. I'm coming out of my Art of Dialogue interview and my phone is blowing up. There's a woman on Pastor Bussy's page claiming that y'all was in a 2.5-year relationship, that you were in love with her, that you wanted to marry her, that you wanted her to have your child. You were in a 2.5-year relationship with her. You were in love with her. You wanted to marry her. You wanted her to have your child.
Oh, let's see him. Look at him. Look at this guy. Boy, he's something else.
You were in a 2.5-year relationship with her. You wanted to marry her. You was in love with her.
Here
and
you
you
go.
wanted her to be your wife. Brothers and sisters, I have women who look way better than her.
He said Pastor B. That's what he said. It's funny though, it is.
Who have done more for me in my life than she ever could.
Okay.
Who I wasn't in love with. Who I didn't want to make my wife. Who I didn't want to have my baby. So this woman, this Kansas City thought, this Jezebel, this jump off, this smash and grab.
He got some nerve.
Spent 3 times with me, not 3 nights, because I never spent the night. I never spent the night with.
Listen, I know that's not true. Lanae, I ain't gonna pull that up. I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna do that. But I know you lying right there. Okay. Lanae sent me the receipt. Umar lies so much. That's why he's doing all like this and doing all like this. Self-soothing. G-Folks says, Jive Turkey Tunde gets caught doing everything except helping black boys. Bro got to knock it off with all the extracurricular activity. Yeah. Like, for instance, if I, let's say over the last decade, if I ask y'all, G-Folks, if I ask you, give me, over the last decade, give me 10 times that Umar specifically dealt with black boys to help black boys, specifically help black boys. Over the last decade, give me 10 examples. I'm not talking about running his mouth because most of his rhetoric is not for black boys. It's for single black mothers. Real talk. Okay. I'm talking about specifically, he's dealing with and working with black boys. Can you guys give me 10 examples over the last decade? You're not going to be able to do it. I've already done all the research. How often he posts on his Instagram page all the time, right? How often, and even when he uses his Facebook page, how often did you see Umar posting pictures where he's working with black boys? I'm not talking about he's taking a picture because their mama brought him single black mama, baby, single black woman, mother brought the child out to go see, and she came to see Umar speak. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Umar has a program where he's specifically working with black boys. Over the last decade, can people give me 10 examples of it? Anyone? No, you can't. That's not his focus. His focus is the vajayjay. Real talk. That's his focus. That's the extracurricular activity. He's thoroughly focused on that. Thanks, G Focus. How's it going, House? House says, I would imagine Umar smells like pork rinds, pickle juice, sweat, and defeat. Who put their mouth? Oh no, don't say that. Why you gotta say that last part? Come on. I used to like pork rinds. I ain't gonna lie about it back in the day, especially when they had the little red pepper, salt, whatever it was, the red stuff on top of it to make it hot. That's a long time ago, though. Okay. Thanks, House. Hope you're doing all right. Thanks for the super chat. And thanks, G Focus. Also, thanks, J Civic says, again, outside the school instead of inside the school handling business. Yeah, we talked about this last week. We rarely see Umar inside. He spends more time outside of these abandoned buildings than he does inside, which is quite telling because he's had these buildings for 6 years and 5 months and hasn't even established an office. He hasn't finished one room. That's crazy. You real men who are watching this, and this is not to, women, you can do it too, but I'm just talking to you real men, you men out here, that if people gave you $1.7 million, would you at least be able to get one room done inside these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware? It's just one in 6 years and 5 months. Would you be able to do it? He's not serious about opening up school. Yeah, he rarely even inside. He be outside. Okay? Especially right now, it's summertime too, so it's too hot. He said HVAC work, but it don't work. He'd be in there sweating. If it worked, you wouldn't be in there sweating. Thanks, Jay Civic. All right, here we go.
With her in my life. I never spent a night with her in my life.
Again, he lying right there. I know for sure. You see Umar with the self-soothing?
I saw her 3 times. And 3 times, all of which, if I'm not mistaken,
here you go,
were during the first quarter of 2025. 3 times, and I'm in love with her. 3 times, I want to marry her. 3 times,
yeah, remember, they were corresponding with each other for a year, though. See, he doesn't tell all that.
I want her to have my baby. 3 times, and we were in a 2.5-year relationship, brothers and sisters.
Okay, she never said that they were in a 2.5-year relationship either, Umar. You just, boy, he be lying so much. What's up, Dave? A homeless person can't use someone as a jump off. Oh my God. Dave, don't do that to Umar. A homeless person can't use someone as a jump off. She used you, sir. She went home to a bed. You pulled a gym mat. Oh my God. Oh, don't do that. Umar pulled a gym mat over your body. I thought you were gonna say that he put the gym mat over to sleep on it. No. In true Pookie fashion, he put a gym mat over his body. Then he went to sleep. Yeah. Damn. Well, this gotta be the funniest. This gotta be the funniest comment I've seen this month. I really thought you were gonna say he put the gym mat over and laid down on it. I can see Umar pulling the gym mat over his body and going to sleep. Boy, Cookie Crush chat is undefeated. Wow. Thanks, Dave, for the super chat. Wow. Okay, let's keep going. We got to start widening this down. Wow, look at these numbers. We got 1,800 people. We had 1,800 people in the building. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Make sure you get your vote in. If you're enjoying the show, hit the like button. Here we go.
Brothers and sisters.
Oh, man.
Brothers and sisters, but it gets worse. She told Pastor Bussy.
Huh?
She told Pastor Bussy. And let me say this about Pastor Bussy. Rainbow Bunny.
Here you go.
Pastor Bussy, the Rainbow Bunny, has been cyber stalking me for 10 years.
It hasn't been 10 years. Umar, stop.
People have asked me to put a stop to him legally. I had 2 attorneys who sent him cease and desist.
Okay, he did send me a cease and desist, but it wasn't 2 attorneys. It was 1. It was a white attorney.
And he did not cease and desist. Those attorneys did not live in Utah where he lives.
Okay, so he's talking about me because I was like, why is he calling me? But I see, I stay in the state of Utah, so he's talking about me here. But see, I talked about this the last time because we were trying to figure out, like, who is he talking about? The thing is that he gives my state. Okay, the thing though with Umar is that he has a very difficult time distinguishing between fantasy and reality. Okay, I'm going somewhere with this. It's like when he was doing that rant against SETI. Remember, he was bringing up all this WWF wrestling stuff, right? Another example is when he went in on his baby mamas and went on his older daughter. Remember, he had the wrestling belt. You remember that? Same thing. It's just he blurs the line. What I think, and I'm not sure, but what I think Umar is drawing this from is this right here. I want to apologize for being late. I had to meet with the HVAC specialist, Jose, to see if we can't get this HVAC going on because it's getting hot out here and I just can't. You know, sometimes life can be very hard, and you may have an idea or a dream of opening up a school. But maybe you collected 100,000, 200, 400,000, 500, $1 million, $2 million, $2.5 million, up to $3 million if for free. You done collected the money, but you can't make the school happen. But when I turn and look around off my back, what I say, that but an ugly ass trap. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm dealing with that. I've been getting over this COVID. I apologize. I ain't gonna be teaching and preaching too much today because it's hot out here. We was gonna have the choir come sing a little ditty for y'all, but they didn't want to do it because all the mold on the wall. Little kids, they want to come and look inside. I say, you know, they got the windows are still boarded up. Hey man, it's been over almost 4 years. The windows still boarded up on these trap band. I said, kids, you can't. I look down over. What is over there? We got weaponry all up. What is this over? Huh? Look. Look. Oh, Lord Jesus. Amen. See, now is the time for Umar Johnson to come clean. See, the Lord been waiting on you. Say, listen, I done forgive. We won't forgive you. We forgive you, Umar. The Cookie Crush chat forgive you. All them boys that was 10 years old, now they about 70. Excuse me, that COVID. They forgive you too. All them single mamas you done ran through and took their money and took their cookie. Talking about you gonna open up a school for black boys. It's been 13 years. They'll forgive you too. See, that's one thing we say about our people. We are very forgiving people, very generous people. We love to give. We'll give and give and give and give some more and some more and some more. But we also know how to forgive. We do have a musical selection for you all at this time. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch. FDMG. Amen. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Run them donations to me. Amen. Amen. All right. That's Pastor B. All right, let's keep going. Here we go.
Brother King Kong Consciousness, Dr. Umar.
That's the
Those attorneys did not live in Utah, so there was no follow-up. I recently consulted with a Utah attorney who told me I have a serious...
See, he's talking about me. At first, I thought he was talking. He could have been, but he talked about me. That's clear.
...case against Pastor Bussy, the Rainbow Bunny. But I'm going to have to fly out to Utah a couple times to appear in court.
Umar, cut it out.
So this attorney told me that if I give him the retainer, he will begin the investigation on Pastor Bussy, and after looking at Pastor Bussy's YouTube page...
So he's already begun the investigation then.
He says he is quite certain that I have a case for slander, I have a case for libel, I have a case for defamation.
Umar, you called me gay. What are you talking about? You issued physical threats of violence. You've doxed my personal information. I go on and on and on, homeboy. Cut it out. Don't try to play the victim. See, he wasn't all like this before. I can pull up the video where he was talking all mad shit, trying to act all thuggish. See, you ain't about that life. You never was. See, you mistook me because, and I get it, because people do that all the time. And I'm real laid back, real peaceful. But on the other hand, I'm not the one to fuck with. Real talk. I'm just not. I've never been like that. Okay, I'm cool. I'm real. You know, I'm real. I ain't trying. You know, but don't go there. Just don't do it. See, but it was a miscalculation on his part. He thought that he could bully me and threaten me and dox me and issue physical threats of violence. Tell his followers to come see me at my residence. See? He thought that was going to work, but he messed with the wrong one or the right one. See, and here we are to this day. Now he want to try to act like he the victim. You ain't no victim, Umar. Cut it out. Cry, baby.
And he also said, because he's been making money off of my name for 10 years, that he can be made to pay me back all the money that he made in my name.
That's ridiculous right there, Umar. Again, there's two legal issues. One is free speech, but the other thing is, in terms of copyright law, that's not coming to mind right now. Fair use. So Umar, cut it out, man. Goofy.
And that we can lay siege to any property that he owns. I told him that the man is broke. He don't have any property. He basically pays his bills by making Dr. Umar defamation films. He said, well, if that's the case, if he has a job, then his wages can be garnished until he satisfies the balance.
Oh, this is ridiculous, Umar.
Of the settlement from court.
Probably what I would do, Umar, with your fantasy land, you know, your hypothetical as a reality, what I would do in this scenario is I would just quit my job and then set up a nonprofit and go on your ass. I shouldn't say it that way. Go in on your ass. I'm sorry. Go in on your ass and do it full time. Right, but then everything goes to the nonprofit, just like you doing, right? All right, let's keep going.
So, brothers and sisters, I have finally realized.
I was listening to that. I was listening to Lanae's interview. I was listening to her interview today. No did it. No did it. Oh my God. Y'all wild up here. Y'all wow. Okay. don't go to y'all. Don't do that. I ain't gonna put that up there. Don't do that. All right, let's get back to it. All right, let's go. Here we go. Wow.
That I have to have a Dr. Umar defense fund. I have to have a Dr. Umar defense fund.
There he go.
And the reason I have to have a Dr. Umar defense fund.
Somebody said no, did it? I agree. All right, Lanae just blew up the spot. Here we go.
Is not because I have to defend myself. I have to have a Dr. Umar defense fund. So I can
do that.
file suit against people who think it's okay to constantly slander my name and attack my mother.
Yeah, this is a new grift. Okay, he's loading it right now. The loading screen is on right now. Okay, here we go.
Attack my mother.
No one attack
my mother. So, brothers and sisters.
What does that mean? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Here we go.
This woman told Pastor Bussy, the Rainbow Bunny, the YouTubian struggle streamer. She told
Oh my God, I can't put that on there. Come on now, AJ. Don't do that. What in the world is going on? Oh man, what in the world? All right, let me. I don't know what he's talking about. Boy, he wild. Let's go.
That's the bussy that I went down on her. Brothers and
Oh,
sisters,
whoa.
I'm willing to take a lie detector test.
What?
Brothers
Why
and
would you take a
sisters,
lie detector? What are you
I'm willing to
talking
take a
about?
lie detector test.
Boy, y'all wow.
Brothers and sisters, I'm willing to take a lie detector test. When that woman, after Gummy Bearing my Shango stick, that woman took off her underwear, and I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, and I don't mean no disrespect to feminine energy. I don't mean no disrespect to feminine energy. I don't mean no disrespect to feminine energy. When she took her underwear off, brothers and sisters, she smelled like something crawled up inside of her and died.
Oh my God, Umar, don't do this. It's y'all's principle. Let's go.
She smelled like an old fish tank. You ever smell a fish tank that somebody ain't cleaned in like 2 years? They got goldfish in there. They got all kind of fish. And it ain't been cleaned in years. That's what she smelled like when she took off those funky ass drawers. Her drawers were so old and so funky that I thought it was a wife beater. That's how stretched out her drawers.
What in the world? This guy is sick. Listen, I know we goof off. Okay, we do. We goof off. Sometimes we go too far. Okay. Sometimes you guys say stuff I shouldn't even be putting it on the screen. I get it. Okay. I know listen, we goof I goof off. I get it. Okay. But this is supposed to be a school principal, a school psychologist, a therapist, the most requested scholar talking like this.
Her drawers were so old and so funky, I thought her underwear was a slingshot. Her drawers were so funky and so stank, brothers and sisters, that I thought it was a wife beater, brothers and sisters, and I don't mean no disrespect. So when she said, it's my turn, after she got finished swallowing the Shango, she said, it's my turn. After she got finished swallowing the Prince of Pan Africanism, she said, it's my turn. And I'm sitting there and I'm saying to myself, how do I get out of this? Because it ain't no way under God's heaven that King Kong consciousness face, nose, tongue, lips, ears, or hairline is going.
Did he say ears? I might have to try that. I'm sorry. Couldn't help myself. I could not help myself. I should have did that. I apologize. But I'm gonna try that. You know, but I don't see how it would work. You know, but I ain't gonna go any further, but I ain't gonna do that. Wow. Okay. Let's move on. Okay. I don't know. Any of you men, I don't know. You ever I wouldn't even think to do that. Ear? Hairline, huh? You trying to do? You trying to give birth again? Or what you trying to do? Anyway, there you go.
On anywhere near that cootie cat. Brothers and sisters, listen.
Well, did he say a cootie cat? What's a cootie cat? I ain't never heard of no cootie cat. This guy's something wrong with him. He said a cootie cat. What's a cootie cat?
Brothers and sisters, listen. She told Pastor Bussy that I went down on her. I'm willing to take a lie detector test. I
don't remember her. I don't know. Maybe she did. I don't remember Lanae saying that.
am willing to take a lie detector test, brothers and sisters. That woman smelled like a dead cow mixed with sour milk.
Come on, Umar. This is enough. Come on.
And menstruated underwear.
Umar, what in the... Don't do that. Come on, man. You're just taking it too far. You really, real talk, Umar, but you be doing too much. That's really what it comes down to. You ain't got to do all that. Oh, in the South, they say cootie cat? I ain't never heard no cootie cat. I'm sorry, I ain't never heard that. I've heard a lot of things, but I ain't heard that. Anyway, let's keep going.
That was found in a funky alleyway. I lie to you not. She is so acidic.
What? How would you know that, though, Umar? Look at this guy.
Her yoni verse is so acidic. She needs a baptism. She needs a deep cleanse. She needs an exorcism. I think she got demons living in that bat cave.
This guy, man. He's sick. Who talks like this?
I think she got demons living in that bat cave, brothers and sisters, and she thought that the world's most requested scholar was going to go down on her. Oh, no. My women got to be fresh and clean.
Yeah, but how would you know if... See, his story don't even make sense. This makes sense to anybody? It don't make no sense to me.
My women got to smell like fresh peaches.
Yeah, he is. He's nasty.
Fresh daffodils. My women got to smell like fresh roses. If you want these lips to ever touch your peach cobbler.
Here you go. Umar, don't bring up your lips with the bumpity bump. Don't even do that. Don't make me pull the picture up.
If you want this tongue to ever massage your honeycomb hideout, you got to be clean. You got to be clean. And she need a deep cleanse. In fact, I'm going to treat her because I have her address. I know where she sleeps. I have Pastor Bussy's address. I know where he sleeps.
You ain't going to do a motherfucking thing. Cut it out. Bitch ass. You ain't going to do shit, Umar. What you talking about?
I'm going to send her a gift certificate to the Yoni Spa. I'm going to send her a gift certificate to the Yoni Spa. I'm going to send her a gift certificate to the Yoni Spa because whatever she got in her, I don't know how many men she done been with. I don't know, but I've never smelled a woman smell like that.
Umar, how many women you been with, though? Real talk.
But let me get back on topic.
What is the topic?
Let me get on topic with this.
You talk about floors and doors and ears and I mean, come on.
Funky coochie cat, Kansas City throat goat. Let me get back on topic trying to destroy me. You picked the wrong one. You want war? I'm ready for war. Ogun is ready.
He's so feminine. He bring up his little bracelets and shit. You want war? I'm going to show you what. Cut it out.
Ogun is ready. So she told Pastor Bussy, I went down on her. I pledge allegiance.
I don't remember her saying that. Did she say that Kukrashat hit? If she said it, say hit the one. I don't. Maybe she did. I don't remember her saying that. Okay, I could be wrong though. I got so many super chats to get through. We're getting close to the end. Let me see here. This is from Moon Girl Kiki. She says, as an educator, I can go to the mall without bumping into former students. I can't go to the mall without bumping into former students. Why hasn't any black boys ever come forward to vouch for his expertise? There's no evidence of his service as a psychologist. In all of my years, I have yet to see a young boy come out, or even if they're a man later on, come out and talk about Umar's contribution to their life outside of his nephew. There was a guy that it was during, if memory serves me correctly, it was during the anti-protest who came forward and said that Umar was his counselor, then he said vice principal, then principal. But they didn't give any indication in terms of Umar being a positive force in their life consistently. It wasn't like that. It was just kind of more like in passing. But the evidence shows is that Umar was a school psychologist for a period of time. I have it on my timeline. I do believe that he was a school principal, but for a very short period of time, a matter of months, a few months, 3 months, maybe 4. But in terms of him having a history that is verifiable, wherein he's helped black boys, wherein they come out at a certain point and they vouch for his expertise, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen it. In all of these years, I have not seen it. And see, we're in the age of social media. Those boys now, they would be the primary people on social media these days. And we should see, based upon how Umar tells it, we should see hundreds of testimonials, right? But that's not what we see. I haven't seen any. Okay, that's telling in and of itself. So I think what Umar's done is that he's misrepresented himself in so many different ways, including in his profession. He's never been an educator too, by the way. He's never been an educator. He's been a school psychologist. He's been in my opinion, because I haven't verified it, a vice principal and a principal, in my opinion, for those two. But he's never functioned as a teacher in the classroom or as an educator in the classroom. He hasn't done that. So that's why, in part, I would posit that there's no testimonials. And then when it comes to Umar in the Black conscious space since 2011-ish, his main focus was not on black boys. It was about single black mothers and exploiting them under the guise of saving black boys. Because a lot of his speeches back then, or his talks, that's what he was talking about. School to prison pipeline, misdiagnoses, saving black boys, all this kind of stuff. But that was just his way of manipulating black women, single black mothers in particular, so that he can exploit them financially and sexually, or financially or sexually, or both. Okay, yeah, you're right. There is no evidence. I haven't seen it, and I've researched this guy extensively. See, there should be, at this point, based upon how Umar tells it, there should be hundreds of testimonials that are out there over the last decade or two. But that's not what we see. They have yet to find one. That's telling in and of itself. Okay? Okay. And again, he did serve as a psychologist, but in terms of him contributing to the life of a black boy or boys, wherein they benefit to such a degree to wherein they have come out on social media and vouch for him, hasn't happened. Okay. Thank you, Moon Girl Kiki. Antoine says 1.7 million. I could have gotten all of the renovations done in 3 weeks and have enough to pay the workers. Yeah, but see, Umar never had a plan. Remember, I showed the video from 2014, St. Paul's. He didn't have a plan then. He still didn't have a plan. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's doing things, and it's not even in the appropriate order. Okay? Painting is like one of the last things that you do. Right? Why would you? You would want to get from the top down is really how you should work for the most part. But Umar, he's all over the place. He doesn't have a plan. And so there's a lot of money that's been wasted. You have to be efficient too. You can have certain things being done at the same time. Some things have to be done at the same time, right? In terms of innovation, there are other things that one thing has to be done before the next, before the thing that comes blah, 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 all the way down the line. Umar doesn't have a plan like that from point A to point B. So there's money that's being mismanaged because he's throwing money at things it's not even time to be focusing on those things. See? He's wasted so much money. He's wasted so much money. And yet he's telling people in 2025 that he hasn't raised $1 million, but we can prove conclusively that he's raised at least 1.7 million, which means that there's at least $700,000 that Umar does not want to account for. And if he doesn't want to account for it, it's not there. And he's raised way more than 1.7. Okay, but that's just the IRS filings for 2020, 21, 22, 23, and 24. Thanks, Antoine, for the super chat. A lady says that you are not the rainbow bunny. You are a cybersecurity buddy. Thank you. All right. Put some respect on my name. Yeah, I don't know why Umar be talking like that. He's ridiculous. Thanks, a lady. T. Jones says, I have been a member longer than Lanae messed with Umar. Thanks, Cookie Crush Chat. My money went to the Cookie Crush Chat only. Okay. Thank you, T. Jones. Been a member for 55 months. That might be the record, though, actually. Right? I don't know how I could tell, but yeah, that might be the record. Thank you, T. Jones, for being a member for 55 months. I appreciate it. Let me get the rest of these and we'll wind this down. Kel says, Umar is giving you all my money, Lenon. He would have to prove your claim is false to win a liable slander case. He don't want that can of worms open. Yeah, he would have to have a premise, and I would think that his premise is that he's scamming, right? Because that's really what I talk about. This in particular with the FDMG school scam. He would have to prove to me, or prove to the court that what I'm saying is not true. But I can prove it right away. I can just simply say, okay, well, let's look at the IRS filings for 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. Let's look at the video on It's Up There podcast in 2025 where Umar says that he hasn't even raised $1 million. Shout out to James, sent it to me the other day. Okay, and if we add up the IRS filings from 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24, it's going to be $1.7 million. So Umar's lying. That's the scam. And see, then in discovery, all of the books would have to be open and everything would need to be subpoenaed. Cash apps, PayPal, checks and money orders to his P.O. box in Philadelphia, to the P.O. box in Wilmington. Yeah. GoFundMe. See? And see, that will become public record. That's not what Umar wants. He don't want that because then everyone will see. It'll be documented then. Everyone will see that he's mismanaged. I mean, at this point, it could be millions of dollars. Real talk. See? I've never lied on this guy. Not one time. He's lied on me, though. Okay. Now he calling me Pastor B. All right. Thanks, Kales, for super chat. Leona Whitney 82 says, if that is true, Umar, why did you see her several times? And yeah, I mean, this is a critical question. Okay, good point. Okay, if there was an issue down there like that, then why are you, doing the thing and all this other stuff with all of this other stuff that we ain't gonna mention right here? Some of that stuff is inappropriate as far as I'm concerned. All right, but do what you're gonna do. All right, if you're into that kind of thing, no did it. Yeah, it just doesn't stand to reason that if you were with her 3 times, as you allege, it has to be more than that. Okay, Lanae, I'm sure you would say that it's probably more. If that's the case, then Umar, why would you have dealt with her at least 3 times then? See what I'm saying? It just doesn't stand to reason. It's a critical question. It doesn't stand to reason. Well, it's because Umar's lying. Right? He lying. And then furthermore, just to take it a step further, if it was an issue, why you keep flying her out and flying her out and flying her out to have sex with her then? Before she even meets your mama. See? And then you're going to let her deal with your mama after all this goes down too? And she's supposed to be taking care of your mama? Okay, it don't even make sense. Right? Take care of the mama hygiene, but she's got issues down there, Umar? Come on. I think I'm going too far, but I just want to just be clear about that. This makes sense, hit the one. He lying. Real talk. But see, that's what Umar does in these scenarios because he had similar rhetoric when he was talking about the conscious stripper. That's par for the course with this guy. Perfectly predictable. Yeah, good point. Thank you, Leona Whitney, 82. Dave says he's got the same material as boys in middle school. When you fall out with a girl, you say she gave you top and her stuff stinks. Yeah. That's the thing. Umar, he's very juvenile. Even calling me gay, it's just juvenile talk. I mean, we used to do that too. Like we were in high school, junior high school. We used to talk, just talk reckless. But he's 50 now. Okay, and see, it'd be different. I guess it would be different because he's really trying to paint a narrative to do harm. That's insidious. It's diabolical. See? It'd be different if, let's say, he's a comedian, he's telling a joke on the stage. Okay, I get that. But no, he's doing this to try to demean someone, a black woman. And he's always telling people that we're supposed to respect black women too, right? But look at how he behaves. And it's juvenile. Every single time. It's perfectly predictable. He's done this so many times before. So many times before. But that's Umar. Thanks, Dave. Leona also says, didn't we have open cuts? And yeah, he did. I can pull up and show it to you guys. I remember there was this guy, real quick, there's a guy that I think he was in New York, and he ran into Umar, and Umar was getting out the car, and he said how disappointed he was because he had all these open blisters on his lips. So Umar, you're not the one to talk, bro. You're not the one to talk. And I can pull it up because I have the thing. It was Tariq Nasheed was the one that really blew that out of the spot, because in Hidden Colors 1 or 2, Umar had that big old thing on his lip. And Tariq said that he had to color correct. I know what he's talking about. It's not necessarily color correction, but I know what he's talking about. To try to mitigate it, and at least the appearance of it in the video. Okay, but it was so huge that there was nothing really that they could do. I can pull it up and show it to you. I don't even want to show it. Okay, it's way over the top. Thank you, Leona, for the super chat. Hassa says no one wants a herpendicular, the herpendicular you got, Umar, acting like he won't put his mouth on anyone who will let him. Yeah, that's the thing. Umar he tries to pretend, and this is part of the manipulation part. He's trying to pretend as if he has some sort of discipline to where if it's offered that he won't go for it. But Umar, he will go for it every single, because that's the thing. He's always looking for cooch. He's on a world tour looking for cooch. That's his main focus, is looking for cooch. But he wants to pretend like he has some discipline or something. No, Umar. He's just painting a narrative. And then all this other stuff about, the hygiene, that's just him. Umar, you ain't got to do all that, because it's not true, because you wouldn't have been dealing with it if it was true. So why you got to even go there? He's sick with the bumpity bump. You need to cut it out. Thank you, Hassan. This fool's supposed to lead children? Yeah, at least in the Umar Johnson followers world. I mean, quiet as it's kept, he's supposed to be leading other men, right? If he's the leader in women. What? Really? That's wild. That's what I'm saying. They had him over in Africa. What do they not understand? If he's talking like this over here in the United States of America, why would you bring him over to Africa? Don't make no sense. Thank you, Ivy Vibes. Lori says herpes tuned his line and crashing. Yeah. He is. He really is. He's crashing out in this video. He's just talking reckless, but this is what he does. He can't control himself, and he has to create a false narrative, and he'll start, and he'll keep going, and he gets more and more egregious, more and more egregious. This is what Umar does. He does this every single time. Again, the poll question is, will Umar respond to Mary Ann Lawrence expose? We got 2,000 votes, which is close to the record right there. 57% said yes, and 43% said no. Okay. Before we close, I'll give you guys my opinion on that. Thank you, Lori. James, what's up? James says, Umar, no other race go online bashing their women. I don't condone this at all. Yeah, there's a video. Shout out to James because he sent it to him. I'm going to save it for the documentary, though. There's a video where Umar says this, that no other race goes online bashing their women. I don't condone this at all, that black men, we shouldn't be doing it. And look what he's doing right here, to the extreme. Yeah, that was the video of James sent me. I think he's on the Up There podcast. He's such a hypocrite. Thanks, James. Matt says all the extra he putting on it. No, he's like, yeah, it's just he's over the top, right? It's Umar doing too much. This is what he does. Everything is way over the top every single time with this guy, right? And then he's blinking and stuff, just making up fake narratives, false narratives. This is what Umar does. He's a pathological liar. Thanks, Matt. AJ says, can Lanae confirm that he is 6'4" and sexy with his? He didn't say 6'4" in the setting rant, though. I think he said, didn't he say I'm 6'3" and I'm sexy with mine? Isn't that what he said? No. Yeah, I think that's what he said. I thought he said 6'3". 6'4", he's sexy with his. That's crazy. Thank you, AJ, for super chat. And then Jay Civic says, he's so effed up, he makes fun of women. And then in the same sentence says, I don't mean any disrespect while he's being disrespectful. No man worth his salt would say these types of things. Yeah, but that also shows how much of a hypocrite he is. He actually contradicts himself, as he's talking. Like you can see it in real time. He'll disrespect and then say, I mean no disrespect. No, he's saying I mean no disrespect to kind of pad the fact that he's just disrespected this woman. He does this a lot. He's a total hypocrite. And if he was a real man, he wouldn't be talking like this about a woman, and he wouldn't be talking like this about a woman online, even if it was true. But this is Umar. He's been thoroughly exposed by Lanae, and so he has to. In his mind, it's mitigation, but it's really not. He's just making things work because it works. Because if you look at how people have responded to this, they've been going in on him. That's why he had to turn off the comments while he's talking crazy like this for his live stream. But if you go look at where this has been uploaded in different places, a lot of people have covered it. People, they don't take kindly to this type of talk, especially from someone like Umar, who claims to be, respect women and all this type of stuff. He try to tell black men that's what y'all supposed to be doing, right? But does he exhibit the qualities of a man who respects women? No, absolutely not. But he'll tell black men that that's what you're supposed to do. And yeah, you should do it, but the person who's not doing it should be telling brothers that they should be doing it. It makes sense. It's hypocritical, right? But that's Umar. He has no respect. He has no sense of boundaries. And then once he starts, because he lacks emotional discipline, and he's impulsive. That's the word. He's so impulsive. He can't stop himself. Really what he should have done is just taking a break. Don't even address this right now. What he should be doing is focusing on her daughter, and then maybe later on address it when he has a level head. But that's not Umar. Okay. He goes and he rants, and that's what he's doing right here. Good point, Jay Civic. And thank you for the super chat. And then Hassa says Umar and his road obstruction. Okay. We're gonna leave that alone. Okay, because it's just too much. Thank you, Hassa. Okay, let's start winding this down, everybody. We didn't do good on time, but we got plenty of views. I'll tell you that right now. Chomper says we seriously got to stop playing about herpes. 48% of black women are diagnosed, and most doctors don't even test for it. More people have it than we realize, especially men. The research says this, that 48% are diagnosed. That's figure that don't sound right to me. Chompers, that's like half. But there's different types of herpes too, though. I don't even want to get into this if you don't mind. Okay, I don't even want to get into it because I don't even like showing that big old bump on Umar's lip. There's other things that I know too, Chompers, about that I haven't spoken about. And I probably won't speak about it, but I'll just say it this way, that he's had that issue for a lot longer than what people realize. I'll leave it right there. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, let's finish this up for sure now. Okay, we got to finish this up. Okay, here we go.
To the African flag, that is a lie. She told Pastor Bussy I hit her raw. I pledge allegiance to the African flag, that is a lie.
So he is talking about me because Lanae didn't go on any other platforms, right? Is Lanae still here? Maybe she did. Lanae, did you go on any other platforms and tell and say this on any platform? You're still in the chat room. I see you right there. Let me know.
She told Pastor Bussy I get high in order to get intimate. She told Pastor Bussy the rainbow.
Oh, she went on KKC. Okay. So she went on KKC. Lanae says, not only me, another woman also. Oh, there's another. I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about that. Well, maybe no, but he's not in Utah though. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's keep going. Here we go.
Ganging YouTubian struggle streamer that Dr. Umar has to get high before I get busy. I don't do drugs.
Okay, that's what we talked about. Yes.
I don't do dope. I don't get high. But she told him that. A lie. She lied on me like a dog, brothers and sisters.
Umar,
that Kansas City throat goat built like a sack of old laundry. Built like a sack of old, you fat, funky. Let me stay within character.
Here you go. Let me stay within character. You hear this?
Character. She told Pastor Bussy I get high in order to get intimate. She told Pastor Bussy, the rainbow ganging YouTubian struggle streamer, that Dr. Umar has to get high.
I don't mean to laugh, but it's funny. I can't lie. That's funny. Yeah. She let me know. Yeah, she let me know about that. We exchanged some more information today. She knows what I'm talking about. Here we go.
Before I get busy, I don't do drugs. I don't do dope. I don't get high. But she told him that.
Yeah, but Umar, I have a video where you say that you get high at your shrine, so cut it out. Also have a video where you go off screen and you snort. Also have the video where you're talking to Brother Manny, rest in peace, and you're talking about what you were burning up inside of the abandoned buildings. And you were asking whether or not he got the paraphernalia. So cut it out. I also have videos of you popping pills, and not just one, but over and over again. So cut it out, Umar. I just want to look something up. Let's see here. This video, the video that we're watching right now is from the 9th. That would be last Wednesday. And I interviewed Lanae on the 25th for the first time. But Umar, he responded with when we interviewed her for the second time. And that would be on, here it is right here. I'm just looking at it. That would be on the 4th. And then Umar does this on the 5th. I just want to be clear about the timeline. All right, here we go.
A lie. She lied on me like a dog, brothers and sisters. That Kansas City throat goat built like a sack of old laundry.
I can't believe he's talking like this, Umar.
Built like a sack of old, you fat, funky. Let me stay within character.
See that?
Let me stay within character. Only worthy. You are only worthy of shining the Shango, you dusty hoe. You are only.
Ooh, whoa. Umar, you really wild, boy. You get yourself under control. Yeah, Swagonito. Now I see why people were going in on him.
Only worthy of shining the Shango. How we doing there, family? So anyway, brothers and sisters.
Well, he really mad.
She told him that I get high. She told him I went down. She told him I went raw.
Hey man, you let that dude be on the internet.
That's me, my brother, Dr. Umar.
He said, you that dude that be on the internet begging.
Ifatunde. Yes, sir. That's me, my brother.
Yeah, I know that was you.
That is me, my brother. Yes, sir.
Oh, God.
Yes, sir.
In Delaware, man.
I'm in Delaware, brother. This is the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy you're looking at. Yes, sir. That is me in the flesh, elder.
Oh, my God.
That is me in the flesh, elder. I'm battling demons right now, but we're going to win.
Lord have mercy.
No problem. No problem.
Wow.
Powerful, powerful.
I'm just on my way to help my mom with her groceries.
Oh, man, that's beautiful, brother. I take care of my mother. That's beautiful, brother.
She's 83.
Oh, man, bless her. 83.
93.
93.
Yeah,
Bless
yeah.
Queen Mother, man.
Man.
I pray to God my Queen Mother get to
Yes, I watched
93,
all your
man.
stuff too, man.
Go ahead and snap that circle, elder. There you go.
Wow,
One
love
love,
you,
man.
man.
Thank you, man. And bless
Okay.
your mom, man. Bless
Yes.
your mom. I'm gonna keep you in my prayers for your mom, and you
Thank
keep
you.
me in your prayers for my mom.
Man,
Thank you, brother.
You're really, really intelligent, man. I'm so proud
Appreciate
of
you,
Wow. He has no clue.
man.
man. And you,
But when
you
we
know,
get this school
you
open,
tell
we're gonna be
the
having all kind of community
truth.
programs here.
My grandson, I used to take right next door.
Boys and Girls Club.
Yeah, when he was
Yes, sir. They good people at the Boys and Girls Club.
School, but he been having so many problems, and I took him on the side there for his mental health and stuff. He ended up getting in trouble, ended up getting 30 years shooting 2 people.
Oh, I'm sorry
Oh my God, man.
to hear
Wrong
that.
people.
I'm sorry to hear
I used to take them
that.
there
I pray he get
all
himself
the
together
time.
when he get inside. I'm sorry to hear that, brother.
Man, I'm sorry. Well, I can't
I'm
wait
always
to
here,
be
brother. You can
over
pull up
there.
anytime. I'm always here. We had the school for 6.5 years, elder.
Wow.
6.5 years.
You was part of this?
Yes, sir. I'm from Philadelphia, North
Right.
Philadelphia, born and raised, but this is going to be my new home, Wilmington, Delaware.
Oh, man.
Yeah, in the playground. And we spend most of the days. We're almost
I
done.
was coming here. You
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Once we open, brother, this is going to be the place, man. This is going to be the place. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thanks, man. I love you.
Take care, man.
I just had to look at the hey.
Yes, sir. That's me, brother. That's me, Elder.
Okay. This is a good day for you, man.
So, brothers and sisters, she stated 4 blatant lies. Well, 10. She said I loved her. I wanted to marry her. I wanted her to have my baby. 44 years old. 3 fellatio sessions, and I wanted to marry her. I wanted her to have my child. I was in love with her. She said I masturbated, brothers and sisters. I don't want to be foul.
What in the world, Umar?
But I got to, she said I masturbated in order to have sex. She said he got to masturbate. Talk to any woman who's ever dated me in my life.
Umar, he really telling too much. Why is he talking like this? This is a principal, a school psychologist.
Talk to any woman who has ever dated me in my life. Does Dr. Umar masturbate? Has he ever masturbated in front of you? Guess what, y'all? I've never masturbated in my life. God.
This be lying. He be lying so much. Come on, Umar, don't do that. Look at him. This guy be lying.
Fellatio sessions, and I wanted to marry her. I wanted her to have my child. I was in love with her. She said I masturbated, brothers and sisters. I don't want to be foul, but I got to. She said I masturbated in order to have sex. She said he got to masturbate. Talk to any woman who's ever dated me in my life. Talk to any woman who has ever dated me in my life. Does Dr. Umar masturbate? Has he ever masturbated in pal?
I'm sorry. I can't believe he even talking like this. Look at this guy. Look at him.
Beans and spoiled milk. Your yoni-verse smell like. She knows why I wasn't there. She know her mother kept me out of her life, so she's very mother.
I'm sorry.
I never masturbated. I never had a need to. I'm not into that. Grade or 12th grade, one wet dream.
What
I can't remember.
Whoa, what in the world is going on here? Umar, stop. What are you doing? I accidentally skipped, and it went to something about the. What in the world? What's wrong with this guy?
Elder, I'm battling demons right now, but we're going to win. Years, Elder. Wow. 6.5 years. I wanted to marry her. I wanted in my life. Does Dr. Umar masturbate? Has he ever masturbated in front of you? Guess what, y'all? I've never masturbated in my life. God is my witness. I've never masturbated in my life. I had a wet dream in 11th grade or 12th grade. One wet dream. I can't remember if that was 11th grade or 12th grade.
What? 11th to 12th grade? I don't know. Maybe it's different for different people, but whatever. We're going to leave it right there because he's telling too much.
The Scotland School for Veterans Children in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. At the Scotland School for Veterans Children in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. I had a wet dream. I was still a virgin. I had a wet dream in
why are you talking like this?
The 11th grade or 12th grade.
Okay, so you're a virgin in 12th grade, then 11th, 12th. Okay, why are you telling all this?
That was it. I never masturbated. I never had a need to. I'm not into that. She said I masturbated. I only saw her 3 times. So in 3 sessions, 3 hours apiece. You spent what, 9 hours with me, 12 hours in your life alone? I masturbated. I got high. I went down on your funky cootie cat, smelling like sardines and sardines and spoiled milk. Your yoni-verse smelled like sardines and spoiled milk, and you saying I went down. I got high. I masturbated. I went down. I do. What else? I got high.
No, don't say nothing else, Umar. Please. Please don't. You ain't got to say nothing else.
I masturbated.
I don't remember Lanae saying these things. Am I missing something? Lanae came across as respectful, fair, and professional as a professional lady. Yeah, but she did go. They were saying she went on KKC, so maybe she said some other stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't understand why he has to say all this again and put extras on it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just okay. I'm gonna do this briefly. What purpose does it serve to talk like this? That's all I got. What's the purpose? Again, he's serious. I mean, he's really trying to paint this narrative, but even while painting this narrative, what's the point? How does this benefit you, Umar? I'm talking Umar. How does this benefit you? Do you think about that? You have black boys who you claim to be the leader to, and they're watching this video, and what are they supposed to think? Even with the masturbation piece, listen, it's normal human behavior. Real talk. Okay, again, you do stuff too much, it could be a problem. I get that, right? But it's normal. That's what happens. So even how you're framing this, it's not reflective of someone who's coming from a place of maturity, understanding these types of dynamics when it comes to human sexuality. That's a problem, because you claim to be a school psychologist. And then you lie about you people. We know you lying. Why you gotta lie? It's just so unnecessary. First of all, you don't even have to bring half of this stuff up. More than half of the stuff you're talking about, you don't even got to bring it up. Ain't nobody worried about all that. That's you. I don't masturbate, and we only met 3 times, and I only had a wet dream. Who talks like? Why are you talking like that at 50? Living in your mama closet with a teenage mutant ninja. Let me stop. Anyway, I can't call it a mobile. I don't know. He just goes too far. He does too much. It's unnecessary. Thank you for the super chat. We're almost done. Leona says, Umar, you homeless grifter, what do you... Oh my God. Listen, real talk, he looked bummy in this video. So Umar, you ain't got... And hygiene is not your strong suit, Umar. You're a hoarder. What are you talking about? Anyway, let's finish this up. This is too much. It's just too much. Thank you for the super. Thanks for all the super chats, everybody. We're close to the record again. My goodness. Let's finish this up. There's probably about 10 more minutes to this, and then we're gonna be done. Here we go.
I went down.
I'm thirsty.
I got
something to drink.
I went down.
Look at this guy.
I didn't use a condom. And check this one out. Guess what else she said? I asked her to put her fingers, brothers and sisters. She said I asked her to put her fingers in my rectum. Sisters, talk to any woman I've ever dated.
She did say that, though.
Go to high school, go to college.
Notice that he's saying dated. He's not saying had sex with. Okay.
Go to the school district of Philadelphia. Go throughout the world. Is there any sister I've ever dated who can tell you I asked them to put their fingers in my rectum? You were the throat goat. That's it. You were the throat goat. Why are you making up these lies?
Umar, you tripping. Oh, we got the thousands like. Thank y'all so much. Boy, we've been breaking records. The 10 minutes to 40-minute record. Don't do me like that, Tracy. Come on now. Don't do me like I'm working. Let me work, okay? Oh, you all crazy in here. I ain't reading this stuff. It is. Oh no. Oh no. No, don't do that. Y'all, come on now. All right, we got to finish this up. This is too much. Oh, don't worry, Carl. You didn't miss anything. Oh no. Oh no. Don't do that, Lanae. All right, let's go. Let's get back to it. No. Asia, come on now. All right. Oh man, this is too. I need to water that plant. This is too much. Let's go.
I'm willing to take a lie detector test with her. I'm willing to go to Kansas City, Kansas, and take a lie detector test. I'm willing to go to Kansas City, Missouri, and take a lie detector test. And I want the lie detector technician to ask 10 questions. Did he want you to have his baby? Did he want to marry you? Did he want you to have his baby? Did he masturbate in front of you? Did he do drugs in front of you? Did he hit you raw? Did he go down on your funky, sardine, rat-infested, smelling like the worst fish tank never cleaned? Did he go down on you?
Digging in his nose. Boy, Umar's deranged. He just crashing out. His nephew said that his mama used to have fish tanks and stuff. So I think that's probably where he's getting this reference from, which is kind of interesting. Oh no. Umar's the prince. Umar's the prince of pan pooping in school. I should laugh. I shouldn't even have read that real talk, but I couldn't help myself. It's not right, Carl, because Umar called me gay. I didn't like that. I don't appreciate it. So I shouldn't be laughing at it when people call, because I don't know that. I don't know if he is, so what? I don't care. You know what I'm saying? It's funny, though. It's funny. All right. Okay. Here. Oh my God. You guys need to stop in there. Oh my God. What is boy, you guys crazy. Okay, let's stay focused. Here we go. Oh man.
Brothers and sisters, they attacked my mother. You don't talk about nobody's mother. You don't talk about nobody's mother, so I got 2 lawsuits that I got to pay for.
Oh no, don't do that, Derek. Okay.
I got 2 lawsuits I'm about to pay for. Let me go to Baby Smurf for a minute. I love my child. Let me say that.
All right.
I love my child. Let me say that.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna get serious now.
I love my child. Let me say that.
If you did, you'd be taken care of.
I pray to God she's safe. I pray to God she's healthy.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Baby Smurf has my number. She is not blocked. She can text me anytime. She can call me anytime.
Man, this chat room is crazy.
She has a mother with a house. I have a cousin of mine who invited her to come and stay with her. Baby Smurf don't want a place to stay.
So you notice that Umar, he doesn't say, I have a house.
Baby Smurf has places to stay. And I pray my daughter is well. I pray she's well. But I need y'all to understand something. If she want her father's help, she can have her father's help. If she want her mother's help, I think she can have her mother's help. I've had relatives reach out to her. She don't want to be helped. She loves the attention that she gets on the struggle streams.
Umar, she shouldn't be talking
She's
like
called
that.
me out my name. She's disrespected me, but
that's besides the point, Umar. And you shouldn't say anything negative about her. This should be handled offline. It's you over in Africa.
She's still my child. She's not honest about a lot of things. She knows why I wasn't there. She know her mother kept me out of her life, so she's very
he's sick. Again, he can't hold himself accountable for anything.
dishonest. She told somebody on an interview this morning or yesterday that I wasn't there when she was born. Complete lie. I'm the first person to hold her after the white doctor.
See, Umar, he's lying about that because you weren't there to sign the birth certificate. Y'all remember this hit the one? See, the mother had to call him to sign the birth certificate. Why? Because he wasn't there. And he tells this whole story about how he didn't want to sign it because the name wasn't the right name that he wanted her to have, and all this other stuff. But she had to call you to the hospital to sign the birth certificate, and they don't wait on that shit, Umar. You don't know this because you ain't been a man, you ain't been a father like you should, or a husband. They don't wait a couple of days or the next day to sign. No, they get that done right then. They ready to go. You weren't there, Umar. Lie so much.
Complete lie. I'm the first person to hold her after the white doctor. I had her more than her mother had her first 5 years of her life. But if she wants to lie, she can keep on lying. I understand her loyalty is to her mother. And because her loyalty is to her mother, she's going to keep on lying. But that's not the point. I just want all y'all to know that if my daughter ever reaches out to me, I'm here for her. So what you see her doing is all intentional. It's strategic. She's very intelligent. She knows exactly what she's doing. And I think she knows. And I pray my baby is safe. But I think she knows that if she gets help, she can't act crazy on the internet no more. Because guess what?
This is a horrible thing to say, Umar.
What?
Yeah.
My help is going to come with conditions. You're going to get your ass somewhere and sit down. Read a book. Get up.
That doesn't help her with her mental health. Furthermore, Umar, as a parent, it's unconditional love. You don't help your child with conditions. If the child needs help, if your child needs help, you help them. There's nothing to talk about. There's no stipulations. There's no conditions. That goes to show you what type of person you are, Umar.
Off the damn internet for a minute.
Listen, his daughter is homeless. She's out here, real talk. She's urinating in bleach bottles in the backyard. But there's conditions. No, she has some serious issues going on, but you don't care. Even right now, you're over in Africa.
Let's get you enrolled in some classes at the Community College of Philadelphia.
That's not what she needs right now. That's irrelevant.
Let's get you enrolled in some classes at the Community College of Philadelphia. Let's get you enrolled in some classes at the Community College of Philadelphia. Let's get you at the Thaddeus Stevens College of Technology. You want to do some plumbing, some architect, some auto mechanic. Let's find you a summer job. Can we start with?
That's not what she needs, Umar.
The summer job.
Crazy.
I will help my daughter, but it's going to come with conditions.
Boy, this is sick, man. This guy.
But what you're not going to do is keep on disrespecting me repeatedly over and over. We're not doing that.
See, that's what he does. He it's all about him. But see, his daddy was the same way. Remember, he said, "You're dead to me." This is cross generational. It's sad, but it is what it is.
Good to see you, young king. Good to see you, man. All right, brother. That's gonna have to stop. But brothers and sisters, I just wanted to go live to clear the air.
Yeah, Swagonito.
I came on here to say more than what I said, but my mind is all over the place.
As usual.
They sent social services to my mother's house the other day, brothers and sisters.
Well, good, because your relatives, they did the same thing. Okay, you have what you're doing is wrong, Umar.
The Kansas City Throat Goat and Rainbow Bunny Pastor Bussy sent the social service.
I didn't send anybody, but I do know that there were people who are mandated reporters who were in the live. So Umar, you can get upset with me all you want to. It don't make no difference. If everything's on the up and up, then you ain't got a problem.
They were there twice this week. Social services came out to inspect the allegations made against me.
What are you talking about, Umar? It's ridiculous. Social services, what allegations are you talking about exactly? That you were having sex? Cut it out.
So that will also be included in my lawsuit. There's also something else I want to say.
Here you go.
There's also something else I want to say. There's also something else I want to say.
He's thinking of something else to say in the moment. going on?
Somebody trying to pull up on the Prince.
Oh, here you go. Damn, look at this guy. That's that paranoia. He has it really bad. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I believe that Siobhan Stone, a.k.a. I'm the original Eat Up the Prince. That's what she called herself in the text message. And I have plenty more text messages of hers that I did not post. I probably have about 50 text messages of her begging to eat the Shango. I have about 50 text messages of her begging to eat the Shango. I got about 50 text messages of hers begging to eat the Shango. But she called herself the original I Eat Up the Prince. So Miss Siobhan Stone of Kansas City, Missouri, the original I Eat Up the Prince 3 times. Siobhan Stone 3 times. a.k.a. Lanae Stacks. Siobhan Stone, Lanae.
He's so mad and agitated. Damn, Lanae, you really did a number on this guy. Poor Umar. But that's what you get, bro.
Stacks, throat goat, hood rat, jump off, fishy coochie. Fishy coochie, the queen of fishy coochie. I believe she may have taken information regarding the bank account of FDMG and my personal. I discussed this with the attorneys. The attorneys told me that it would be in my advantage.
He's making this shit up on the spot, y'all. Hit the one. Damn. This. Listen, I ain't never seen nothing like this in my life. You're going to have to prove that in court, Umar.
If Siobhan Stone.
Yeah, that's defamation right there. What does he talk? I don't even understand what he's saying exactly. Hold on, let's see.
Throat goat or Pastor Bussy tries to access my personal account or the.
What are you talking about, Umar? Boy, he out there. He way out there. What are you talking about? Why you got to put me? Listen, you got to throw me in there too. What in the world?
School's account, because that is a federal crime. So we have a watch on my account and the school's account to see if Pastor Bussy or Throat Goat Siobhan is going to try to compromise my accounts.
What are you? Am I missing something here? It doesn't make any sense. What is he saying? If Lanae was on KKC's show, KKC is studying to become, I think, a pastor, right? But then he said, Pastor Boost, the B word in Utah. That's the state that I'm in. It just doesn't make any sense. None of this makes sense to me. The whole idea that she steals his, Lanae allegedly steals his bank account information, personal bank account information, and then also the bank account information for FDMG, and that somehow I'm involved with that too. What are you talking about? This video is from the 9th. So this is 6 days ago. Yeah, 6 days ago.
Because that is a Fed charge. If they mess with the school's account, that is a Fed charge. If she gives information about the school account to anybody else, that is a Fed charge. We know Pastor Bussy called the gas and electric company and impersonated himself as Dr. Umar.
I'm thoroughly confused. I'm trying to make this make sense. But this is Umar, so yeah, he really is. It just, and that's probably why people were going in on him. So said Mr. Lenon, that's his nickname for you. He's it is weird for him to be calling another man that anyway, right? Real talk, but that's Umar. It just doesn't. The story that he's telling, it doesn't make any sense about accounts being probably stolen, or what does that mean exactly? And then that I allegedly impersonated him. What are you talking about, Umar? Thanks, James. James also says Umar's so mad he making it worse himself by lying. Yeah. And people were going in on him during that live. That's why he stopped the comments for that live stream. And then if you look at the videos that they re-uploaded, look at the comment section. People are going in on him for different reasons. The daughter part, they don't really like him talking this demeaning Lanae in that way, talking about all that other stuff he said. Women in general, they don't take kindly to that type of thing because it's insulting and it's hurtful. And if a man wants to really try to demean a woman, they can go to the hygiene thing, right? That's been par for the course. It's just the wrong thing to do, because most women, they take care of they take care of themselves. And Umar knows that. He's a sick individual. He's not making it any better. He's not. Thanks, James. Quincy T says this is crazy. Wow, he is literally having a meltdown. Yeah, he did. Okay, and we're almost done. But yeah, he's having a meltdown. It's a total crash out. He's supposed to be 50 years old, a Black conscious leader, and a school psychologist and the most requested scholar. But this is how he behaves. This is the principal. This is the person that people want to send their children to. This is the person that people have sent millions of dollars to at this point for a school that still does not exist. It's wild, all the way across the board. Yeah. But Quincy T, I told people that this was going to happen. Hit the one. I told people after we did I think it was a second interview with the Lane. It might have been the first interview. I told that how Umar was going to react, and that's exactly what he did. Exactly, to a T. Quincy T, thank you for a super chat. He talked about Lanae and she is someone's mother. Yeah, and he also he engaged in revenge porn. And was saying all kind of crazy stuff, even in the post on his Instagram page. Yeah, this is someone's mother, but Umar, he doesn't care. He's not thinking about anyone else. He's crashing out. It's all about him. He's not even concerned about his own daughter. So, he's not worried about Lanae's son. In fact, he texted Lanae's son with a veiled threat. So what kind of man does something like that? All the way across the board, Umar, he's a disturbed individual. Real talk. Thank you, Andrea. FDMG fingered the all right. Let's finish this up. Thanks again, James. Okay, we're gonna finish this up right now. Here we go.
A couple years ago, Pastor Bussy called the gas and electric company, and I know because I heard the audio. They taped him.
Did I tape the audio? I think I did, but the thing is, I didn't have to impersonate Umar. See, that's the thing. If you heard the audio, then you would hear me saying that I'm Umar Johnson, right? And I'm impersonating you, so I'm trying to sound like you, and I'm saying that I'm you. If memory serves me correctly, that's not how that happened. I don't even remember if I played the audio or not. You guys, anyone in chat remember if I played it? Hit the one. If I didn't, hit the two, because that was such a long time. Well, it wasn't a couple of years ago. This was quite some time ago. But if you heard the recording, then you would hear me pretending to be you. Okay, that didn't happen, Umar. I did, and there's other people that called up there though too. I think he's mixing shit up because a lot of this don't make no sense to me. He's mixing stuff up. Someone said one, someone said two. Okay, I don't remember. I did call up there. This was when he first got electricity turned on, and I called 3 different power companies in that area. The first 2 said that they didn't service that location, and the third, which I believe it was Delmarva. Okay, I could be wrong because it's such a long time ago. Delmarva. They're the ones who service that area, and I simply had asked, and I didn't have to impersonate anyone. I just gave them the address for both sides of the street, and I said, "Is there an active account for any of these addresses?" And they went one by one. They said no, and they on the other side of the street they said no, and in the other building they said, because there's 3 buildings, they said no. 3 different addresses. That was it. But Umar was saying that he had electricity turned on. Okay, the point was that Umar, he did have electricity turned on, but there was no active account with Delmarva. And what that means is that he was stealing electricity. Okay, that has nothing to do with me trying to impersonate Umar to call up there. No, that's not how that went, Umar. But the point is, someone said Flacco called and yeah, he did. You're right about that. I have that. I have all those videos. So why is he putting that on me then? You called too? Okay. Some of y'all other people in here might have called. Yeah, it is. It's public information. So all this other stuff that Umar talking about, I don't know where I think he's mixing and matching things up. I think that's what he's doing. Yeah, because it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And again, he exaggerates shit and he mixes things up and then he makes things appear to be something that they're not. I didn't impersonate Umar. What is he talking about? I don't know. Boy, this video right here. Now I see why everyone was talking about it. Because Umar, he was tripping in this one big time. Just making things worse and just telling lie after lie. But that's what he does. He's a pathological liar and a master manipulator. All right. We're going to finish this for show now. Here we go. Thank y'all so much for tuning on in. We still got 1,700 people, my goodness, inside of the chat room. Let me check this poll real quick if I'm able to, and I'm going to go ahead and close this out in just a moment. The poll question is, will Umar Johnson respond to Mary Ann Lorient's expose, which was yesterday? 2,184 votes. 58% said yes, 42% said no. So it's pretty much split, kind of close to the middle. I'm going to tell you what my answer is. I don't think that he will, simply because he's not going to be able to use the whole sex part of all of this to me, because that didn't happen. None of that happened. And she has all the receipts lined up. It was business. She approached all of this as business. So Umar, I don't think he's going to be able to approach this situation the same type of way. We're gonna have to wait and see. Okay, I don't think he will. Is it possible? Yeah, but I don't think he will. I don't think he will. That's my vote. Is no. Okay. So if you haven't voted, go on and hit that, get your vote in now. I'm gonna close this out in just maybe about 2 minutes, and then we're over 1,000 likes. Okay, we may have broken some records during this live stream too. If you enjoyed the show today and you haven't hit that like button, go and hit that like button. Only take you about 2 seconds of your precious time. All right. Did I get to all of the super chats? Yeah, we broke another record for super chats too today. Okay, I ain't gonna tell you how many. What kind of man? But we did. We broke another record. Thanks to everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat. Everyone who sent in super chats. If you sent in a PayPal or a Cash App, thank you so much. Those links are down below in the description of this video. James also said Joshua Mamponga in South Africa need to see the video of Umar. Yeah, they don't know. They don't know. They haven't done the research. They've probably seen him on Breakfast Club and those types of shows. And again, Umar doesn't have anything that he's done over here in the United States of America that's tangible or real outside of running his mouth. So what is he going to do over in Africa? All right. But this is part of his grift. This is part of his scam and the misrepresentation of himself, so that people believe that he's some sort of black conscious leader. No, he's not. Okay. He's not. He is a deceptive, extremely deceptive person, and he has them fooled up over there. But like I always say, time always tells the truth. It's only a matter of time, and it's better to know the truth than to believe in a lie. Okay. Thank you, James. I appreciate you, bro. Dave says that's a lie. Call centers don't release call recordings without a legal request as part of a court case. Yeah, but the thing is that a person can record on their end. They could do that. They can do that. But the narrative that Umar is spinning, I think he's just mixing things up. That's what I think he's doing. He's mixing up different things from the past. He's not level-headed and he's not clear. But Dave, that's Umar. How he's handling this whole situation, he's not level-headed. He's not calm and collected. So in this ultra emotional state, he's ranting and raging. He's throwing a fit. He's crashing out, like the young people say. And because of the crash out, he's just mixing and matching different things. And it just does not make sense. You know, I'm still trying, I'm baffled myself trying to figure all this out. Okay? And I'm fairly good at the timeline and knowing when things took place. But the story that he's telling, it just doesn't make any sense. But that's what Umar does. He's a master manipulator. And he's a great deceiver over time. He's trying to paint a narrative that's simply not true. Okay. Thanks, Dave F, for the super chat. I'm still tripping off that earlier super chat you sent. That was wild. Where Umar he put the thing over him. Okay. Kitwana says he's experiencing a narcissistic wounding. Yeah, he must lie to protect his false self. Yeah, it's what they call a narcissistic injury, and he has to lie in order. In his mind, he feels as if it's going to mitigate this, but it actually makes it worse. Now I understand why a lot of people have spoken out against Umar with this particular video, and a lot of people covered it because of the nature of what he's saying and his behavior inside of this video. It's very telling. I think it reveals a lot about Umar. No care for his daughter, no real care for his mama either, because he wouldn't be going over to Africa. He would be taking care of his mama. No respect for the women that he's sleeping with. Okay, making up all these false narratives about their hygiene and talking really reckless and crazy. Umar, he's in an emotional state. It's triggered by him feeling it's a narcissistic injury, and he has to figure out a way to feel better about himself. But he's painting a false narrative in the meantime that's only making things worse. But that's Umar. He's not a strategist for sure. Yeah. Thanks, Kitwana. Yeah, he's just making stuff worse for himself. All right, for sure. Now we're going to finish this out. Thank you so much. We broke the record for a second time. Okay, I think we did it. Was it yesterday? We broke a record, or yeah, something like that. No, not yesterday. Last week we broke the record for what's today? Yeah, last week we broke a record for super chats and views and likes too. We may have broken the record for likes too. I won't be able to tell until after this live stream is over with. Let me go ahead and close out this poll. There were 2,194 votes. The poll question is, will Umar Johnson respond to Mary Ann Lawrence expose? 58% said yes, 42% said no. Okay, thanks to everyone who voted on this poll. Actually, I'm going to leave it up. Let's see if we get to 2,200. Okay, we need 6 more votes on that. All right, in the meantime, let's finish this up. Here we go. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. Shout out to the Cook Chat. Here we go.
They taped him. We have him on recording of falsifying himself, impersonating Dr. Umar.
Okay, that never happened. I don't know what he's talking about right there.
To try to get information on the account and to try to sabotage the account.
No, I don't know. He's mixing things up. He's not talking about me. Okay, I assumed that he was, but right there, he's not talking about me. I think he's mixing and matching all kinds of stuff at this point. It's crazy.
So I got to put money out.
Oh, here we go.
To sue Pastor Bussy in Utah.
But then he says that I'm in Utah, so he is talking about me. But the story that he's telling is just not true. I don't get it. Yeah, that's what it is. But man, I'm like, man, that's crazy. What is he talking about? Why would I need to impersonate Umar? I don't remember if I thought I did record that though. I don't remember. I really don't. It was such a long time ago. It wasn't 2 years ago. A few years ago. That was what, back in 2020. It was like over 5 years ago, I think. But then this whole story about accounts and all this other stuff, I don't have no idea what this guy's talking about. But it sounds as it is. He's talking about me because he's saying in Utah. Pastor B.
Got to put money out to sue Throat Goat Siobhan Stone, Lanae Stacks for violating HIPAA law. She had no legal right to put my mother's business in the street. I had a couple Kansas City queens who wanted to pull up on her.
Here he go.
A couple of my Kansas City supporter sisters.
He got some queen thugs.
They said, Dr. Umar, give me her address.
Some queen thugs. See, here he go. He did the same thing back in the day. Here he go. You better watch your mouth too, clown. I'm gonna tell you right now.
We gonna whip her ass.
You gonna sue her talking like this? Umar, you tripping. She can sue you.
They was going to come to the house and just whip her ass for what she did because you don't talk about nobody's mother.
Yeah, it was. It was before. Yeah, it was before I even monetized from what I remember. Yeah.
But I said, I think I'm going to do the legal route. The legal route is going to hurt her more. Pastor Bussy, I thought he would stop. He ain't going to stop because he feeds his family off of my slander videos.
I make good money though, I tell you, but I feed my family off my day job, real talk. But I make good money here on YouTube, real talk. I'm very thankful.
So brothers and sisters,
watch, he's going to talk about impersonation and then file a lawsuit suing Lenon in the Cookie Crush chat for emotional damage and threatening closet space. Well,
I just wanted to clear the air.
Okay, Umar.
I don't know how 3 throat goat sessions turned into a 2.5 year relationship.
Yeah.
Brothers and sisters, she's counting from the date.
I like the bald head too, by the way. When I met my wife, she had her hair cut. She had dreads her whole life up to like 2 days before we met. And she had cut her hair. Her hair was like this. Right. That's the thing. Well, anyway, I don't want to be good. I'll tell you. Let's keep going.
They hosted the event all the way up to now.
I'm so appreciative. That's all.
She's including all of that as a relationship. She told people that me and her was on the phone for hours. Talk to my women. My Ifa Tunde.
Your women? He telling on himself. Ain't he hit the one? Can you believe this guy? Misogynistic.
Queens will tell you he don't talk on the phone. I don't like talking on the phone because I talk for a living. I don't want to talk on the phone. I was never on the phone with her for no hours. What is she talking about? She fabricated this whole thing. And why? Because I cut her off. You didn't take good care of my mother, so I cut you off. Move on. You got paid. Move on. You got paid. What's the problem? 3 throat goat sessions turned into a 2.5 year relationship with marriage, love,
She never said a 3. Now, did he say 3.5 now? I thought he said 2.5 first. You see this guy? He be lying so much.
Talk to my women. My Ifa Tunde queens will tell you he don't talk on the phone. I don't like talking on the phone because I talk for a living. I don't want to talk on the phone.
Okay,
I was never on the phone with her for no hours. What is she talking about? She fabricated this whole thing. And why? Because I cut her off. You didn't take good care of my mother, so I cut you off. Move on. You got paid. Move on. You got paid. What's the problem? 3 throat goat sessions turned into a 2.5 year relationship with marriage, love, masturbation.
Oh my goodness.
Talking about I ate out your fish tank. You have an aquarium down there.
Umar, you already said all this. You ain't got to do it again. Cut it out.
She has an aquarium down there with every creature in the ocean. She got squid, she got clams between her legs, she got oysters, she got shrimps between her legs, she got salmon, whiting, tilapia, you name it, she got it. Squid, octopus, every funky creature is between them legs, brothers and sisters. She needs a yoni steam, a yoni dream, and a yoni clean. She need a yoni steam, a yoni dream, and a yoni clean.
Here you go again.
Oh man,
here come the trash man. Something wrong with this guy. You see? What just happened?
In with the prince. Sister Stacy tap in with the prince. Going once, going twice.
Yeah, he really mad. He's so mad. Well, good, Lanae. You good. Don't even worry about this clown.
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing well, and I want to apologize.
Here we go.
To all black.
I don't see how any woman would want to get up on here after him talking like this. Any woman up here, would you get up on here with a man talking like this, 50 years old, hit the 1? If you would. If you wouldn't hit the 2.
Women that I had to.
We almost done.
Divulge
this
so much of my personal, intimate details, Sister Stacy, but I got a woman who's trying to destroy my life, my credibility. She's trying to.
He said the same thing about the conscious stripper.
Slander my mother, get my mother taken from me because.
What? Umar, you really stretching it now.
I don't want to be with her in a romantic capacity.
Oh my gosh.
You know, but be.
This lady know he owns some bullshit. Look at her. She's like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look at her. She already know he owns some bullshit. Let's see.
Be that as it may, we don't have to talk about that. But
right.
Where you tapping in from, Sister Stacy?
I'm from Barbados, but I live in New York.
I spoke in
Okay,
Barbados 2 years ago.
Yeah, because you would probably, hear the accent. A lot of people get my accent mistaken for Jamaica. I don't know why.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not Jamaican. I can hear it.
They're completely
I
different.
got you. Probably because they both English colonies, former colonies.
There you go.
Yes, exactly. Most of the Caribbean actually was ruled under England.
Yes.
So
yes. And I just out the slave uprising in Barbados.
Because Umar, he ain't want to hear her say nothing. Look at him.
And I'm trying to remember the brother's name. Do you remember the brother's name who led the slave revolt in Barbados? It was the largest.
Was it Bussa? I think it was Bussa. There's a statue
Boosie, what you talking about?
of him. We have a statue of him.
I saw the statue when I was there. Yes.
Bussa. Wait, hold 1 minute. Hold 1 minute.
Yes.
How's it in office? How can I help you?
Ooh, lady, you better get up off it. Don't do this. You're going to get fired. You need to cut it out. He got the woman he hired from the world telling them to keep our relationship on the low, a.k.a. sister soldier ready for war. Yeah, that's a part of Umar's MO. He has different women that he's dealing with all over the world, but he wants them to remain silent and not tell anyone. He doesn't want to be exposed. He's a womanizer, right? In fact, Mary Ann yesterday, she talked about how she had the lead lady in the film where Umar starred in the film, that she ended up quitting because, as the story goes, she found out that Umar was dealing with her cousin, either her cousin or her husband's cousin. I can't remember exactly right now, and that she had put Umar had put her through some serious pain and suffering. And so as a consequence, the lead actress, she ended up quitting. And 2 days before they actually started filming the movie. Right. So, yeah, if you guys haven't checked out the interview that I did with yesterday, make sure you check it out. It was powerful. Okay. Not to sound like Umar, but it was powerful. Thanks, James, for super chat. James also said that look is a look when someone you owe money to is looking for you and you thought they caught up with you. Yeah, that's the thing. When Umar's up there, he looks shook. He does. He's often looking back like this. It's the paranoia. I guarantee he owes people money. I'm sure of it. I guarantee he owes people money. He's been living like this for such a long time. I'm sure there's people who's looking for him. That could be, and I'm just speculating here now, that could be the reason why we don't see Umar up there as much as we used to. Because if he goes live up there, people who are looking for him, they're going to know where he's at. Until he pays them off. I'm just speculating, but I wouldn't be surprised because that's how Umar, he lives his life that way. He's been like that for a very long time. It's crazy because he's raised millions of dollars. Well, he got some serious issues. If any of y'all, if you come up on, and it's free money because you ain't, it ain't like you got to do shit. But let's say you come up on $1.6 million over the course of 11 years, bare minimum 1.6. It's closer to $2.6 million. You wouldn't be in a situation, you shouldn't, if you manage the money properly, you shouldn't be in a situation where you owe other people money or people are looking for you because you owe them money, right? You should be able to use that to come up on some level, but that's not what we see with Umar. And we're not even talking about opening up a school. I'm just talking about in his personal life. He hasn't come up not 1 cent. Okay, he's used that money to destroy himself, and he continues to do it to this day. So listen, I wouldn't be surprised if people are looking for him. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Thanks, James, and that's real talk. Master Khalik says, I don't think Malcolm Martin or FDMG would talk like that. Umar is no type of scholar. Yeah, he's not. No one talks. In general, I don't hear people talking like this in general. Oh, my wife, she wants to. Oh, yeah. Umar, he's talked like this in the past. So it's not that he doesn't talk like this when he gets into these like manic, I don't know what we would call it, raging crash outs. It's just in this scenario, he's so explicit and unnecessarily over the top, but it's just a narcissistic injury. He has to, this is how he responds. And he's just talking crazy. And one last point, then we're going to finish up for sure. I want to make one last point, and that is that I'm not condoning what Umar is doing, but there's something to be said when he keeps repeating the same things over and over again. That's how you know that it's not about him telling the truth. It's about painting a narrative through repetition, but it's also about trying to cause as much harm to Lanae as possible. And that's another thing that we have to look at. I'm talking about critically. We got to look at this critically. He just doesn't say this one something to disparage her one time. He keeps saying it over and over and over again. Then he talks about something else. He starts talking about his daughter, and then he goes right back to and talking about it again, talking crazy, and talking about the fish tanks and all this type of thing. That's a sick individual. It's just a truly sick individual. He can't let it go. Okay? Thanks, Master Khalid. He's such a disappointment too. No black man should be acting. No man should be acting like this. But you're supposed to be a black conscious leader. You should be acting like this. There's no excuse for this whatsoever. Period. All right, here we go. Let's finish up. Thanks for all the super chats, everybody. We broke another record with the super chats, and we got to 2,237 votes. So we broke a record there too. I'll close that out now, and then we got about 3 minutes on this. Here we go.
Hi. I'm good. No. No, you got to tell me.
Umar don't like this.
Oh, yes. Yes, Andrew. How can I help you? Okay. My red snapper. Yes, the red snapper. Sure. What's that?
You ordering some fish? The irony.
Okay.
This is crazy if that's what they...
Uh-huh.
Doesn't the video image look way better here? It's because I have more control of the lighting when I don't really live stream from here that often, but the video quality is a lot better.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is, but Umar be doing that to people though too. She said red snapper. The snapper snatch. Yeah, she at work. Somebody trying to order some fish.
All right.
And some squid and some halibut, some salmon.
Okay, so just give her the garage as is.
Some crab.
Okay, no
lobster,
problem. I'll let Virginia know as soon as she gets back from lunch. No, you don't have to call her. We will do that.
Yeah, Little Mermaid stuff.
No, I didn't know that.
See, somebody ordering some red snapper
I
or
didn't know
something
that.
like that.
Sister Stacy got tied up.
No, look at Umar. He mad. He just cut her off. This is wild. A perfect ending. Umar, look at Umar going to the store to go get him some fish. I'm just playing. He trying to go get him some scrimps. All right. The deep blue sea. What's up, Captain Edward? And the deep blue sea. Here we go. Let's finish it off. Oh, this must be there's a store on the corner, around the corner from the school. That's where he's at. It's like a liquor store. Or he just looking around.
Orange juice in the water. What I owe you there, bro?
He got to record everything. He got them dollar bills and some change. Poor guy.
$3.50. Have to give you a 10. Nah, no gin today. I might come back and get some gin for the ancestors.
Just wind that back. Damn, Umar.
350. Have to give you a 10. Nah, no gin today. I might come back and get some gin for the ancestors. I normally pour the gin to the ancestors.
No, don't cut it out. Hey, don't try that, Umar. Nope. Yeah, I'm going to pour the pot for the ancestors. I normally pour it for the ancestors. Cut it out, Umar. Stop. See, they're used to you getting gin. That's why they said no gin today. They're used to you getting gin there. There ain't enough ancestors to be paying for pouring gin like that. Talk about it that you ain't gonna get no gin today. That's because they're used to you getting gin every time you come through there. Probably every day when you in town. Lanae said you was buying stuff too at the what-you-call-it. So listen, that's why you're trying to clear it up, Umar. That's all you're trying to do. This poor guy, he can't stop self-snitching. Umar, he be self-snitching. Got him. He always self-snitching. Y'all notice that about Umar? He got him some dollar bills. He's just like a little teenager. So he got him a dollar bills.
350. Have to give you a 10.
Umar, poor Umar.
Nah, no gin today. I might come back and get some gin for the ancestors.
See that? He trying to clear this up real quick.
I normally pour the gin to the ancestors.
I bet you do.
I might come back. I need some ancestral protection.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, here we go. You ain't fooling nobody, Umar.
Thanks, bro.
He always self-exposing. This poor guy. Just wobbling down the street. Smoking Indo, sipping on gin and juice. Lay back with bottom of money on my mind. Y'all don't know nothing about that. Rolling down the street at FDMG.
Smelling like a porta potty, talking about somebody went down on your funky ass.
He keep going. See that? The sweating, this is a sweaty bum walking down the street talking about seafood.
He was in love with me. He wanted me to have his child at 44.
There you go.
I don't even take care of my son with autism. I hosted Dr. Umar for an event. I got a copy of Dr. Umar's book.
Hey, isn't that a HIPAA violation too, by the way, Umar?
And I still don't know how to take care of my son with autism.
Look at this guy. Damn, now I see why everyone was talking about this video. Look at him.
I skipped my son's IEP meeting to go to Philadelphia to swallow Shango. I missed my son's IEP meeting to go to Philadelphia to swallow Shango. I missed my son's IEP meeting to go to Philadelphia to swallow Shango. Can somebody tell me?
Yeah, he is. He really is.
How you host the Dr. Umar seminar for parents? How do you host a Dr. Umar seminar for parents and you don't know how to advocate for your own child? Your son been in special ed for 10, 11 years.
Yeah, that's a HIPAA violation, Umar.
You don't even know what FAPE is, LRE? She don't know what a FBA, functional behavioral assessment, independent eval? She has done nothing for that boy. She has done nothing for her child. I want the father to reach out, not to talk about her, but so I could teach the father how to advocate for his son.
He's trying to clear that up because we had to address that when I had Lanae on. Yeah, Umar, he's something else. Look at this bum. No job, drinking off of donors' money, gin and everything. Gin and juice. Look at him. He's gonna drink the whole thing. Take it the whole thing to the head. He's like a little child, ain't got nothing to do. Hashtag no gin today. All right, the summer's over because he's just sitting up here doing nothing. Shout out to the Cook Rush chat. Records were broken today again.
So far, so good.
Everything looks good. I saw the handle on there.
Okay.
Gin and juice too, they're getting drunk and high in this right. You want to beam up the beam in? What's up, Fred? Thanks for tuning in. Shout out to the Los Angeles Lakers. Okay, will LeBron be traded or not? They won't talk about it. Thanks, Fred, for the super chat. We almost done, everybody. Andrea says no gin with the with the. Oh no. Oh no. All right. Yeah, obviously Umar be buying gin. Okay, he tried to say it's for the ancestors. I don't believe it. All right, I don't believe it at all. He was out there smoking. Y'all remember, I could pull it up, but we ain't got time. But he was out there smoking one time. And he was saying he was smoking for the ancestors. So you smoke for the ancestors and you got the gin too for the ancestors? Cut it out. He got a problem. Thanks, Andrea. And then I think that was Kiara says, rolling down the street spewing nonsense, stealing the donor's loot, laid back with my mind on my bundles and my bundles on my mind. Yeah. Kiara, you probably my age. I used to love that song back in the day. Yeah, that's what this comes to. I think that also, real quick, last point. The irony, and there's one more super chat, and there's like 10 seconds on the video. The irony of all this, Umar, he uses this whole live stream as an opportunity to disparage a woman that he was having sexual relationships with, makes disparaging comments about her and her body, talks briefly about his daughter with no care whatsoever, calls me gay again, which he normally does anyway, comes up and fabricates this whole narrative about me stealing bank account information or whatever he was saying and impersonating him to get, I don't even know what he meant by all of that, but then for it all to conclude with Umar going to the store to go get some juice and then sitting on the steps like a little boy who doesn't have anything to do, and he drinks the juice. The irony of it all. Okay, now I see why everyone was talking about this video. Okay, this is one of those videos where you sit back and you just can't believe it, you know. But this is Umar. This is what he has reduced himself to, and there's no excuse at this point. There's no excuse that anyone can make because this guy has raised millions of dollars and he's not in a good place in life despite that. That's because the money has been mismanaged. It was a scam from the beginning. It continues to be a scam to this day, and I'll continue to cover it. Okay, I'll continue to cover it. Thank you so much, Kiara, for the super chat. I appreciate it. And then Fred also says that that's why he was doing that snow shuffle. He was full of gin. I mean, this ain't no telling. There's no telling at what points Umar, you know, real quick, I remember this video, and I don't remember how archived. I don't even know if I have it downloaded, and I may run into it again. I remember there was one video where Umar, he's outside, and it's not at the abandoned building. He's someplace else, and he's talking. And he moves the camera, and when he moves the camera, there was this pillar right in front of him where he was recording from at. And when he moves the camera, and there's a beer bottle right there on top of it. And I said to myself, yeah. And this was years ago. So you guys, if anyone remember that hit the one, it was a long time ago. I don't remember what video it was, but that's when I first suspected that he drinks, and there's nothing wrong with that per se, right? But Umar's personality, the way that he is he will drink and keep drinking. He will eat and keep eating, right? He'll sniff and he'll keep sniffing. Okay, that's how Umar is, right? Fascinating. This video is fascinating all the way across the board. Thank you, Fred, for the super chat. And then Jay Civic said, I'm going to say it again, outside the school instead of being in the school. Yes, and you're absolutely right. Yeah, it's amazing to me. 6 years and 5 months later, and he doesn't have one room completed. He doesn't even have an office space set up in there. He's supposed to be the most requested scholar. You know, the other thing though too is if you guys look at Umar, there's nothing professional about him. Okay, he's sloppy. He's sloppy about everything. He self snitches. That's being sloppy too. You know, he dresses sloppy. I mean, this is Umar. He'll get dressed up when he put on a nice dashiki when he has to travel, but that's because he has to keep up with that image. But this right here, this is the real Umar. Talking crazy, looking crazy, talking reckless. You know, going to the store, getting him something to drink, come back like a little boy, ain't got nothing to do, sitting up there on the steps drinking orange juice or whatever it was. Because that's the truth. That's the real Umar. He's not a black leader. He's not a school psychologist. There's nothing professional about him. That's why he's outside. It's crazy. Thanks, Jay Civic. And then Master Khalik says, let this be a lesson. Self-awareness is a jewel. Absolutely. Very well said. I totally agree. Thank you, sir, for the super chat. Yeah, we broke the record. We shattered the record today. Thank you so much, everyone who sent the super chats. You sent in Cash Apps or PayPal. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks, everyone who voted for the poll. Also, thanks to the mods for handling business. There's about 5 seconds left. Here we go.
Realistically, I'm not a fan. Only thing I'm trying to is to redo it. So if I could just steal you to take a look.
Okay.
Yeah, I wonder what he's doing over there. Yeah, no self-awareness. Yeah, and that's it. Yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging in there with me. It went a lot longer than what I anticipated. Again, if anyone views this and you have a story to share from your personal experience done with Umar, you can email me at LenonHonor@yahoo.com. I want to thank everyone again inside the chat room for tuning on in. I hope you enjoyed the show. And if you did enjoy the show and you haven't hit that like button, go and hit that like button. That'll help with the algorithm. We've been getting massive amounts of views, relatively speaking, likes, subscribers, super chats, all that stuff. So we'll keep this momentum going, and I'll continue covering this Umar Johnson saga. All right. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. And as we always do.
Oh my gosh, so you're fancy, huh?
Yeah, black community activist. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
Well, good for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
See your eyes shine. She's my snow bunny, please. In the winter light, so she's my sweet dust of free. Talk to my nose, this lover's got is so raw. Make your goose stepping out of control. It's me and you tonight. Snow bunny. Moving on the car. Everything's alright. Got that smooth so feel. No, that's next to the law. With my snow bunny love. We're party by the night. See your eyes shine. She's my snow bunny, please. In the winter light, so she's my sweet dust of free. Talk to my nose, this lover's got it so raw. Make your goose stepping out of control.
Y'all funny. Okay, Derek, thank you so much, bro. Thank you, Sydney. Thanks, Sydney. I appreciate it. Yeah, shout out to Chick for a chat. Hope y'all had a good time tonight. Thanks for tuning on in. Hope you enjoyed the show. Gotta get my jelly.
Cookies. Crush. Crush. Crush.
My nose, this lover's got it so raw. Make your goose stepping out of control. It's me and you tonight. Snow bunny. Moving on the car. Everything's alright. Got that smooth so feel. No, that's next to the law. With my snow bunny love. We're party by the night. See your eyes shine.
No bunny love. Thanks, BH.
Make your goose stepping out of control. It's me and you tonight. Snow bunny. Moving on the car. Everything's alright. Got that smooth so feel. No, that's next to the law. With my snow bunny love.
Lenon Bieber. Thanks, T. Jones. Lenon Bieber was twerking. Okay. All right. All right. Y'all enjoy the rest of the evening. I do plan on live stream tomorrow. I do need to take a break too. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out by the morning time. What's up, Jimmy Jamboree? Shout out to the Cook Fresh chat. Cook Fresh chat's undefeated. Appreciate y'all. Sincerity. Okay. I appreciate y'all. Love y'all. And I'll talk to y'all soon. Y'all take care. Peace.